You have received the soul power of First Order Armored Elephant level 48. You have obtained Strength plus 15, Stamina plus 10, Health plus 10. With the thin but terrifying strands of blood formed by Bai Zemin, under the command of his blood manipulation skill, the inside of the First Order Armored Elephant's already wounded body was torn apart, and its heart was completely destroyed. In fact, Bai Zemin did not care about anything but killing his enemy, and that was precisely why he expended so much mana all at once. Otherwise, the cost would have been considerably lower. However, the current situation did not allow Bai Zemin to rest as, although he was strong, he was still facing several First Order existences at the same time. The three Frost Control Lions roared at the same time and expelled a powerful ice breath that seemed to be able to freeze everything in its path. In fact, although the frozen breath had not touched the ground and passed over 2 meters high, a thick line over 5 meters thick covered every part it passed through as if it were a laser beam of ice frost. Bai Zemin did not dare to take such a magical attack head-on when he saw the terrifying effect it had on the environment, and quickly stomped on the corpse of the Frost Control Lion he had killed a moment ago to propel himself sideways. However, he still underestimated too much the speed at which the three frozen breaths flew. While the attack did not hit him directly, only the close aura that came into contact with his body caused a thin layer of ice to appear above him. Damn it, he couldn't help but curse. His black hair now had a thin layer of light blue in it just like his full coat. His movements naturally became slower, and after a quick analysis, Bai Zemin realized to his utter dismay that in fact, he had lost 15% of his mobility. Although I wanted to restrain myself just in case, I'd better finish this as soon as possible, Bai Zemin thought with a frown. He was afraid of mishaps happening, and that was precisely why he hadn't been using his full power. However, the power of First Order creatures could not be ignored, especially their unpredictable skills. Roar! Just as Bai Zemin thought this, the two 3-meter bulls with reddish skin let out a strange roar, and their two eyes turned completely red. A strange reddish aura glowed over their bodies, and the speed of the two beasts seemed to become faster at the same time as their bodies grew almost a meter taller. The three black-armored rhinos and the last First Order armored elephant lowered their heads in attack position and began to charge wildly towards him. The Frost Control Lions also did not stop after their previous attack and immediately roared skyward again. Dozens of small, thin ice spears appeared above their heads and blasted towards Bai Zemin. From the left, from the right, and from the front, Bai Zemin was attacked from all sides except the back. However, instead of retreating, he snorted and activated for the first time a terrifying skill he had obtained a short while ago. In fact, this skill was from a certain point of view the most powerful skill in his arsenal. After directly spending 40 stamina points, the rune in his soul that represented the active skill Second Order Lightning Movement level 5 flashed. In that instant, everything seemed to slow down. However, Bai Zemin knew that this was just his own perception of the world around him. It wasn't that everything had become slower. It was that he had suddenly become explosively faster. Above his body, small blue lightning flashed constantly like mischievous snakes. All these lightning flashes disappeared inside his body and kept his whole body in a strange state of alarm. Bai Zemin's eyes glittered, and with a slight step forward, his body seemed to shudder for a moment. Bang, 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 bang. The magical ice spears that the two Frost Control Lions conjured hit the ground hard, and a large frozen cloud slowly rose into the sky. Swoosh! With an almost imperceptible sound were it not for the tiny crackling lightning flashes on his body, Bai Zemin appeared right above the head of one of the Frost Control Lions. The beast didn't even seem to be aware that its enemy was right on top of it, as it was still casting ice spells towards the same area, just like its fellow of the same species. Boom! Bai Zemin punched with both fists forward not once, but more than 200 times in just 1 second. The result was a thunderous explosion, even more powerful than all the previous ones, and the head of the Frost Control Lion exploded into 1,000 pieces just like the previous one. You have received the soul power of First Order Frost Control Lion level 45. You have obtained +5 strength, +3 agility, +1 health, +1 mana. With now over 280 agility points, Bai Zemin was like a ghost. The other First Order existences simply had no way of noticing his movements, and before they could react, the head of the last Frost Control Lion exploded in a bloody mess as well, drenching the ground in red. You have received the soul power of First Order Frost Control Lion level 44. No more stats, huh? Bai Zemin's voice rang out on the battlefield, but his body could hardly be seen except for the trail of small blue lightning that he left behind wherever he passed by. Shangyuan Bingzhu and Wu Yijin had almost finished annihilating all the unclassified enemy beasts, with only about 100 remaining. Although Wu Yijin was panting slightly, she still showed no signs of running out of mana, which was only natural considering that she had gone through a much more terrifying experience than this a few hours ago. However, both women's movements stalled for a moment, as they looked dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. Shangyuan Bingzhu herself was a powerful first-order existence in her own right, and an extremely powerful one among the First Orders, but even she could barely discern even a trace of Bai Zemin. To her surprise, fear, and frustration, she realized that if he so wished, she would not be able to survive a single exchange. "What skill is that?" she muttered in stupefaction as she noticed the lightning flashing steadily. Bai Zemin didn't stop. He leaned forward and with a swing appeared right under the last remaining frost control lion alive and swung the Chunyuan sword with all his might upwards. Bang! The body of the First Order Frost Control Lion was lifted off the ground over 10 feet and roared in pain as blood spilled out of its mouth and spurted like a fountain from its stomach. Blood spears! Bai Zemin charged towards the last living First Order armored elephant as he pointed behind him and bellowed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The red blood with a slight chilling aura of the Frost Control Lion swished, forming dozens of bloody spears, and with a wave of his hands pierced the body of the already wounded beast. The lion roared in pain and rolled on the ground, losing all battle power and dying a moment later. You have received the soul power of First Order Frost Control Lion level 45. Just as the soul record message flashed in his retina, Bai Zemin had jumped high into the sky and was currently running along the upper back of the armored elephant. Chapter 166, Annihilation Part 1. The last living armored elephant could feel its hated enemy standing over its body, so it immediately began to shake as roars of fury escaped from its huge mouth. Bai Zemin was shaken hard but gritted his teeth and clung to the beast's hard metal-like skin as it continued to make its way towards the head. The armored elephant soon realized that its efforts were being thwarted, so it without hesitation swung its tail and long nose to its back, with the intention of either slapping the ant out of its body or crushing it to death. Fortunately, Bai Zemin was already prepared so under his control. 4 blood shields flew behind his back just above his body, one on top of the other with a small air gap in between. Bang! 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 The beast's tail and nose pierced through the first and second blood shields with ease, destroying them and splattering its back with the blood belonging to one of the previously slain Frost Control Lions. The third shield was also crushed into liquid droplets again, but the power of the monster's 2 physical weapons clearly no longer had the same power as before as when they struck on the fourth and last shield, although succeeding in cracking it, did not manage to break through any further, so the armored elephant had to withdraw its nose and tail to shake them once more. However, that was all it took for Bai Zemin to successfully reach the giant monster's head and stab down at full power with his sword. Clang! Not to his surprise, the tip of the Chunyuan sword failed to penetrate in the slightest, and except for a thin white dot, nothing else happened. Bai Zemin clicked his tongue in annoyance and began to strike furiously without any ability and just used the sword as if it were a baseball bat. Boom, boom, boom. With terrifying speed, the attacks accumulated rapidly until the metal armor covering the creature's head cracked, revealing the tender red flesh inside. Bai Zemin took advantage and immediately spent another 100 mana points to reverse the blood and make several bloody spears that pierced the monster's brain, killing it immediately. The massive creature's body fell downward, raising a huge cloud of dust and causing the ground to shake violently. You have received the soul power of First Order Armored Elephant level 50. You have obtained Strength plus 10, Stamina plus 10, Health plus 5. In the air, Bai Zemin received the message from the soul record and was secretly surprised. His heart filled with fear as he realized that this armored elephant was in existence on the threshold between the First Order and the Second Order, just one step away from becoming a terrifying being. He had barely reached the ground when he was greeted by the enraged charge of the 2 First Order bulls. However, swoosh, swoosh. The wind howled and the 2 creatures continued their charge, when suddenly their bodies were cut in 2 halves. Blood along with flesh and internal organs splattered all over the ground. joining the pool of blood that was beginning to form after the constant bloody accumulation of so many huge creatures. You have received the soul power of First Order Impetus Bull Aura level 38. You have received the soul power of First Order Impetus Bull Aura level 39. Bai Zemin stopped and looked back over his shoulder. The Xuanyuan sword in his right hand dripped with the blood of the recently slayed enemies. As if they did not know the meaning of the fear of death, the three black-armored rhinos and the only enemy First-Order beings on the battlefield charged forward while roaring loudly. Their hooves left deep marks in their tracks, and the earth shook with every movement. Just the sight of such terrifying beings of overwhelming size was more than enough to scare any human, even more so considering that the physique of humans was naturally weaker than that of animals, something that even the soul record could not change. Most of the time, when a human and a beast of the same level faced each other, the beast had a better chance of winning. These were innate qualities that could not be changed. Of course, there were also species that were not different from humans with terrifying physiques. However, this was something from other worlds and not the Earth where Bai Zemin was born. Bai Zemin advanced instead of retreating, engaging in close combat with the three black-armored rhinoceroses. The beasts possessed especially terrifying defense, and their strength was monstrous. However, Bai Zemin's agility under the use of his lightning movement skill was comparable to a second-order existence. Therefore, the three beasts could not even touch him, and the bloody wounds soon began to pile up. Shangyuan Bingzu clenched her pearly teeth secretly and her eyes glittered strangely. She pointed her delicate hand skyward and her cold voice rang out, "Ice bullets." Over 100 ice bullets appeared several meters above the ground, and with a wave of her hand, they began to bombard the battlefield. Bang, 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 bang. The unclassified beasts, numbering approximately about 100, were now scattered. Thus, several ice bullets hit the ground and created small holes that were soon sealed by a thin layer of ice. However, Shangyuan Bingzu had launched a large-scale attack and had not focused on accuracy. Instead, her main goal was to wipe out as many enemies as possible in the shortest amount of time. Roar! Roar! Several unclassified beasts were pierced in different parts of their bodies. The ice bullets, heavily compressed with mana and magic created by Shangyuan Bingzu, had pierced them from side to side, and thumb-sized bloody holes began to appear on several of them. Even those that had been directly slaughtered by one or more ice bullets to the head were not spared from having their bodies brutally pierced several more times by Shangyuan Bingzu's skill. Swoosh! Suddenly, a silhouette appeared, and with a punch, a mutated dog's head was smashed. Shangyuan Bingzu sighed as she saw Bai Zemin start attacking the weaker beasts, as this meant that he had finished first. However, before she could think too much, her mind went blank as she saw two more Bai Zemin appearing on the battlefield and starting a massacre on the few beasts that had not yet died. "What?" Wu Yijin exclaimed in shock as she witnessed the scene unfold. "Looks like I finished my work sooner." A voice with a hint of mockery sounded from behind both of them, and the two women hurriedly turned around as they recognized that unmistakable voice. "You?" Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes widened as she looked at Bai Zemin standing only a few steps away. Wu Yijin rubbed her big eyes several times and turned her head repeatedly to look behind her and then ahead. However, no matter what she did, the reality did not change. Indeed, there were four Bai Zemin. Behind the Bai Zemin who looked at them with a small smile on his face, the corpses of the three black-armored rhinoceroses lay on the ground with numerous wounds and their bodies in a bloody mess. Chapter 167, Annihilation Part 2. Seeing the two women in front of him looking at him with surprise impossible to conceal or hide, Bai Zemin naturally understood the reason. "That is one of my skills. Those three are my clones," he explained without giving too many details about it. Shangyuan Bingzu blinked, causing her long eyelashes to flicker gently, and after a moment of hesitation simply nodded without commenting any further on the matter before looking at the three clones unleashing a massacre among the unclassified beasts. Although she did not know what kind of skill it was, after looking carefully she easily noticed that, although all three were clones of Bai Zemin, the overall strength of the three was infinitely lower than the real body. Occasionally, there was a level 25 creature at the threshold of evolution that managed to survive one or two strikes from one of the clones before dying, which if it possessed 100% of Bai Zemin's real power would never happen. This was also natural and allowed Shangyuan Bingzu's beating heart to calm down a bit. After all, if a single Bai Zemin was already a monster, then 4 of him with such power would make him practically unstoppable, which made no sense considering that the soul record had arrived on Earth a little less than a month ago. Even monsters needed time to grow. "Whoa, that lightning skill must be awesome," Wu Yijun exclaimed like an excited little girl as she watched the blue lightning flashes appearing and disappearing on the surface of Bai Zemin's body. He just smiled slightly and said nothing about it. Lightning movement was a powerful second-order skill at its maximum level. How could it be normal? Besides, Lilith even said that it was one of the strongest skills of one of the archangels of the heavens army that the Bible God led. Given that the effect of the skill that boosted his agility by plus 70 points still lingered, the lightning flashing on his body was too obvious to be ignored. As he did not consume extra stamina by keeping the skill active, Bai Zemin did not think about deactivating it, as it would be pointless to do that to begin with. As the clones made a quick work on the few unclassified beasts, Bai Zemin lamented silently that he had not received any extra stats from the black-armored rhinos. Still, he managed to level up to level 40 and gain another 2 stat points to distribute freely. In short, he had to absorb the soul power of 11 first-order existences, his own category, as well as the soul power of several weaker enemies, to raise just 1 level. Bai Zemin First Order. Status points 62. Level 40. Race Human. Class Blood Berserker Blood Will Mode. Subclass Lower Leader. Title 1 Hit to Kill. Strength 199 plus 30. Agility 197 plus 15 equals 212, 282/health. 233 plus 5 stamina, 371 plus 5 equals 376, 321/mana. 297 plus 50 equals 347, 160/magic. 249 plus 90. Skills. Blood Manipulation First Order Active Skill. Level 5/Special Forces Soldier Unranked Passive Skill. Level 5/Stone Heart Third Order Passive Skill. Level 5/Superhuman Health First Order Passive Skill. Level 1/Bronze Skin First Order Passive Skill. Level 5/Mechanic. Unranked Passive Skill Level 3/Throwing. Unranked Passive Skill Level 5/Blood Will First Order Passive Skill Level 5/Crimson Blood Judgment. Third Order Active Skill Level 5/Regeneration First Order Active Skill. LVL 5/Danger Sense. Unranked Passive Skill Level 5/Unstoppable Front Charge. Unranked Active Skill Level 5/Lightning Movement. Second Order Active Skill Level 5. So many status points. Bai Zemin was secretly surprised as he took a quick glance at his status window. At some point, he had simply stopped paying attention to the accumulated status points. He knew they were there, and that in times of crisis he could rely on a powerful power boost. It was just that with so many things on his mind and so much work to do, even he himself was not aware that he had gradually accumulated a vast amount of points. In fact, the amount was so great that it was even equivalent to absorbing a large amount of soul power from a powerful enemy. The only difference was that he could use those points in any stat he wanted and improve a particular aspect depending on the situation. Just like in the situation against the great fast mantis, if he encountered an enemy who was able to overcome his agility by a wide margin, then Bai Zemin would use his status points to improve that stat, and at the very least, reduce that gap as much as possible. Depending on the enemy he needed to face, Bai Zemin had a powerful life insurance up his sleeve that no one else knew about except him and Lilith. Thinking about what kind of reaction Shangyu and Bingzu and the rest would have if they knew that he actually still had so much power in reserve, Bai Zemin felt a little amused inside. Soon, the 3 clones of Bai Zemin finished off the rest of the enemies. Since the purge had been quick thanks to Wu Yijun, who still needed the soul power and extra stats, he had only consumed roughly 6 stamina points from the appearance of the clones. Blood Will, 48%/50%. The 3 looked at each other, and all saw relief in their eyes. From the first instant they set foot in this forest, the oppressive aura of mystery, the fear of the unknown as well as the instinct of danger had been constantly pressing on their shoulders. Now that the last wave of monsters had been wiped out, they could finally take the final few steps and reach the reward they had been working so hard for. In fact, except for the few hours they slept in the morning to make up for the sleepless night due to the overnight ride, Shangyu and Bingzu and Wu Yijun had been fighting and scouting without even stopping to have a proper meal. As for Bai Zemin, he hadn't even slept except when he lost consciousness after forcing himself too much. Let's let the survivors look over the bodies of the unclassified animals later when we bring a team to collect the armed arsenal and the soul stones. Bai Zemin looked at the two women in front of him and remarked, "However, we'd better check if we can find first-order soul stones in those 10 evolved beasts." The two women nodded with eyes glittering with comprehension. If another beast appeared in the area and started eating the flesh of the killed First Order, there was a possibility that it would eat the soul stones in case any of the corpses had one. Unclassified animals or insects rarely approached areas where the First Order lurked, and even after their deaths, corpses overflowing with mana was enough to keep them away for several days. However, other First Order existences did not fear. In addition, although it was highly improbable, there was also the small possibility that some powerful human would dare to venture into the forest, and if by coincidence they reached this battlefield and encountered the First Order soul stones, Bai Zemin and the rest would have nowhere to cry later. Therefore, to avoid all this, the three of them began to work together in search of the precious but scarce First Order soul stones. Chapter 168, In the Shadows. After searching for a couple of minutes inside the giant skulls of the beasts, Bai Zemin sighed and approached the two women who were just walking in his direction with helpless expression. "Looking on your faces, I guess there wasn't so much luck." Bai Zemin smiled bitterly, and although he asked a question, his voice sounded more like a certitude. Wu Yijin opened her palm, revealing the bright glow of a deep blue rock the size of a baby's fist, with several imperfections and splinters. "I only managed to find this one inside one of the First Order lions," she revealed somewhat bitterly. Shangyuan Bingzu opened her two palms and shook her head. "I wasn't so lucky either. I only found these two." "Forget it," Bai Zemin sighed and opened his palm, revealing a First-Order soul stone as he said in a self-comforting voice, "At least we managed to obtain 4 First-Order soul stones. That's good enough, I guess." The two beautiful women exchanged glances with each other before shrugging and nodding. Then, they handed the 3 First-Order soul stones they had found to Bai Zemin, and he kept them together with the others in his bag. Out of a total of 10 First-Order creatures, the group of 3 had only managed to obtain a total of 4 First-Order soul stones. This meant that less than 50% of the beasts had managed to form a soul stone in their bodies. "Shall we continue then?" Wu Yijin asked as she looked at Bai Zemin and leaned her face in a cute manner. Bai Zemin nodded with a serious expression and pointed at the bodies of the First-Order beasts. "We should finish everything quickly to bring workers to this place. The bodies of the First-Order existences are a treasure no matter which way one looks at it, and losing even one of them would be a sorrow." Shangyuan Bingzu nodded in agreement and pointed out, "Indeed, not only are their pelts and shells extremely tough and hard, some even like metal or surpassing it, the flesh of their bodies and the blood is extremely nutritious for the human body." The flesh and blood of First-Order creatures were not only extremely delicious when it was properly cooked, but it could also grant free stat points to those who were weaker and even help to cure illnesses such as colds. Fortunately, in addition to the 4 First-Order soul stones, Wu Yijin had also found a skill scroll that was given to Bai Zemin. He simply put it in his bag to look at it later, since the sun was barely illuminating the thick forest with the approach of night, and he knew that it would be better to finish the ride as soon as possible to maximize their safety. Soon, the 3 of them left the area and went deeper into the forest. /////. Phew, Bai Zemin loudly exhaled a sigh of relief when he finally saw the military camp a few meters ahead. All along the way, his muscles had been tensed to the max and he was on constant alert. This was because the appearance of the 10 First-Order creatures and the other unclassified beasts was too abnormal. Generally, the beasts fought each other since they had no intelligence. They just followed the instinct to constantly evolve without stopping. Therefore, Bai Zemin had been waiting for the appearance of some monster or anomaly, just like when they had not yet left the university grounds, where the existence of the mana embryo had caused the creatures in the area not to fight among themselves, suppressing the fierce instinct within them. However, it seemed that his concerns were unnecessary, as there was no trace of a creature capable of threatening the lives of the trio present. Shangyuan Bingzu also let out a faint sigh of relief, showing that he was not the only person present who was worried about the dangers that might lurk further down the path. From the terrifying appearance of the sea of wolf spiders to the pack of unclassified beasts under the leadership of the 10 First-Order creatures, no matter which of the two situations it was, both were extremely dangerous. A normal human being or even an armed army would have been annihilated without a doubt under such attacks. In fact, if not for Bai Zemin's irregular existence, Shangyuan Bingzu herself and Wu Yijin would have been killed by the sea of spiders. Even if Shangyuan Bingzu did not faint due to her arachnophobia, her mana and stamina would have been exhausted before she managed to get out of the arachnid ring. As for killing over 100,000 beasts single-handedly, it was not something a first-order being could accomplish just because they were a higher order. Therefore, it could be said that only Bai Zemin's group currently had the qualifications to reach this place, and perhaps a few outstanding geniuses or lucky people who had their own fortuitous encounters. Unknown to Bai Zemin was that several hundred meters distance away, on a tree, a small ape with a head almost as big as its body was gazing at them coldly. The ape's body was slender and about 5 feet tall. Its two bulging eyes flashed with intelligence that a normal monster should not possess, and the beast seemed to hesitate before leaping from the tree and fleeing in a southwesterly direction, disappearing into the dense foliage of the forest. Bang! Bai Zemin kicked the double metal gate sealing the entrance to the military settlement, sending it flying several meters and causing a rather loud bang to echo everywhere. A group of zombies near the entrance turned their pale faces and their lifeless eyes fixed on the group of 3 that had just entered the facility. With growls that seemed to come from the depths of their throats, the 20-plus zombies began to stagger toward them while waving their hands. Wu Yijin and Shangyuan Bingzu sighed at the sight of the military uniform the zombies were wearing. Although they had guns on their waists and a few of them even carried machine guns on their backs, the zombies did not know how to use weapons. They just moved forward and scratched or bit out of instinct. Bai Zemin did not care whether these zombies were brave soldiers of the country in the past or not. To him, anything that stood in his way of survival and his family was an enemy that needed to be eradicated. Therefore, without even hesitating, he pulled out the desert eagle he had hidden on the inside of his full coat and pointed it forward. A thunderous bang sounded, and 50 meters ahead, a zombie in military uniform received a bloody hole right in the middle of its forehead, before collapsing with a thud on the floor. With the skill Special Forces soldier, Bai Zemin was comparable to the best elites of humanity before the apocalypse. Therefore, his shooting skill was almost perfect. In fact, he was confident of successfully hitting his enemy's head as long as he was a maximum of 200 meters away from him. Attracted by the sound of the loud gunshot, more and more zombies were attracted by the noise and began to move towards the entrance of the military camp with staggering steps. Chapter 169, Surprise Attack. Holding his Desert Eagle in his right hand, Bai Zemin aimed at the zombies and fired continuously. His expression was so nonchalant that he looked like a person playing a target shooting video game on a console, rather than a person who was firing a real weapon to take the lives of people, who in the past were the protectors of his homeland. The zombies were constantly moving, which made it difficult to aim and greatly decreased the hit rate. However, this was only for a normal soldier. From a distance of less than 100 meters, it was simply impossible for Bai Zemin to miss unless the zombies' movement speed was infinitely higher than the current one. Therefore, each shot impacted powerfully on a zombie's forehead, exploding their heads and staining the ground with blood and brain matter. After finishing the first magazine, Bai Zemin took out another one and calmly replaced it before resuming the one-sided slaughter. With each shot, a zombie would fall and Bai Zemin would step forward. Although he could simply decapitate them all, he wanted to improve his current marksmanship even more. While it was true that the Special Forces soldier skill gave him a high level of hit rate, he himself could improve that marksmanship by practicing on his own. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him for a moment before hesitating and pulling out a Type 54 pistol from her waist. She took a second to aim at a zombie more than 30 meters ahead, and then pulled the trigger without changing her expression. Bang! A bloody wound appeared on the zombie's head, and the creature deprived of all reasoning fell lifeless to the ground. A small orb of soul power came out of its body and entered Shangyuan Bingzu's body. However, the difference between the soul power gained and not having gained anything was not so big to the current her. Bai Zemin looked at her with indifferent eyes before continuing to shoot. However, he was secretly surprised by her marksmanship. Seeing her shoot in such a manner made his thought that she was part of a powerful family only increased even more. Although it was possible that she had obtained some skill scroll that granted her such marksmanship, his instinct told him that this was not the case here. Wu Yijin shrugged her shoulders at the sight of the two of them shooting zombies to death, and stood in a corner as she surveyed the surroundings with her big eyes filled with curiosity. Because she had not trained in any martial arts or anything similar, Wu Yijin had been just an ordinary girl without any outstanding physical prowess before the intervention of the soul record on Earth. In fact, Bai Zemin was not much different from Wu Yijin in this respect. Although he was stronger and faster than the average person, he was completely within human limits and was nothing exaggerated. However, after being constantly enhanced by the power of the soul record having absorbed the soul power of different types of beings, both of them had acquired a number of different combat skills that increased their overall power by a wide margin. It was just that these skills consumed too much additional mana and stamina, so they could not be depended upon at all times. Furthermore, while it was true that evolved first-order creatures were almost completely immune to firearms, this type of existences were still relatively rare in comparison. Therefore, the firearms created by mankind were extremely useful and powerful against unclassified enemies. Mastering marksmanship and increasing the hit rate of shots not only prevented stamina from being consumed, but as a consequence, the chances of survival in different situations would also be higher. After Bai Zemin and Shangyuan, Bingzu drew all the zombies after making a commotion with more than 40 shots. He unsheathed his Qianyuan sword and rushed forward like an arrow. His right hand seemed to turn into a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, the heads of several zombies flew through the air, bringing with them seemingly endless torrents of blood. Shangyuan Bingzu was not far behind either, as with a simple wave of her hand, several ice bullets appeared above her, and in the next instant they shot out towards different targets. The zombies that were hit by the ice bullets died regardless of whether they were hit in the head or not. This was because they were all turned into frozen ice statues before exploding into pieces, filling the ground with tiny pieces of ice that looked like beautiful, delicate crystals. After eliminating the zombies, Bai Zemin in the company of the two women explored the military camp carefully to make sure that there was no hidden danger. When the group wiped out all the hostile beings inside the military camp that were moving freely, they divided into two groups. Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin went to check the parking area for heavy vehicles with military weapons. As for Bai Zemin, he hurriedly ran to the storage locker where the armaments were kept following the directions Wu Yijin had given him before. So that's how it is, Bai Zemin muttered to himself. In front of him, a metal door that was firmly closed with several electronic security locks barred his way. The door was obviously made of extremely strong metal capable of resisting external firepower. However, you can't stop me. He unsheathed his Qianyuan sword and placed the tip on the metal door. Then he pushed inward, easily piercing through the door until half of the over a meter-long sword blade had disappeared out of sight. Like a knife slicing through hot butter, the Qianyuan sword's blade easily cut the military security door open in half in a matter of seconds. The Qianyuan sword might not be able to pierce the defense of first-order creatures that exceeded level 40 by a wide margin. However, being able to pierce the defenses of an armored vehicle, cutting this metal door was not a challenge at all for Bai Zemin. Boom! The multi-ton heavy door fell heavily backward, and the ground shook fiercely, causing several cracks to spread across the thick concrete walls of the vault. Bai Zemin took a step forward, but just then his blood will skill activated, and his expression changed slightly. Bang, 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 bang. A golden shower of bullets from inside the vault suddenly fell on Bai Zemin, and his body was hit countless times. A dozen men dressed in military uniforms held Type 56 semi-automatic assault rifles in their hands, and opened fire without hesitation, while looking in the direction of the door with eyes filled with fear. Due to his bronze skin skill, which gave him a tougher and more resistant skin than any living being before the awakening of mana with the intervention of the soul record, normal bullets could no longer hurt Bai Zemin. Only armor-piercing bullets or heavy weapon bullets could actually pierce through his defenses. However, that did not mean that he was immune to bullets completely. Bai Zemin quickly raised both arms in a cross and hurriedly covered his face and head as pain flashed in his eyes. Chapter 170 Fu Kigang. Bai Zemin backed up several steps while raising both arms in front of his face, covering most of his head. The muzzles of the guns in the hands of the military roared in sync, and covered his body with hundreds of shots in a matter of a second. However, all those bullets simply ricocheted and flew to the ground, falling with loud metallic sounds. Bai Zemin's full coat was a rare grade treasure capable of protecting him from smaller caliber bullets, but it did not protect him against intermediate caliber bullets, let alone high caliber bullets. Fortunately, with his passive bronze skin skill and his full coat working in tandem, 90% of his body only felt a slight tingle that was easily ignored by him. However, the same could not be said for the area of his legs below the knee and his bare hand. Bai Zemin's face wrinkled slightly due to the pain, and for a moment the urge to slaughter all the people inside the armed arsenal consumed him. However, he fought against that desire and forcibly suppressed it. While these rather old vintage gun bullets did not have the power to really hurt him, his internal organs were as weak as they had always been in the past, so it was extremely painful to receive such metallic impacts at such speed constantly. The broken bronze bell was currently recovering its depleted power within the pocket of his full coat. After all, about an hour ago, the defensive barrier was completely crushed by the First Order Frost Control Lion's magical attacks, and it needed 24 hours to recover its power again. Bai Zemin took a side step, and his body swayed, disappearing from the sight of the armed military men. Disappeared. He really is a monster. It's over, we're dead. The soldiers began to wail. Remember, a middle-aged man with an average appearance but with a brave and stern expression, apparently the leader of this troop, shouted, "If the worst comes to the worst, then we will detonate this whole place and take this demon with us to hell." Behind the wall, Bai Zemin rubbed his hands together, and seeing the white marks he couldn't help but grimace as he cursed under his breath. He had not killed the military for two reasons. The first reason was because these military men had fired immediately out of fear of what was happening in the world outside the vault. Even with so many guns, they had not yet left the place, which meant that whatever they had seen outside had destroyed all their hopes. Such people were not necessarily their enemies. On the contrary, they could become one of his strongest allies in the early stages if Bai Zemin played his cards right. This was precisely the second reason. He lacked people with military training and skill in firearm control. Not only would it be good for him if these militias obeyed him for a mere reason, if he could get them to become his subordinates, then Bai Zemin could get them to train more survivors under a strict military regime. Besides, Bai Zemin needed people who knew how to operate military vehicles. If Shangyuan Bingzhu and Wu Yijun found armaments similar to tanks or even battle helicopters, Bai Zemin would need people capable of operating such machines, something he currently lacked. "Don't open fire, I'm human just like you," he shouted in a deep voice from his temporary hiding place. "Nonsense," a military man roared from a distance and spat on the ground, "a human immune to bullets from a dozen guns and capable to move at such speed. Ha!" Other military men echoed his words and did not let their guard down. They were still holding on to their weapons tightly, and some of them were even preparing to throw hand grenades. Bai Zemin frowned and replied in a flat voice, "I really am human. Didn't you see the status window? By killing zombies or other types of enemies with your own ability and without using forces that don't belong to you, you can absorb an energy called soul power and grow. That's how I became more powerful." Hearing his words, the military fell silent and looked at each other. Hesitation flashed in the eyes of many, so after a moment they looked at their leader. "Platoon leader Fu, what do we do?" a bespectacled and somewhat thin man whispered to the middle-aged man. Platoon leader Fu fell into deep contemplation. Seeing this, some of the military men became agitated and began to shout that they should fight to the death. "Platoon leader Fu, don't believe him. You yourself saw how cruel people have become now. Platoon leader Fu, let's fight. With all this weaponry, even if we have to die, we will drag him with us." Seconds turned into minutes, and Bai Zemin finally began to lose his patience. Although he valued the bravery of being willing to die fighting in times of crisis where there was nowhere to run, he did not have too much time to waste trying to convince a group of people. There were still many things that needed his direct intervention before they could get going properly. "Too bad," Bai Zemin sighed. His eyes grew cold and his body began to exude overwhelming murderous intent that made the military men's faces turn pale. To survive, to become stronger, and gain the power needed to fulfill his promise as well as to find and protect his loved ones, Bai Zemin had killed tens of thousands of zombies, nearly 30 First Order beings, hundreds of thousands of mutated animals and insects. To say that he had walked over mountains of corpses and stepped on the bones of so many living beings while bathing in their blood was no exaggeration. His once white and innocent hands were long gone. Therefore, Bai Zemin's murderous intent was powerful. Murderous intent was something a normal person could never feel. However, the military men inside the weapons vault were not normal people. Therefore, they could sense death coming closer and closer. Wait a moment. The voice of the man called Platoon Leader Fu rang out and stopped Bai Zemin's movements momentarily. Platoon Leader. Platoon Leader Fu. The military looked at him in shock and exclaimed loudly, however. Shut up, you all shut up for me. The immediate superior's reprimanding shout echoed through the thick walls, and all the military men unconsciously shut their mouths. As soldiers, following orders was something that had already become deeply ingrained within them. The man the military referred to as Platoon Leader Fu looked towards the place where Bai Zemin's voice came from, and while taking cover behind a large metal box filled with ammunition, said in a friendly voice, "Little brother, may I know what your name is? My name is Fu Qiging, leader of the 10th Platoon of the 4th Military Company belonging to the 2nd Battalion of this base. I would like to chat with you." Hearing the words of the man named Fu Qiging, Bai Zemin secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as they could chat, then he was confident in taking things to where he wanted them to go. Chapter 171, Betrayal. Bai Zemin really did not want to kill the group of soldiers inside the vault, as he felt it would be a pity to lose men who certainly had enough courage to fight to the death. Therefore, he was relieved that Fu Qiging was not a small-minded person and managed to keep at least some logical reasoning in his head. After all, if Bai Zemin wanted it, he could end all of their lives in a second. Fu Qiging probably also noticed this when he saw how Bai Zemin was fine even after taking so many direct shots, so he decided to bet. Bet that the person who had opened the vault was a friendly human and not a hostile one or some kind of strange monster. "It's Bai Zemin," Bai Zemin replied in a deep voice. Seeing that there was still room to chat, Fu Qiging involuntarily let out a sigh of relief before regaining his composure and continuing, "Bai Zemin, how are you? I apologize on behalf of my men for what happened just now, but as you probably know better than I do, the world is no longer what it used to be in the past." "Forget about that." Bai Zemin waved his hand even though he knew he could not be seen and continued with a frown. "Do you know the situation outside? What happened here? From what I have seen outside, there are several parts of the military camp that were destroyed, and there are several lifeless bodies lying all over the place." This was a question that Bai Zemin had hovering in his mind from the very beginning. The collapsed places might have been made by a beast, but the problem was that many military men had been massacred by gunfire. Such a thing was not something a beast could do. Before Fu Qiging could respond, the wind howled and Bai Zemin appeared like a ghost in front of him, only 5 meters away. "Now we can chat better," he smiled and nodded. The military men's faces turned white as their eyes glittered with disbelief and fear. Involuntarily, they took a step back and aimed their guns, but they didn't dare fire and just eyed the young man before them cautiously. "He is fast." Fu Qiging's pupils contracted slightly, and for the second time, he accepted that the world had indeed changed. After all, such frightening speed was not something a human from the past could possess. "Put down your weapons." Fu Qiging sighed and waved his hand behind him. However, seeing that the soldiers did not lower their weapons and still looked at Bai Zemin in the same cautious manner, his expression began to slowly sink. Seeing this, the soldiers slowly lowered their weapons and stopped aiming, but they still held on to them as if their lives depended on it. So, Bai Zemin insisted with a friendly smile. Fu Qiging sat down on a closed metal box and gestured for Bai Zemin to sit down, which he did. Then, Fu Qiging began to explain the situation of the military camp and what he knew so far. It turned out that in the past, this military camp had a total of 5,000 armed men. It was not a particularly strong base as it was actually destined to store and protect vintage rather than modern weaponry, and while there was some heavy weaponry, it wasn't too much either. Hearing this, Bai Zemin couldn't help but feel a little bitter inside. However, upon further thought, such a thing was only natural. After all, Yanqing District was not known for its large population, but rather for its forested areas and large mountains. Therefore, it did not make sense to have so much firepower in such a place. Besides, even if it was vintage weaponry, it was more than enough to deal with hordes of zombies and groups of unclassified monsters. At first, while it had been a bit difficult to have to shoot at their zombie-turned comrades, The soldiers who managed to resist the wave of mana that entered their bodies managed to recapture the military camp. Because the military camp was deep in the forest, the military had to contend with several mutated animals arriving alone. With the weaponry present, this had been a fairly simple task. However, everything changed after the first 8 days. Fu Qigeng sighed and his eyes seemed to flash with irreconcilable pain and hatred. He gritted his teeth and continued. 3 strange beasts attacked us on the 9th day. All 3 were wolves, but the size of those wolves was like that of a horse. Fortunately, in the hangar there were some battle tanks, and with them we managed to kill the 3 wolves, but the cost was enormous. Over 200 of our brothers were killed worse than rats, and we consumed 1/5 of the ammunition to load the tank cannons. Wait a minute, Fu Qigeng. Bai Zemin interjected with a frown and asked worriedly, why do you say there were tanks? Tanks were destroyed. Battle tanks. The absolute lords of the land, the true kings of the battlefield. Even first-order existences couldn't resist the attack power such machines possessed, and just one was enough to wipe out an army of zombies as long as it had ammunition. When he heard that there were war tanks, Bai Zemin felt his heart skipped a beat. However, the more he listened, the uglier his expression became. The military men behind Fu Qigeng clenched their guns so tightly that their fists turned white. Their eyes were filled with anger and pain as they recalled events from the past. It was the commander, no, it was that dog surnamed Jin and named Shun. Fu Qigeng spat with hatred and even referred to his immediate officer by his name with a thirst for revenge. Due to the attack of the giant wolves, Jin Shun wanted to take us all out of the forest, but several of us refused because we had received orders from the central government to protect and guard this area from any enemy attack. As soldiers, our duty is to follow orders from the highest. Fu Qigeng said demurely before continuing. At first, the conversation had apparently only been Jin Shun's casual idea, as he never mentioned the matter again. However, 2 days later, he along with more than 1,500 men left during the night, taking with them the tanks and most of the vehicles mounted with guns, leaving behind some 500 who were unwilling to follow him. They even killed many brothers on their way out. The only thing they could not take with them was this weapons vault because, when we sensed something was wrong, I and part of my platoon closed in and let no one into the place. In fact, the only reason we have managed to hold out so far is because there was some compressed food here, or else we would have been forced to leave in search of food. Fu Qigeng finished and his face sank even more. Bai Zemin looked at the empty plastic bags in the corner and understood the matter. It turned out that they were betrayed, abandoned, and due to the lack of heavy weaponry were forced to hide like rats since they did not have the power to fight the first-order beasts that ran rampant like the supreme lords of the forest. Chapter 172, Armament. Fu Qigeng, why don't you bring your men and join me? Bai Zemin proposed. His face was serious as he said word after word. The world as we know it has fallen. The society of the past and the rules no longer exist. The whole globe is in chaos with zombies and mutated animals running freely in the streets while humanity hides in a corner like sewer rats, barely subsisting. Hearing Bai Zemin's words, Fu Qigeng secretly sighed and looked somewhat disappointed. However, Bai Zemin continued. Of course, I am neither a hero nor so naive as to want to save mankind, but I will do my best to create my own safe place. For myself and for my loved ones, I need to fight against enemies. And while I'm at it, I wouldn't mind helping other people as long as they are not a heavy burden to me. Fu Qigeng felt relief in his heart, and a small smile rose on his face. In fact, the reason why he had decided to have a serious conversation with Bai Zemin was mainly because the compressed food was running out. At most, the military would have food for another week, and if they took special care, maybe 10 days. However, after that what? Fu Qigeng knew that with the current firepower, it was impossible for his 13-man team to leave this forest safely. If one of those giant wolf-like creatures appeared, then the whole team would undoubtedly be annihilated. Therefore, he had wanted to bet on a strong person to get out of here. As for the future, Fu Qigeng had not thought that far ahead. For him, the main priority was to leave this hell surrounded by warm-looking but secretly dangerous trees and flowers. However, when he heard the first words of the young man in front of him, Fu Qigeng was disappointed and thought that someone young was really not good at leading. To be a hero, what Fu Qigeng needed was a leader with his feet firmly on the ground, not a delusional hero who lived in an imaginary world. He could not simply leave the lives of his brothers in the hands of such a person. Fortunately, his fears turned out not to be correct. Fu Qigeng nodded as if satisfied with his answer and looked at Bai Zemin calmly before saying, "We can decide once we leave this place." Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and his mind rushed wildly as hundreds of thoughts flashed in his brain. After a moment, he smiled slightly and said, "Sure. I have a village set up with a perimeter of about 10 kilometers around secured. You and your brothers can rest and eat something there before you decide." Fu Qigeng was slightly surprised, expecting more resistance from Bai Zemin. However, since the other party was so affable, it was all the better for him. "Good, then let's do that." Fu Qigeng laughed out loud and made a military salute, to which Bai Zemin replied with a smile. Of course, he knew Fu Qigeng's thoughts. Before making a decision, Fu Qigeng needed to check how strong Bai Zemin really was and what he was capable of. After all, he could not leave a hell to dive headlong into another, even worse one. Besides, Fu Qigeng probably also wanted to see what his leadership and ideas were like in the short or long term. Only then would he decide whether to join under his standard or not. But this is also fine. Bai Zemin thought secretly. He just had to do what he had been doing so far and everything would work out naturally. Then, Bai Zemin smiled slightly and pointed at the several closed metal boxes before saying, "Do you mind if I take a look at my spoils of war?" Although he wanted the soldiers to become his subordinates, Bai Zemin would definitely not give up the weaponry. He had gone through a lot to get this far, and he was going to take it by hook or by crook. The face of one or two military men changed slightly upon hearing his words. After all, it was their mission to protect these weapons. However, Fu Qigeng nodded and said matter-of-factly, "Go ahead, all yours." "Then, excuse me." Bai Zemin chuckled and took out a fiber cable from his backpack. Then he walked over to one of the boxes and tied the cable to the top before walking away and pulling it tightly to him. Bang! The cover sealing the box fell heavily to the ground, revealing ammunition inside. Bai Zemin did not stop and opened all the boxes one by one using the same method. His greatest defense, the broken bronze bell, was without power. Therefore, Bai Zemin did not dare to act casually. If there were any booby traps inside the boxes, then his life could end just like that, and he wouldn't even have time to regret it later. Fu Qigeng knew that he was being cautious and did not confide in them. That was why he was doing what he was doing. However, Fu Qigeng did not feel upset. On the contrary, he was even happier because the more cautious the leader was, the less danger his subordinates would be in. After opening more than 20 boxes and finding several 100,000 rounds of ammunition and even tank cannons, Bai Zemin looked at Fu Qigeng and asked with a frown, "What about the guns?" "They are here, follow me." Fu Qigeng chuckled and led him to the back of the vault, revealing a hidden door in the wall. Seeing this, Bai Zemin was secretly glad he hadn't killed everyone, or else it might take quite some time to find this door. From the outside, it looked like just another extension of the wall, and there was nothing different to identify the hidden door. Upon entering the hidden room, Bai Zemin's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached one of the shelves filled with weapons. Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, Type 53 heavy machine gun, Type 67 heavy machine gun, Type 81 assault rifle, Type 79 assault rifle, Type 81 rifle. Many types of firearms developed between approximately 1950 and 1990. All of them had great firing power, and even some with great destructive power. Even now, Bai Zemin himself would not be able to survive if a 7.62 caliber bullet hit him in the head. But this was not all. "Ha ha ha ha, I really won big this time." Bai Zemin laughed out loud inside as he rushed over to the bottom shelf and picked up a modified 88 type marksman rifle carefully. This type of rifle was similar to a normal sniper, but with the difference that it was capable of firing bursts like a semi-automatic weapon, being even more lethal as its scope allowed it to take out targets from over 1 km range. Incendiary bullet and armor-piercing bullet. Bai Zemin's eyes sparkled as he saw the magazines next to the gun. Even his head would burst into a mess of blood if someone shot him with this kind of weapon, capable of firing such horrendous bullets. "If you like that toy, I think you'll like this one here even more." Fu Qigeng's voice attracted Bai Zemin's attention, and he quickly walked over after putting the Type 88 rifle back in its place. A Swiss AT-4, anti-tank rocket launcher with temperature tracking and target lock. Bai Zemin gasped, and his steps stalled when he saw the high-tech weapon carefully placed on a shelf. Chapter 173, Hanger. The reason why Bai Zemin was so surprised was because the weapon before his eyes possessed massive destructive power. In fact, The destructive power of the AT-4 was in no way inferior to that of a battle tank when it came to comparing cannons. The AT-4 was a rocket launcher developed in Sweden that was sold throughout the world with great success. It possessed not only thermal sensor, but also remote-controlled target lock, and was generally used to neutralize enemy armored vehicles or fortifications. With this type of weapon, Bai Zemin was sure to make a first-order existence explode into 1,000 pieces regardless of its level. Ammunition. Bai Zemin anxiously approached in search of the missiles. He was aware that without proper ammunition, this AT-4 was just a pile of useless iron and threatened no one. Opening an orange box, Bai Zemin felt his heart beat faster as he discovered at least 100 rockets carefully lined up waiting to be used. Great, Bai Zemin exclaimed secretly. Although he already had powerful rare-grade treasures in his hands and even possessed 2 magic-grade treasures, the reality was that to fight against hordes of enemies, the modern weapons created by mankind were still more useful temporarily. At least the trend would continue until humans began to evolve properly, and the current weaponry became ineffective, having to be replaced by soul record treasures or by weapons created by mankind itself, using materials from the mutated and evolved monsters. While it was true that there were many cowards among mankind, there were also many brave ones. Bai Zemin firmly believed that if the worst came to the worst and everyone was backed into a corner, even the most cowardly would at least try to take a bite out of their enemy. Survival instinct was something that could not be underestimated. Even a small rat would jump up and bite if it was cornered, and even cats would fight dogs if they had no choice. Just as Bai Zemin and Fu Qiging were chatting about the weaponry, the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside, the secret room caught the attention of all the military men. Frightened and cautious after being betrayed and used once, the 12 men raised their guns and pointed toward the door with gazes determined to open fire at any moment. "Stop, they are my teammates." Bai Zemin's deep voice rang out and the military men unconsciously lowered their firearms. When they realized it, it was already too late, and only then did they realize that they had obeyed someone else's order. Fu Qiging's eyes glittered strangely, and he looked at the young man in front of him with a hint of surprise. Such an aura of leadership and authoritative bearing at such a young age. He was definitely not normal. Of course, Fu Qiging had no way of knowing that Bai Zemin had been leading a group of survivors since the first day of the Soul Record's arrival. The aura surrounding his body was slowly molding into that of a noble and worthy leader, so every word that came out of his mouth had a half-polished authoritative tinge on it. When Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun arrived at the armory and saw the piles of open boxes, as well as the huge pile of yellow and orange ammunition sorted by type and caliber, they were surprised to see empty ammunition casings on the floor as well as the lingering smell of gunpowder. After a moment, the 2 women found the door to the secret room wide open, and upon entering saw Bai Zemin along with a group of 13 people. "Military survivors," Wu Yijun murmured in puzzlement. She had thought that all the survivors on the base had been killed by zombies or some other wild beast from outside. Shangyuan Bingzu was also a little surprised, but that surprise soon disappeared and her indifferent look fell on Bai Zemin before she said, "Bai Zemin, you probably want to come take a look at this." "Oh," Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow and seeing the slight glint in Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes nodded. "All right, you lead." Shangyuan Bingzu nodded, and after giving a quick glance at all the weapons neatly arranged on different shelves, she turned around and began to lead the way in silence. With Shangyuan Bingzu in the lead along with Wu Yijun, Bai Zemin followed them through the facility while cautiously scanning the surroundings. After all, he was in a place in the middle of a forest filled with strange and dangerous beasts like the elusive chameleon. On the other hand, the military men looked at the 2 women with surprise. The skin of both was in perfect condition, their bodies were graceful and seductive, their faces seemed to have been carved to represent goddesses, and the arrogant and proud aura their bodies emanated was definitely not something a normal woman could have. After more than a week of total confinement, the military men naturally had their own physical needs, so at the sight of such women, several of them became agitated. However, none of them dared to even give a single extra glance at the 2 beauties, as they could somehow tell that both of them were not people to play with. /////. The group walked for more than 10 minutes in silence. Under the lead of both women, they were taken to what appeared to be a large hangar approximately 20 or 30 meters high. The metal door that separated the inside of the hangar from the outside was nowhere to be seen. Instead, small pieces of ice the size of a baby's fist were scattered all over the floor, their number undoubtedly numbered in the tens of thousands, sparkling like diamonds. Fu Qigeng was surprised when he noticed that the door was missing. Before locking themselves in the weapons vault, they were sure that this place was in perfect condition. However, his face soon changed, and as if he had thought of something, he hurriedly bent down to pick up a piece of ice. His eyes widened in shock and a gasp of surprise fled from his mouth. The military men looked puzzled to see their platoon leader's attitude, therefore curious. They also picked up pieces of ice. However, everyone's expression changed when they saw that inside the frozen ice, metal pieces were sealed. Each piece of ice had metal pieces locked inside. Fu Qigeng and the military men looked at the two women standing next to Bai Zemin with eyes filled with fear. Fortunately, none of them opened their mouths to say any comments earlier, or else they might have been sealed in ice and then destroyed into small pieces. Seeing Bai Zemin's strange look, Shangyuan Bingzu shrugged and said coldly, "It's simpler that way. Anyway, look at this." Bai Zemin shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He followed Shangyuan Bingzu into the hangar, but after walking a couple of steps, his expression froze for a moment before a big smile appeared on his face. "Lucky for you, little Zemin." Lilith's voice reached his ears. She had been strangely silent, but perhaps sensing his joy, she decided to encourage him more. "With these toys, your labor will become simpler in the first stage of evolution." Chapter 174, Coming Out. Bai Zemin nodded silently before looking over at Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin with a smile on his face. "This discovery is great. Now, our group will not only have a better prospect of facing danger and surviving, but it will also greatly boost everyone's morale." Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin, understanding perfectly what it meant to possess control of what was inside the hangar, could not help but have their eyes light up even more upon hearing Bai Zemin's statement. Fu Qigeng took a stupefied step forward as he stared in front of him with wide eyes. Parked at the rear of the hangar, two Bradley-type M3 IFVs were pointed toward the now destroyed door. Next to them, two large military tarpaulins had been casually tossed to the ground, showing that they were previously covered. This type of IFV was especially known for its terrific firepower, extremely high all-terrain mobility, and several armor plates capable of resisting even the impact of 30 armor-piercing ammunition. Undoubtedly terrifying monsters and among the most powerful of the IFVs. In addition to the two M3 IFVs, there were 10 vehicles mounted with Type 92 and Type 67 heavy machine guns. Military jeeps, ATVs, even 5 modified trucks. Why are these things here?" one of the military men remarked, dumbfounded. "Didn't they take all the vehicles with heavy weaponry that dogged Jin Shun and the rest?" "It's not that they didn't want to take them away, it's that they couldn't do it or saw it unnecessary at the time for some reason." Bai Zemin walked over to one of the IFVs and touched the helmet of the vehicle. Then he turned to look around and pointed to the empty spots. They took the battle tanks and the vast majority of weapon-mounted vehicles, more than enough for a group of 1,500 men. While the M3 IFVs were powerful even among their kind, against the real king of the land, the battle tanks, they were not worthy of mention. It took 3 or 4 M3 IFVs to stand a chance of destroying a single tank, which was proof enough of the power of this type of machine. It was more than probable that at the time of retreat, Jin Shun and the rest of his men would decide to leave these M3 IFVs behind for lack of manpower capable of operating them. After all, this type of weaponry was useless for anything other than transportation if the weapons could not be operated, which in this forest filled with danger would eventually become more of a burden than a help. "Bai Zemin, what do we do now?" Wu Yijin asked, seemingly worried. "The sky is completely black now. If we go out in this darkness, we will be vulnerable to wild animals with enhanced senses." Bai Zemin thought for a moment before looking at Shangyuan Bingzu and asked her opinion about it. "What do you think? Should we go in search of Chen He and the rest now, or just wait until dawn?" The reason he asked this question was that he wanted to see what kind of response Shangyuan Bingzu had. Bai Zemin considered her a very important person in his group. Not only was she extremely intelligent and powerful, but she could also keep a cool mind in most situations and regardless of the danger quickly think of countermeasures. This was precisely why she managed to defeat a first-order New Age monster that was 22 levels above her. Now, he wanted to see whether she could maintain rationality in this situation or not. That way, he would know where her limit was and be aware of what situations she could not be reliable to lead in. Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes flashed inquisitively, and she half-closed her eyes outwardly. She seemed to hesitate as she did not speak for almost a full minute. No one interrupted her, and simply looked at her in silence. "We should leave at dawn." She finally spoke her thoughts. "If we leave now, not only will we endanger the lives of all of us, but we might also end up attracting wild beasts outside, giving trouble to others." Bai Zemin's eyes glittered slightly. He nodded with a composed expression. "Good. Let's make it so then. We'll leave tomorrow morning at first light." The military camp naturally had several huge rooms with many beds inside. They were destined for the soldiers to rest during the night or when they were off duty. Therefore, Fu Qigang's group took one large room for themselves, while Bai Zemin's group took another. While they considered themselves allies, there was still some resistance. After all, it hadn't even been 2 hours since they had met. It took a little more time for trust to begin to grow to the point where they could comfortably lock eyes with each other. After a quick dinner consisting mainly of mutant beast meat, everyone fell asleep comfortably. The soldiers slept with smiles on their faces, satisfied with their first real meal after several days of eating compressed food that was only used in emergencies during wartime. //. The next day, Bai Zemin's group left the forest early in the morning. They even had breakfast on the way without stopping their steps. On the route, they occasionally encountered some mutated beasts or mutated insects, but were easily decimated by the 3 main fighters without even using a single bullet. The soldiers held on to their guns tightly as they cautiously scanned the surroundings. But they gradually realized that the 3 people in front of them were simply monsters. They could no longer be considered normal humans from their point of view. The soldiers' world seemed to turn upside down when they saw with their own eyes how the cold and indifferent Shangyuan Bingzu crafted ice pikes to end the lives of her enemies, or when the beautiful and warm Wu Yijin used the surrounding grass to trap her enemies and cut them into pieces. As for Bai Zemin, he just casually swung his sword a couple of times all along the way, killing some enemies just out of boredom. Since they did not encounter any major setbacks, after walking for 2 hours, the group finally reached the main road and immediately saw the 2 modified jeeps on the side partially covered with branches and dry leaves. The soldiers sighed in relief as they saw the sunlight clearly again, without being surrounded by thousands of trees. Some of them could not help but shed tears of joy and comfort as if they had won a second chance at life when they had already given up. In fact, from a certain point of view, it was not wrong. After all, had it not been for the appearance of Bai Zemin and the 2 women, the soldiers would have ended up being killed by some wild beast and then eaten or starved to death inside the weapons vault. Unconsciously, the caution the soldiers felt towards him diminished, and the look in their eyes became a little warmer. After all, they were aware that the person who had saved their lives was the young man who led the 2 women. Chapter 175. Everything will come in proper time. At first, He was surprised to see the military men. His surprise only increased even more when he saw the large military bag that Bai Zemin and the other men were carrying on their backs, barely revealing the butt of some guns. In fact, he had also seen the Type 88 marksman's rifle slung over Bai Zemin's shoulder and had been drooling over that weapon. After all, while his own Type 85 sniper rifle was powerful, it could not compare to the Type 88. Regardless of whether it was firepower, accuracy, range, or penetration capacity, the Type 88 rifle was undoubtedly multiple times better. However, his attention soon turned to Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin. He approached his childhood friends and began asking how they were and asking questions related to the mission trip and the military camp. Shangyuan Bingzu also seemed to notice He's genuine worry. She, along with Wu Yijin, began to narrate the events that happened slowly as they sat in a corner. On the other hand, Bai Zemin approached one of the modified jeeps they had come here in and ordered the driver. "Go back to the village. I want you to tell Kai Jingyi that I need her along with Zhang De to bring a group of 200 worker survivors and another group of 100 survivors who were approved to join the armed militia. Any questions?" The driver of the vehicle hurriedly shook his head. However, he soon seemed to think of something and hesitantly said, "This, Leader Bai, could you send someone with me, just in case?" Bai Zemin thought about it for a moment and nodded. He looked to his side and casually asked, "Platoon Leader Fu Qigang, would you like to go and visit the beginning village? That way you can get in direct contact with one of my trusted subordinates. He will guide you through the place and there you can see the survivors. It will also be better for you to familiarize yourself with the rules of the place." Fu Qigeng was silent for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. In fact, he was curious and wanted to see what kind of place this beginning village led by the young man beside him was. Only then would he feel more at ease and be able to wholeheartedly join him. After all, he needed to be sure that the person he was entrusting his life, and the lives of his men to, was not a total lunatic. Bai Zemin gave a few more instructions to the driver, and then, the modified jeep set off in a northerly direction, directly towards the beginning village. Fu Qigeng had taken 2 other men armed to the teeth with him, so security along the way would be at least considerable. The reason Bai Zemin wasn't worried or afraid that Fu Qigeng would try anything funny after arriving at the village was because not only were there several of his brothers in arms here with him, but Fu Zufeng and Kang Lan, who would be staying in the village protecting the house, were by no means weak. Especially Kang Lan. The current Kang Lan was capable of releasing 5% of his total strength in times of crisis, thanks to the fact that she had willingly agreed to become his loyal follower. Moreover, she, just like Kai Jingyi, had also acquired a powerful skill from Bai Zemin. This was a gift he had given to both girls as a welcome. // For the driver together with the soldiers to reach the village to communicate his orders, and then return to this place, would require a travel of at least 20 hours, considering that Kai Jingyi and Zhang De needed some time to reunite the survivors required by him, and organize everything before departing. Therefore, Bai Zemin and the rest had nothing to do but wait patiently. Inside the forest, about 100 meters away from where the others were, Bai Zemin was sitting on a not-so-high branch, about 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Leaning against the main trunk of the tree, with one foot firmly resting on the thick branch and with the other swaying gently in the air, he stared straight ahead with a calm gaze. The wind whistled, and Lilith in her real form appeared at his side. She looked at his face before looking at the place he was looking at before asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" Bai Zemin remained silent for over 2 minutes, not answering. Lilith also did not speak again, and simply remained seated next to him, as she softly hummed a strange melody, and swayed her slender legs that floated in the nothingness in rhythm. After what seemed like an eternity of silence, Bai Zemin finally opened his mouth. "Lilith, can you tell me about yourself?" Lilith looked surprised and her melodious humming stopped. She looked at him for a moment before asking with a smile, "What do you want to know? You already know my name. You also know that I belong to the demonic army faction under Lucifer's leadership. And you also know that I have absorbed enough soul power to become a 6th-order being." Bai Zemin smiled bitterly and rebutted, "Doesn't that mean I know nothing about you?" "Oh," Lilith raised an eyebrow and focused her full attention on his next words. "I don't know your age, I don't know what your favorite food is, I don't know if you have a family or not, what your favorite season of the year is, I don't know what your favorite color is either. I also don't know." Bai Zemin went on to name several other things he didn't know about her before stopping so as not to continue an endless loop. Lilith looked at him in surprise and then, he concluded, "Although I barely have some free time to relax and many times we don't even have time to chat, just feeling your presence somehow calms me down. At first, I thought this was due to the fact that you were the person who helped me when the soul record destroyed my peaceful life. However, I soon realized that this is not so." Lilith's heart suddenly tightened. However, her smiling expression did not change as she asked in puzzlement, "And then why is it?" Bai Zemin frowned tightly and was silent for a long time before smiling bitterly and shook his head. "I'm trying to find the answer to that as well. And something is telling me that you have the answer I'm looking for." "I see, but you'll have to keep looking for it yourself." Lilith chuckled before stood up and stepped into the air as she walked slowly away, leaving behind a few words. "When you become strong enough, all the answers will come to you naturally. Even if you don't look for them, everything will come to you in proper time. There are things that are better not to know until you have the power to do something about them, otherwise it will only do more harm than good. Work hard, little Zemin. I'm cheering you on from the shadows and from the light." As he looked at the empty space in front of him, Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he whispered softly, "Just, who are you, Lilith?" In the end, he just shook his head slightly and took out the only photograph he had with his family, his most valuable treasure. It was getting closer and closer to being able to meet them once again. He barely slept 3 or 4 hours during the night, because even when he was lying in his bed, he was racking his brain thinking on different ways to become more powerful and to grow his small faction in order to reach his loved ones and give them a safe place in this chaotic world. What more would he not want than to be able to reach them now? What more would he want than to make sure they were really okay? Bai Zemin was aware that his family might as well be dead or starving while they were hiding in some corner. However, there was nothing he could do about it but to approach step by step to avoid falling. Only a part of one of the many forests in Yanking district had managed to give him so much trouble. Bai Zemin could not even imagine how many dangers there were out there. Therefore, I don't just need to be stronger myself, he spoke to himself as he looked at the picture in his hands. I also need manpower. A few fierce lions or a large number of ants should be enough. Chapter 176, Future Plans. Time passed very quickly. Before Bai Zemin even realized it, he had remained in the same position in the same spot for a total of 5 whole hours. However, time was relative. When a person was doing something they found boring, the pointers of the clock seemed to stagnate in place, barely moving. But when a person was doing something they liked or loved wholeheartedly, the pointers of the clock seemed to be in too much of a hurry to make countless turns. Wasn't it ironic? The moments we wanted to pass quickly were the ones that seemed to last forever, while those moments we would like to last forever seemed to be over in a second. Although 5 whole hours had passed, with only 2 more hours to go before the sun began to descend on the distant horizon, Bai Zemin continued to contemplate the image in his hands with eyes filled with longing and overflowing affection. In fact, he was so absorbed with the faces captured in the photograph of each of them that he did not even notice when someone approached him, only realizing it when they entered a range of 10 meters distance. For the first time after so many hours, Bai Zemin stopped looking at the picture in his hands and looked down from the tree he was sitting on. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him from the ground, her clear eyes as cold as millennial ice, but strangely, with a small enchanting flame within them, briefly glanced at the picture in his hand before looking him directly in the eyes again. Although she couldn't see the faces in the portrait clearly due to the angle, she had managed to make out 4 people, 2 male and 2 female. Even without asking, it was quite obvious to Shangyuan Bingzu that this must be his family. Still, she couldn't help but ask, "Is that your family?" Bai Zemin looked at her for a moment before nodding slightly. He turned the portrait so she could see it better and slowly pointed, "My father, my mother, and my little sister." The picture had been taken more than 12 years ago, so it was somewhat old. However, Shangyuan Bingzu noticed the care with which the small picture had been treated as, while it was a bit faded in some corners, it was mostly in perfect condition. "I see," she nodded slightly. Her voice was indifferent, but it was not an indifference meant for arrogance, but an innate indifference that seemed to come from her very soul. "You all seem very close." Bai Zemin found her last words a bit strange, but he didn't think too much of it as he simply replied, "Of course we are. We are family after all." Shangyuan Bingzu stared at him for 2 seconds before nodding and turning her eyes back to the picture once more. The couple, who were then in their early 30s, looked genuinely happy with smiles on their faces as they hugged the 2 8- or 9-year-old children. The little boy had a mischievous look shining in his eyes, while the little girl was clinging to a small gray stuffed rabbit, her eyes looking as limpid and pure as the clearest water in the world. Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes sparkled strangely for a moment before she closed her eyes and turned away. As she walked out of the forest again, she remarked, "Although it's kind of late, we decided to prepare something to eat since we're kinda hungry. You should eat something too." Bai Zemin followed her slender back with his eyes until she disappeared into the thick forest trees and scratched his head while muttering, "How strange." However, he soon began to feel hungry, so he decided to follow the advice she had given him. After all, it had been many hours, and after the quick breakfast he had had while leaving the military camp, he had not eaten anything. Basically, since the previous night's dinner, Bai Zemin had not had a proper meal. After climbing down from the tree with a nimble jump, he landed softly on the ground and walked towards the outside of the forest. Backslash, backslash, backslash. The wait seemed to take forever. While Bai Zemin's group waited for the arrival of the group of survivors to begin work, none of them had anything particularly appealing to do, so they simply chatted among themselves, devising plans to improve the power of the beginning village. They also brainstormed about what to do next. In the end, the idea most liked by Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, Wu Yijun, and Chen He turned out to be the same: move in a southerly direction and move into Baekwin Camp. The Baekwin Camp had been established by the mayor of the Baekwin sub-district of the Yanking district. In addition, according to the radio broadcast, the military had managed to establish a large security perimeter, currently with more than 10,000 survivors. Bai Zemin had decided to make a trip to Camp Bakwin personally. In addition, Wu Yijin had insisted on going with him, something Bai Zemin accepted after careful consideration. Wu Yijin was the granddaughter of the premier of China and knew many powerful people. Perhaps her presence would make things easier for him in case he decided to negotiate with the high command of Camp Bakwin. As for Shangyuan Bingzu, she also wanted to go as she wished to see with her own eyes the place set up by the government. However, Bai Zemin rejected her outright, telling her that he needed someone powerful protecting the beginning village. If a first-order beast appeared, Chen He and the rest could repel it if they united and worked as a team. However, if two first-order enemies or a high-level enemy appeared among the first orders, then only Bai Zemin himself and Shangyuan Bingzu had the power to defend against such existences. In the end, Shangyuan Bingzu stopped insisting as she knew that Bai Zemin's words made sense. Therefore, she and Chen He together with Fu Zufeng and Kang Lan would stay behind protecting the house while he was away. Time went by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 6 a.m. of the next morning. The sun had not yet fully risen and the sky was almost completely black. Only the faint glow of the sun could be seen appearing far away, so far away, and faint that the stars were still visible. Bai Zemin, who was sleeping in a huge military tent brought from the military camp, opened his eyes when he heard the sound of engines gradually approaching in this direction. A few meters away, Shangyuan Bingzu's blue eyes opened and a cold chill flashed within them. A few seconds later, Chen He also woke up just at the same time as Wu Yijin, followed by the soldiers who quickly picked up their guns lying at their sides. No need to worry. Bai Zemin waved his hand and slowly stood up. His bones creaked softly and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of pleasure before calmly saying, "They are here. It's time to get to work." Chapter 177, Master. They are here. It's time to get to work. Hearing Bai Zemin's words, they all looked a little lost due to the fact that they had only just woken up. However, some of them soon understood what he meant. Shangyuan Bingzu was the first to stand up. She said nothing and simply followed him out of the tent in silence. Wu Yijin soon reacted and also rushed outside with renewed energy after a long, sweet night's sleep. Chen He tousled his hair and sighed, still drowsy. Instead of leaving immediately, he began to check his guns carefully. After all, these guns were his main source of security. Outside the military tent, Bai Zemin surveyed as Wu Yijin straightened her body to shake off the traces of lingering rigidity. Her seductive body was extremely charming to look at, and her big eyes that seemed to sparkle with childlike curiosity only added another layer of charm on her. Shangyuan Bingzu was doing the same. Her flexible body moved in different angles, highlighting the curves that her combat dress could barely dissimulate. She had trained in different martial arts from an early age and had even studied fencing when she started elementary school. Due to her constant training, Shangyuan Bingzu had forged a perfect seductive body no matter where one looked at it. Fortunately or not, the only man currently present was Bai Zemin. However, he only glanced at them for a second before turning his eyes back to the main road. Perhaps the two women knew that he would not pay too much attention to them or look at them with lust, and that was why they had dared to act freer around him. After all, they already knew quite well what kind of person Bai Zemin was. In fact, for Bai Zemin, there were only 3 goals in his mind. The first was to become more powerful, the second was to find his family, and the third was to help Lilith. The last 2 goals directly aligned with the first. As for sex, naturally Bai Zemin was interested. After all, he was an extremely healthy young man. However, while it was true that through sex he could release a great deal of accumulated tension and mental fatigue, Bai Zemin was aware that now was not the time for that. According to Lilith, if he could reach a certain threshold of power, he would be able to live forever. Therefore, Bai Zemin was not in a hurry. He had time for that sort of thing. Now there were more important things to worry about. Soon, the roaring of engines could be heard more clearly. The lights of several vehicles glowed brightly amidst the darkness as the wheels spun at a steady speed in the middle of the road. From a distance, Bai Zemin and the rest could clearly see a convoy of more than 10 vehicles moving toward them. Leading the charge, a modified jeep was speeding ahead while 2 modified buses, 3 large cargo trucks, a tanker truck, and approximately 5 ATVs with modifications followed close behind. The sound of engines approaching the forest naturally attracted unwanted attention. Swoosh! Suddenly, a mutated cat over a meter tall jumped out of the grass and charged toward the convoy of vehicles. Due to its high agility, the beast managed to hit one of the buses with its sharp claws. Screech! However, except for the screeching sound, the metal casing protecting the bus did not even suffer a mark. Just as the mutated cat was about to continue its assault, a shadow swooped out from inside the front Jeep at a speed even more astonishing than that displayed by the mutated cat previously. The wind howled, and the next thing the mutated cat saw was its own headless body as the world around it reflected through its pupils, spinning rapidly before everything went black. A pretty, shy-looking woman looked at the corpse of the beast with a casual glance. The female police officer's uniform clung to her slender body, while her hair tied in a simple ponytail danced gently in the forest breeze. The female police uniform was mostly black, as were her hair and dark eyes, so except for the Agarth dagger in her hands that flashed with a faint blue glow, she looked like a brave and fatal night assassin. As she looked ahead, she noticed that the convoy continued to move forward. She simply smiled slightly, and with a quick movement, her body flashed, and in a matter of seconds she had caught up with the vehicles, and a moment later had overtaken them. Soon the woman, barely about 18 or 19 years old, arrived in front of Bai Zemin and looked at him with a small shy smile. "Sorry to take so long, Leader Bai." Bai Zemin chuckled and shook his head as he praised, "You did well, Kai Jingyi." He, she giggled like a little girl. From the moment she became one of his loyal followers, the trust between the two parties had grown immensely to the point where there was practically no need to hide anything. Therefore, Kai Jingyi had become more open and was no longer as reserved towards him as in the past. Shangyuan Bingzhu, Wu Yijun, and Chen He, who had just arrived, observed the exchange between the two sides with curiosity. Soon, however, everyone's attention turned to the vehicles that had stopped at the roadside. A tall, muscular Zhang De got out of the passenger seat of the lead jeep and walked toward Bai Zemin. He smiled and nodded in greeting as he said, "Leader Bai, we are here to carry out your orders." Bai Zemin raised his thumb in his direction and nodded with a smile. Zhang De and Kai Jingyi were two of the four people who had decided to follow him from the beginning. Consequently, the trust between them was naturally higher compared to the rest. Soon, another person got out of the back seat of the main jeep. She was also wearing a female police uniform. Although her face was not as charming as Wu Yijin's baby face, nor as beautiful as Shangyuan Bingzhu's fairy face, her body was tantalizingly seductive. Every curve seemed to have been carved by the hands of a pro-slain expert, and the aura surrounding her had stolen everyone's attention from the first moment she showed herself. Upon seeing her, Bai Zemin couldn't help but chuckle. She was someone who had been by his side at all times, just that the others were unaware of it. Of course, this person was Lily, the human form Lilith had taken to appear before everyone. "Master, excuse my insolence." She began to speak in a pitiful tone as soon as she reached his side and lowered her head as she raised her eyes and looked at him through her long black lashes. "Although you did not order it, I decided to come on my own. I am willing to accept any punishment. I will take the consequences." When those words were heard by Chen He and the rest, a somewhat awkward silence enveloped the place. Chapter 178, 100 Warriors. Even a fool would be able to notice the teasing tone in Lily's speech. In fact, the soldiers came to think that perhaps that average-looking but the somehow incredibly attractive woman was the woman of the leader of this group of survivors. However, Chen He and all those who knew the truth were aware that in reality, Lily and Bai Zemin had only met a couple of days ago. They had become so close in such a short time. Could it be that they had really known each other from before the apocalypse? Wu Yijun was secretly surprised as she eyed Lily warily. The fact that Lily dared to joke with him like that meant that there was at least this much level of trust between them. Shangyuan Bingzhu even raised an eyebrow in surprise. She looked at Bai Zemin, waiting to see what his reaction to the teasing words would be. As for Bai Zemin himself, he stared at Lilith in her human form before chuckling with a calm expression. "I guess I'll have to punish you." He reached over and with his right arm clung to her slim waist, pulling her body close to his in a swift movement that surprised everyone. Even Lilith herself was surprised. However, her surprise soon seemed to fly out the window as she pursed her lips into a charming smile as she stared at him as if daring him to do so. Looking at her blood-red lips, Bai Zemin was tempted to take them for himself. However, he knew that not only was the timing not right, but the circumstances and the atmosphere was not right either. "I'll deal with you sooner than you think, little succubus." said Bai Zemin as he slowly loosened his grip and released her. She merely looked up at him with her enchanting bright eyes. Her smile never left her face, and she seemed to be silently telling him that she was waiting for him. Bai Zemin did not seem concerned in any way about the thoughts of others. In fact, regardless of whether it was the soldiers or the group that Kai Jingyi brought with her, they all looked at him with smiles that any man could understand. All right, I think Kai Jingyi has already explained to you the work you need to do. He looked at the group of approximately 200 survivors and continued in a deep voice. Most of you will start dismantling what is possible from the bodies of some mutated beasts that were killed by us. As for a minority, you will be tasked with searching for and collecting an object very similar to this one. Saying that, Bai Zemin took out an unclassified soul stone from his pants pocket and showed it for all the survivors to see. This was one of the soul stones obtained from the wolf spiders that had been slaughtered by him when they entered the forest. The survivors looked at the small rock and nodded, expressing understanding as they etched the appearance of the object in their minds. If it was something that even the leader was so eagerly looking for that he didn't hesitate to mobilize so many people, then it definitely had to be something extremely valuable. If you do your job well, each person will be rewarded with 50 grams of rice and a slice of beef jerky, Bai Zemin announced. Hearing this, the eyes of the survivors sparkled with fiery fervor. To these people, no matter how valuable those blue-colored stones were, from their point of view, they were just pretty stones. For this group of people who had experienced the suffering of having their stomachs growling with hunger, food was the biggest attraction that existed at the moment. For food, they were willing to give their 200% and work hard because they were clear. Behind their backs were hundreds of people waiting for the opportunity to be recruited to work in order to put food on the table of their homes. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. Bai Zemin nodded in satisfaction as everyone seemed to understand. He soon turned his attention to the other group of 100 survivors. These 100 people were in better shape than the rest, and most of them were men, but there were also some women mixed in. They were all neatly dressed in police uniforms and looked at Bai Zemin with eyes brimming with respect. These people had been chosen by Wu Yijin to be part of the beginning village militia. It was just that, due to the lack of firearms, these people were forced to fight with melee weapons, but they were all brave warriors who did not fear the slow zombies. Under the guidance of Kai Jingyi and the rest, these 100 people had an average level of 2 and 3, but there were also some of them who had reached level 4. As for level 5, only 7 of them had that level. These 7 were the first to kill zombies during the capture of the second village. You have done a stupendous job. Bai Zemin looked at Kai Jingyi and Zhangde, praising them honestly. While he and the others went into the forest in search of weaponry, Kai Jingyi and the rest had by no means been idle and had taken men to kill zombies in the vicinity of the village. In little more than a day, these 100 people had risen several levels, taking their first steps on the path of evolution. While it wasn't much, for Bai Zemin it was a big first step, and he was incredibly pleased. You are all brave warriors, he declared in a deep voice. Therefore, each of you is worthy of receiving the best possible treatment. Excitement shone in the eyes of the 100 warriors, and they clenched their fists tightly. Many of them had suffered bullying from the 4 big bosses in the past, and there were even some women who had been physically abused or beaten. But after being welcomed by Wu Yijin, Bai Zemin and the other leaders treated them all with respect, gave them the best housing, they were able to eat the best food, and even occasionally enjoy luxuries such as cigarettes. These 100 survivors were so grateful to them that they were willing to fight with their lives on the line to achieve their goals. In this new world filled with death and misery, where human life was worth less than a piece of dry bread, having a leader who not only gave them respect, but also provided them with security was a blessing. This was something they knew well after living under the tyrannical rule of the 4 big bosses. After finishing this mission, all of you will be able to relax for a whole day and spend time with your loved ones or do whatever you see fit, always within the rules, of course. Bai Zemin chuckled and joked, causing some of them to laugh unconsciously as well. Who dared to break the rules? Unless they had a death wish, no one would do such madness. Bai Zemin looked up at the sky and noticed that it was slowly beginning to clear. Now, the stars were no longer visible, and a great part of the sky had been tinged with a beautiful deep orange color, heralding the imminent arrival of a new day. All right, time to get down to business. Saying that, Bai Zemin turned around and began walking into the forest. Chapter 179, Apprehensive. The 200 or so survivors who were gathered by Kai Jingyi and Zhang De were surrounded by the more than 100 men chosen by Wu Yijin to be part of the armed forces of the beginning village. The 100 men were using machine guns, rifles, and pistols. These were all firearms that Bai Zemin had taken out of the military camp the day before for precisely this purpose. Of course, while security was a lot higher due to the modern weaponry, in reality none of these 100 men had the ability to take on a large group of mutated creatures. In fact, probably only a dozen agility-based or especially high defense beasts would be more than enough to decimate them all. However, this would not stay that way for long, as Bai Zemin would not let them get too used to modern weaponry. Modern weaponry would be used by those who did not have the courage to fight enemies face to face. Due to the large amount of people and soul power, it was simply impossible that, after entering the forest, they would not attract the attention of some creatures. This was something that Bai Zemin was very clear about. His greatest fear was actually the elusive chameleons. These monsters were even lower than level 20 and posed no threat to someone with his power. But to 99% of people present, they were fatal creatures, perfect killers. Swoosh! Suddenly, a silhouette jumped from the top of a tree and swooshed like an unstoppable shadow over the group of survivors. None of them even had time to react. The creature turned out to be a 2-meter-tall ape whose fur was completely brown. With bloodshot eyes, the mutated ape raised one of its front legs and slashed down ferociously with the intention of crushing the head of a survivor. The survivor's eyes filled with fear, but his body could not respond in any way, so he could only watch as the mutated ape's claw fell closer and closer to his face. Clang! A shadow appeared between the survivor and the mutated ape's claw at lightning speed. With a somewhat clumsy but at the same time controlled movement, the pretty Kai Jingyi positioned her Agarth dagger in a defensive stance and successfully stopped the beast's advance. Before the mutated ape could even react, Kai Jingyi disappeared from her position and appeared just above its head. With a fierce downward slash, the dagger plunged deep into the skull of the beast, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As other survivors helped the still frightened one, she reached down and pierced the forehead of the slain mutated ape. After searching for a moment, she looked toward the front of the group and shook her head gently. Several meters ahead, Bai Zemin saw that everything was resolved with ease and calmly said, "Let's continue moving forward." Apart from the case of the mutated ape, the group led by Bai Zemin encountered a few other incidents that could be categorized as minor, since thanks to the quick intervention of one of the group's evolvers, no lives were lost. Regardless of whether it was Bai Zemin himself, Shangyuan Bingzu, Wu Yijin, Chen He, Kai Jingyi, or Zhang De, they had all experienced many things since the arrival of the Soul Record on Earth. Combat experience was beginning to grow at astonishing speeds due to the constant danger they faced, and they were all slowly becoming more proficient in their own core skills. My God! Look at all this blood. There are thousands of spiders here. They were all slaughtered. Amazing. Even facing so many mutated creatures, they came out victorious. The most amazing thing is that they didn't even use firearms. When the group reached the part of the forest where Bai Zemin had fought the wolf spiders, everyone's face paled at the bloody sight. The normally brown trunks of the trees were now stained red. The green leaves were spotted with dried blood. Even the surrounding air still had that notorious iron smell of blood. Only those more fearless, or who had experienced many hardships, managed to recover faster, and began to comment on the incredible sight of the hellish scene before their eyes. "All right," Bai Zemin called everyone's attention and pointed to the surroundings as he said, "Start searching for the object I showed you earlier. Whoever finds more of these objects will be rewarded with 1 kilogram of mutated meat." The eyes of the survivors shone upon hearing Bai Zemin's promise. Mutated meat was extremely precious as its nutrients, and the mana it contained could fortify the body. Even those who were somewhat malnourished could recover at astonishing speeds if they consumed mutated meat. Of course, the reason why Bai Zemin was willing to do this was because he currently had a lot of mutated meat at his disposal, and if he didn't do something with it, it would end up falling into a bad condition sooner or later. Besides, that way he could slowly start nurturing people under his banner and use them in times of crisis. He looked at the tall Zhang De and the beautiful Wu Yijin and ordered, "Zhang De, you and Wu Yijin stay here to protect and supervise these people. I will leave behind 50 armed men for both of you to command at will." Bai Zemin left a total of 100 survivors to do the work of collecting the unclassified soul stones. Together with Chen He, Shangyuan Bingzu, and Kai Jingyi, led the other 100 survivors and the remaining 50 armed men deeper into the forest. The reason why Bai Zemin took Shangyuan Bingzu with him, even though she was a first-order existence and would be able to provide more support to the first group, was for obvious reasons. After all, the deeper into the forest, the greater the dangers they had to face in case enemies appeared. This had been demonstrated before, and Bai Zemin had no doubts about it. Moreover, somehow he felt apprehensive for some reason. Therefore, under the confused eyes of Chen He and the rest, he began to hunt hostile creatures whenever they appeared. When the second group of survivors arrived at the battlefield, where the 10 first-order beasts and over 200 unclassified enemies had been slaughtered by Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, and Wu Yijun the day before, they all gasped and stagnated in their own steps. Even Chen He and Kai Jingyi, who had already seen their fair share of first-order beasts, were surprised to see the colossal size of the evolved elephants. This was the first time they had seen such a large beast. They were even bigger than the reinforced iron boar, almost twice the size. Chen He's eyes flashed with competitive light, and he clenched his fists tightly. He had currently reached level 25 and was slowly fulfilling his conditions of evolving to First Order, so he hoped that, at the very least, that huge gap between him and the man he considered his greatest rival since birth would at least shorten a little. If Bai Zemin knew Chen He's thoughts, he probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 180, Hard Dismantling Process. Kai Jingyi's eyes glittered with adoration as she looked at the 10 slain first-order beasts. Just based on the heavy wounds on their bodies as well as the strange state of the blood, she could easily deduce that all of these terrifying beasts had been slaughtered by Bai Zemin. She knew his fighting methods well and knew that most of the time, the corpses of his enemies ended up in 3 conditions. 1. Hacked to pieces by his sword. 2. Strangely with few wounds, but with a large amount of blood around the corpse. 3. Completely crushed, overwhelmed with superior strength and beaten to the point of turning their internal organs and brains into a pile of pulp. If these beasts had been slaughtered by Shangyuan Bingzu, the condition of their bodies would be far less terrifying since every time she killed an enemy, her ice skill almost always froze them along with the blood. To say that her way of slaughtering was beautiful might be the right way to describe it. As for Wu Yijun, Kai Jingyi didn't know much about her since they never chatted too much, and most of the time both women were busy with different tasks. However, Kai Jingyi was completely sure that it was impossible for Wu Yijun to have the ability to kill a first-order existence. In fact, Kai Jingyi herself was hardly confident in fighting a first-order beast. Although she had not yet evolved and was level 24, thanks to a gift that Bai Zemin had given her on the day he awakened right after she and Kang Lan became his loyal followers, Kai Jingyi believed that, with her current battle power, she would at least be able to defend herself, and if she wanted to leave, very few first-order existences would actually be able to stop her footsteps. Soon, under the direct order of Bai Zemin himself, the 100 survivors began to work on the bodies of the first-order beasts. Those with a too-hard shell were cared for by Shangyuan Bingzu herself, who, using a sharp mutant beast bone and activating the blazing ring skill, began to slowly cut through the hard shells of the armored elephants and the bright-scaled rhinoceroses. Due to their deaths, the body of the armored elephants and the bright-scaled rhinoceroses were now much weaker. Although the lingering mana inside still made things difficult, Shangyuan Bingzu managed to slowly break through the tough defenses by making use of the wounds inflicted by Bai Zemin during their fight, and gradually the shells began to fall off. The other survivors worked on the bodies of the frost control lions as well as on the bodies of the impetus bull aura. These beasts were more focused on attack, so their defenses were much lower than those of the armored elephants and bright-scaled rhinoceroses. Making use of bone knives belonging to different first-order monsters, the survivors managed to slowly cut off the upper pelt and slowly began to remove the fur from the beasts. Kai Jingyi, Chen He, and the 150 men armed to the teeth had established a perimeter of 200 meters around. Any beast that came too close was immediately riddled with bullets or simply cut to pieces by one of the 2 main fighters. Gradually, the pelts of the frost control lions and the impetus bull aura were carefully removed and left on the side. Then, the survivors huddled around the body and began to take care of the flesh. They cut the flesh of the evolved animals into small pieces and put them in a large ice chamber that Shangyuan Bingzu had created earlier. Although she needed to provide her own mana to the ice chamber every so often, it was a manageable expense for the current her. If it was before she evolved, maybe it would be challenging. but it was no longer. The blood was collected in large plastic tanks that weighed nothing empty, so it was easy to bring them in. Then, it was placed next to the meat inside the frozen ice chamber. Little by little, kilos and kilos of delicious and extremely nutritious evolved meat began to accumulate inside the ice chamber. After working for 7 hours, the 100 survivors finished off the bodies of the frost-controlled lions and the impetus bull aura, leaving only a pile of bones with some pieces of flesh stuck on them and blood. Surprisingly, the bones of the frost-controlled lions had a faint chilling aura on them, which probably contained some ice-like power inside. After finishing off the 4 weaker ones, the survivors had a sumptuous and juicy meal with a good amount of mutated meat, and then headed for the armored elephants and the bright-scaled rhinoceroses with renewed vigor. Thanks to the efforts of Shangyu and Bingzhu, who worked hard for more than 5 hours, the thick armor covering the beasts' bodies had been successfully removed, and they were currently piled up in a mountain of shiny metal in a corner. As the size of the armored elephants and bright-scaled rhinoceroses was much larger than that of the frost-controlled lions and impetus bull aura, the amount of work for the survivors was naturally bigger. Therefore, Shangyu and Bingzhu, Chen He, and the rest were certain that even if they worked until nightfall, they would not necessarily be able to finish all the work today. Shangyu and Bingzhu looked at the surroundings with a slight frown. After a moment's hesitation, she approached Kai Jingyi, who was several meters distance away observing the surroundings cautiously. Kai Jingyi quickly noticed Shangyu and Bingzhu walking in her direction and straightened her back as she looked at her with unconcealable admiration. If Bai Zemin was her idol, then Shangyu and Bingzhu was a goal to which she aspired. She was not only beautiful and with a unique personality, but also extremely powerful and graceful. Kai Jingyi hoped that one day she could be that kind of woman too. Kai Jingyi, do you know where Bai Zemin is? I can't find him anywhere, and I wanted to discuss with him a matter about the remains of the corpses of the First Order evolved beasts, Shangyu and Bingzhu asked. Her cold and indifferent voice held a hint of confusion. Kai Jingyi quickly shook her head and pointed towards the forest before replying. Big sister Bingzhu, actually, the leader went deeper northeast into the forest. He left hours ago, but I can occasionally see his silhouette flickering through the trees. Shangyu and Bingzhu nodded without saying much about it, and after looking puzzled in the direction Kai Jingyi had pointed out, she returned to guarding the area she was in previously. After all, the established circle needed to be guarded, as a single mistake would allow a wild beast to enter, and the lives of the weak survivors would be compromised. The survivors who were working were just normal people, and even the 50 armed men were barely at the initial levels. A single level 10 beast could cause a massive disaster if it managed to sneak in. Chapter 181 Apparition, Second Order Enemy. As for Bai Zemin himself, he was currently doing another task. So you can't warn me beforehand. His silhouette flickered through the trees and thick foliage at lightning speed as his voice traveled through the place. Swoosh! A 6-foot leopard leapt from the underbrush and opened its jaws wide. Its eyes seemed blood red, glowing madly and filled with murderous intent as Bai Zemin's figure was reflected in them. The smell of putrid flesh assaulted his nostrils, and the creature's long fangs reflected the meager rays of sunlight that pierced the thick branches of the trees. Only a mere inch from his neck, Bai Zemin's face lingered unmoved, as if unaware of the existence of the beast that was about to claim his life. Nope. Lilith's voice rang out right after his question. At the same time, Bai Zemin's body intersected with the mutated leopard's powerful-looking body. As I said before, I cannot interfere in any way in your battles or future battles. I can only help you in small ways when the battlefield is clear of all enemies, and there is not even the slightest possibility of danger, or else I will fall to a lower existence, and a great part of my powers will disappear. I might even die. A sharp light flashed, and slowly a line appeared on the mutated leopard's neck. The beast couldn't even let out a howl of pain as its head fell heavily to the ground, and rolled a few inches before stopping just as its decapitated body fell to the ground, and blood splattered the ground. I see. Bai Zemin nodded calmly as if he already expected such a response. A message flashed in his retina. Blood will, 50%/50%. It was exactly the same message that had been flashing across his retina for several hours now, without any change. With surprising agility, even without activating lightning movement, Bai Zemin's body flashed through the forest without stopping to look for enemies. A mutant cat appeared before him, but even before the beast could let out a menacing cry, it was cut in 2 halves. A mutant dog was cut into countless pieces in a matter of a second. A pack of 50 level 2 mutant mosquitoes burst into a bloody mess after activating blood manipulation and boiling the blood inside their bodies. Regardless of the type of enemy, Bai Zemin slaughtered them all. In fact, it was he who was moving through the forest looking for those enemies. It was he who was aiming for their lives. What is the reason for your trepidation? Lilith's puzzled voice sounded beside him, though she was nowhere to be seen. I don't know, Bai Zemin replied as he decapitated a mutated mantis with ease. I just feel uncomfortable, like something bad is going to happen soon. Lilith remained silent, and a small frown appeared on her beautiful face. Perhaps your danger sense skill, along with your blood, skill are working together to warn you of a very big danger. She didn't sound too sure about it either, but it was the only thing she could come up with since this was the first time she experienced something like this. Just as Bai Zemin was about to reply, his face changed greatly, and he stopped his steps in mid-step while concentrating his hearing to the maximum. Bang, 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 bang. The unmistakable sound of gunshots, and even the sound of some explosions were heard clearly amidst the deadly silence of the forest. But what worried Bai Zemin the most was that's coming from the place where the bodies of the First Order beasts are. Lilith's voice reached him once again. Apparently you were right. I can sense from here the appearance of a Second Order existence. Are you sure you want to face one now? You can just go and leave them behind. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and did not hesitate as he charged forward in the direction of where Kai Jingyi and the rest were currently located. I'm currently at my maximum capacity. I don't think a Second Order beast can defeat me so easily. He had killed First Order existences even before he evolved. He believed that he could do the same to a Second Order as well. Lilith did not respond to his words. She secretly sighed, because a Second Order existence was a lot more dangerous and terrifying than a First Order existence was even at the top. Bai Zemin still had no idea how dangerous such beings were, but he would soon experience it for himself, and Lilith knew from the conviction in his gaze that he would not stop no matter what. I wish you luck. Remember that running away in times of crisis is not for cowards, Bai Zemin. That was all she said, but he did not change his course. On the contrary, he accelerated even more. Lightning movement. Blue lightning flashed over his body like tiny mischievous snakes that appeared and disappeared in different spots. Bai Zemin's body dashed through the forest as the sound of crackling noisily echoed everywhere, as if announcing the imminent arrival of a storm. Backslash, backslash, backslash. Fire! Chen-He shouted at the top of his lungs as he fired a burst of bullets propelled by his own mana at the creature in front of him. Each shot demonstrated his effectiveness as a marksman. Even with a Type 67 machine gun in his hands, every shot struck the monster's head with terrifying accuracy. Zhangde, Kai Jingyi, and the 50 armed men raised their weapons and began firing a blast of unstoppable bullets at the enemy that had appeared with the intention of turning it into a sieve. Due to the lack of military training as well as the lack of special skill like Chen-He's, some bullets missed the target even though it was huge, and many of them only hit the limbs or barely grazed it. However, at a distance of barely 100 meters, it was impossible for such a large flurry to miss completely. Nevertheless, the creature remained standing on its two hind legs as it looked ahead. A glint of disdain flashed in the monster's eyes as it slowly began to advance, causing the ground beneath its feet to shake constantly as if a mini earthquake was shaking the world every few short periods. The beast was a massive 4-meter-tall bear. Its fur was perfect white with some deep black lines in the form of archaic patterns on its chest and back. Its eyes were a startling fluorescent gold color, and the claws on its paws were surprisingly long and sharp enough to seem to be able to slice through the entire world. Bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of bullets hit the giant bear's body per second. When the magazines of the machine guns or rifles ran out, the gunmen immediately changed the empty magazine, throwing it on the ground and hastily replacing it with a new one. However, no matter whether it was a light machine gun, rifle, sniper, pistol, or heavy machine gun, no matter the type of weapon or the caliber of ammunition used, the bullet casings fell to the ground uselessly in a constant metallic clink. Chapter 182, Second Order that cannot be defeated. Each shot from Chen-He accurately hit the bear's head with strange archaic engravings. However, none of his attacks were effective. Although there were many shots that managed to accurately hit the golden eyes of the beast thanks to Chen-He's marksmanship skill, The bear with runes did not even flinch or try to close its eyelids, and simply allowed the piercing bullets to hit its eyesight. It was common sense that the eyes of every living being were the weak point. Regardless of whether it was a mighty alligator, a huge elephant, or a human being, they all had weak eyes, and any kind of attack was enough to severely damage and even destroy it. Not to mention armor-piercing bullets capable of turning a vehicle into a sieve. However, the bear with runes simply continued on its feet. Every time the bullets hit its eyes, they were repelled, as if they had hit an armored plate instead of weak eyes. "Damn it!" a soldier shouted in a terrified voice as he replaced the empty magazine and threw it on the ground before replacing it with a new one. "What the hell is this damn thing?" "Bingzu, this monster definitely isn't a first order," Chen He shouted out loud in a tense voice. If it was in the past, he might not be able to differentiate between first order and something else. However, now that he was about to evolve, he could sense that the creature before them was simply on another level. Regardless of whether it was the reinforced iron boar or any other first-order existence they had encountered so far, the bear with runes was definitely beyond any of them. 50 meters away, Shang Yuan Bingzu's face was pale. Her expression was as cold as frost as her eyes flashed with murderous intent. She could sense that the monster before her exuded an aura of destruction so great that it seemed to be capable of overpowering everything just by its mere presence. To her horror, she realized something. "This beast is even more terrifying than that man," she muttered through gritted teeth. She could faintly sense an extremely frightening aura being released by Bai Zemin every time he fought. However, the beast before her eyes was on a completely different level. This could only mean that the beast in front of them was a second-order creature. This was the first time any member of the group had to face such an enemy, and based on the current situation alone, Shang Yuan Bingzu knew that the chances of making it out alive were not particularly high. Unless that man comes back quickly and has some tricks up his sleeve. With a pale face, she raised both hands high in the air, and while pointing forward with her rare-grade treasure magic wand, she shouted, "Ice spears." The mana inside her body resonated with her command, and the magic she could use moved the mana to activate and shape her ice maker magical skill. The next instant, a dozen powerful ice spears over 3 meters long floated above her head. The ruined bear's eyes glowed slightly, and ignoring the rain of bullets looked to its left, just in time to feel the wind being pierced by several objects infused with mana and magic. What happened next terrified everyone. The beast opened its maw wide, and the strange engravings on its chest lit up with a strange amber glowing light. Shang Yuan Bingzu's face changed, and by instinct, she raised a mighty wall of ice before her just a thousandth of a second before disaster struck. Roar! A powerful sound wave visible to the naked eye, filled with magic and mana, traveled at astonishing speeds through the air, crashing into the 12 ice spears that were in mid-flight. Bang, 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 bang. The ice spears exploded into countless pieces of tiny ice and fell to the ground in slow motion. Because she was the maker, Shang Yuan Bingzu was aware of the destruction of her ice weapons. It was just that she could not believe it. Each of those ice spears had a large portion of her total mana. A single one was enough to freeze a body part of a first-order beast, and all 12 together were more than enough to freeze to death even a level 50 first-order beast, but they were destroyed so easily. You should know that after evolving to First Order and reaching level 33 after facing the horde of unclassified beasts, Shang Yuan Bingzu's ice-like attacks were 20% more powerful than in the past. But even then, the beast before her destroyed her attack like they were nothing. But the unpleasant surprises had only just begun. After destroying the 12 ice spears conjured by Shang Yuan Bingzu, the sound wave only weakened a little, becoming somewhat smaller, before continuing on its way forward. Arg! An armed man clutched his head tightly, releasing the gun in his hands as if an excruciating pain was torturing him. His ears soon began to bleed, and before a second scream of pain could leave his throat, his head exploded in a bloody mess after a loud bang. Arg! He. More than 5 armed men who were in the path through which the sound wave was traveling clutched their heads at almost the same time before, just like the previous case. They noisily exploded and stained the ground around them with blood mixed with brain matter and pieces of broken skull. The sound wave also hit the ice wall that had been erected by Shang Yuan Bingzu at the last second, and destroyed it into thousands of pieces, before finally losing its power and disappearing. Shang Yuan Bingzu's face was as pale as a sheet, and even her beautiful red lips seemed to have lost their color. Although she had avoided being critically injured, she could still feel her own soul shuddering as if her spirit had been harmed. In just a split second and without moving from her spot, the Rune Bear had slaughtered nearly 10 people with just a roar. "Yi Fen!" A soldier shouted with tears in his eyes as he saw one of his comrades tragically dying, without even being able to keep his body intact. "Bastard!" The same soldier seemed to have gone mad as he pulled out 2 grenades, and after removing their safety, threw them towards the beast with all his strength. Bang bang! The grenades exploded immediately after hitting the creature's body, raising a cloud of dust and dirt a couple of meters high. However, even then, everyone despaired at the sight of the Rune Bear's head above without even moving, and its disdainful gaze seemed to become more and more mocking with each passing second. Swoosh! The dust cloud suddenly shook, and the beast's body seemed to become a blur for a moment before disappearing from everyone's line of sight. "Watch out!" Shang Yuan Bingzu couldn't help but shout. She was the only person present who could see the monster's movements with some clarity, but even then she could not match the beast. The next instant, like a ghost, the bear with runes appeared amid a group of armed men. Chapter 183, A Brilliant Woman, Intelligent Kai Jingyi. Shang Yuan Bingzu's voice reached the others correctly. At the same time, she erected several walls of ice in front of the beast to obstruct it. However, none of this was enough to stop it. Swoosh! Just like a ghost in the middle of the night, the Rune Bear appeared in front of a militant and lowered its body to look him straight in the eyes as if it was having a lot of fun with the terrified look in the man's eyes. Before the militant could utter another word, the beast brandished one of its claws with a swift swing of its arm, and as if it were a sword cutting paper, the man's head detached from his body and flew several meters through the air, forming a beautiful but horrifying bloody arc before falling to the ground with a thud. Fire! A militant near the beast screamed in panic and began firing as he took aim in a hurry. However, after several clinking sounds, the militant's head shot skyward just as before, and his body collapsed decapitated as his head fell shortly after with eyes devoid of the characteristic radiance of life in them. And no! Run away! Finally, some survivors could not stand the pressure at the bloody sight and began to turn around to run in different directions. "Idiots, don't run into the forest," Zhang De shouted as he threw a grenade towards the Rune Bear in an attempt to stop it. However, more than 30 survivors ignored his warning and ran into the forest. Not even 2 seconds later, cries of pleading and clemency could be heard from the open clearing. "Don't move from your place. There are still many beasts in the vicinity." Kai Jingyi gritted her teeth, and a sparkle of resolve flickered in her eyes as she activated her most powerful skill. Crack! The sound of a lightning crack echoed across the battlefield, and tiny lightning snakes began to flicker on her body. With a swing, her body disappeared from where she stood, and she quickly charged towards the Rune Bear. Surprisingly, Kai Jingyi was using the same skill as Bai Zemin, lightning movement. Just before leaving to capture the second village, Bai Zemin had given a fruit to Kai Jingyi, and shortly after capturing the second village, a second formerly green fruit fully ripened, he handed it over to Kang Lan. Therefore, his 2 loyal followers possessed in their arsenal of skills an active second-order peak-level skill. "Fool, don't do it," Shang Yuan Bingzu exclaimed. Although she was surprised by Kai Jingyi's skill, she could see her movements clearly as her agility was still superior to hers even with such a skill. This meant that there was no way the Rune Bear, who was even faster than Shang Yuan Bingzu herself, could not follow Kai Jingyi's movements. Indeed, the beast's eyes flashed, and its body seemed to disappear from its position before appearing like a ghost before Kai Jingyi. Shang Yuan Bingzu bombarded the beast with all kinds of ice weapons. Ice spears, ice swords, ice pikes, even tried to stop its movements with ice vines. But nothing worked as the runes on the beast's stomach glowed with a strange amber color, just like the runes on its chest before. All the ice spells exploded just before reaching the creature, and Shang Yuan Bingzu's face lost all color after realizing that this monster possessed an active skill to block magical attacks. With a swift movement, the beast's claw struck Kai Jingyi's body, and from the others' point of view, she hadn't even had time to react. "No!" Zhang De shouted in terror as he watched the monster's claw descend on his companion's body. He and Kai Jingyi, along with Kang Lan and Fu Zufeng, had been following Bai Zemin since the beginning. The 4 of them had become great friends and could be said to be like siblings. How could he not feel pain at seeing a cherished one about to be slaughtered, but not being able to do anything? However, what happened next was unexpected by all. The sharp and seemingly unstoppable claws of the rune bear cut Kai Jingyi's body in two. But instead of a bloody scene, what happened was that her body exploded into countless flashes of lightning that flickered and disappeared in midair. The beast's eyes flashed with a touch of confusion, as if it did not understand what was happening. Just then, the air behind the creature seemed to have a strange movement, and with a loud swing of its claws, a second Kai Jingyi that had appeared was also cut in half. Bang, 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 bang. More than 20 explosions echoed everywhere, and the earth shook fiercely as the rune bear retreated 2 steps. A roar of fury and pain escaped from its mouth as one of its claws came out from its right hand due to the explosions. In front of Shangyuan Bingzu, a Kai Jingyi with a face as pale as a sheet appeared like a ghost. She was panting noisily and was covered with sweat as if she had participated in a 50-kilometer marathon. However, her bright eyes had a glint of pride that was impossible to hide. Even Shangyuan Bingzu looked at her back with obvious praise, understanding what had happened. Kai Jingyi had used one clone to confuse the rune bear. Another clone carrying several grenades took the opportunity to sneak in from behind, and when the rune bear destroyed the clone, the grenades completely exploded and enveloped it in a burst of explosions and fire, damaging it for the first time. It was only now that Shangyuan Bingzu remembered that, before evolving thanks to Bai Zemin's support, Kai Jingyi stood out not because of her strength, but because of her amazing intelligence. Although it was slight and was not completely with her strength, as she used external objects and human technology to accomplish it, the first to succeed in wounding the rune bear was none other than Kai Jingyi, who had not yet evolved to First Order. The rune bear let out a second terrifying roar that made the ears of almost everyone within 50 meters begin to bleed. Through the cloud of dust, the beast's glowing fluorescent golden eyes seemed to be filled with murderous intent as it glared at the human that injured it, while the pain of losing one of its claw-like nails tormented it as blood dripped onto the ground, staining it red. The runes on its chest radiated with a bright amber glow, and a sound wave came out of his mouth again. Only this time there were only Kai Jingyi and Shangyuan Bingzu in the way. Shangyuan Bingzu could have avoided the attack, but seeing that Kai Jingyi couldn't even move, she realized that all her stamina had been completely drained. What a brilliant woman! Shangyuan Bingzu was moved. Activating lightning movement and creating 2 clones as well as holding them for a few seconds had drained all of Kai Jingyi's stamina and mana. Therefore, she had made a final effort to reach Shangyuan Bingzu, as she was aware that the powerful ice mage was the only one capable of helping her now that she had lost all her battle power. Chapter 184, Invincible Second Order. In the past, the reason Kai Jingyi had managed to establish her place among the lower leaders, and the reason she was able to participate in important meetings, even express ideas and give her opinion, was because she had a brilliant mind. She was a woman capable of coming up with great ideas, and this was more than demonstrated at this moment. Roar! The dark runes on the bear's chest lit up again, and the sound wave flew towards Kai Jingyi and Shangyuan Bingzu at astonishing speeds. In fact, were it not for the clear movement of the air, it would be impossible to notice it with the naked eye. Kai Jingyi's face turned pale as a sheet, and all traces of blood disappeared from her face. She no longer had stamina to run. She barely had enough energy to stand, but even that was costing her a lot. She had only managed to cut a fingernail off the rune bear at the cost of losing her combat ability. Worse yet, it hadn't even been done by herself, and the major work was done by the 20-plus grenades. Fortunately, she already knew that the rune bear would attack her and had prepared for it. Swoosh! A wall of ice more than 5 meters thick appeared before her, seemingly out of nowhere. When the sound wave hit the ice wall, it surprisingly did not explode just like the ice spears. It simply shuddered loudly, and Shangyuan Bingzu's face became even more pale, but the wall did not collapse. What kind of attacks are those? Shangyuan Bingzu gritted her teeth and quickly grabbed Kai Jingyi by the waist before jumping back. Bang! The ice wall exploded into thousands of pieces, revealing the terrifying face of the rune bear behind it. The enraged beast let out another rage-filled roar and stomped hard on the ground beneath its feet before its body turned into a cannonball that shot forward. Shangyuan Bingzu also knew that the rune bear would not give up until it finished off the lives of everyone here, especially Kai Jingyi, who had injured it after tricking it before. Ice spikes. Ice spears. Ice swords, ice arrows, ice vines. Shangyuan Bingzu continuously backed off as she cast magic spell after magic spell towards the rune bear. Although her ice creations could not pierce through the monster's defenses completely, and there were barely any ice marks on its white fur, the freezing frost energy had managed to slightly decrease its agility and disturb its movements. It was only thanks to this that she and Kai Jingyi had managed to survive so far. Chen He and Zhang De gritted their teeth until their gums bled, but neither of them could do anything but watch. In fact, it wasn't just the two of them. Everyone present could only watch and pray. Because the gunman's aim was not perfect, none of them dared to shoot since Shangyuan Bingzu was engaging in direct combat with the terrifying beast, and she or Kai Jingyi might end up being harmed by their own allies. The survivors also did not dare to flee into the forest. More than 30 had lost their lives, and from a distance, they could feel the bloodthirsty gaze of many mutated creatures from the shadows. It was clear to all of them that if they tried to flee, they would be torn into pieces and eaten by the wild animals. Staying would at least give them a small chance of survival, though hopes were not particularly high, and it all depended on the beautiful silver-haired woman whose slender body flickered across the battlefield like a shadow as the rune bear chased and roared relentlessly. Although Shangyuan Bingzu's agility was high, it was still inferior to the rune bear, but thanks to her ice creations, she had managed to resist a little. Unfortunately, she soon began to run out of mana, because the ice creations she was using to slightly restrain the bear with runes were much stronger than the ones she normally used, since the normal ones wouldn't be of any effectiveness. Swoosh! The rune bear finally took advantage of an opportunity when Shangyuan Bingzu stepped on the ground badly due to Kai Jingyi's extra weight and lost her balance, which slowed down her already inferior speed. The beast raised a claw high as its gaze brimming with malicious intent focused on the two women of pathetic size in comparison. All its anger seemed to be contained in this strike, as the air around it seemed to be cut into pieces as the tearing sound echoed everywhere. Shangyuan Bingzu knew that it was impossible for her to dodge this attack unless her agility was 2 or 3 times her current one, which was simply insane in her eyes. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and activated the skill she obtained when she successfully evolved to First Order and acquired her unique class Charming Ice. Charming Eye. Shangyuan Bingzu's blue eyes brightened intensely, and the little remaining mana was forcibly moved by her magic, activating the skill and sending all her power into her eyes. A strange aura invisible to the naked eye came from her gaze, and when her eyes met the fluorescent golden eyes of the beast, the rune bear's movement stalled. It was only 2 seconds, but Shangyuan Bingzu took advantage of that time to rush back, creating over 300 meters of distance between her and the beast, even with her stamina considerably consumed. If she had more attack power, she could have tried to counterattack and might even have gained the victory. After all, 2 seconds was too long in a battle to the death between existences capable of moving at such fast speeds. However, Shangyuan Bingzu did not currently possess such an ability. The difference in power was simply as great as when she faced the First Order anti-magic zombie back then. The most she could do was to activate the attack skill of the blazing ring. Crimson flames enveloped the beast and began to slowly consume it. However, 2 seconds later, the rune bear seemed to awaken from its daze when a roar filled with fury that shook the entire forest drove out the surrounding flames after a loud burst of mana. With some burns on its white fur, the beast seemed to turn into a cannonball again, and in a moment the distance of 300 meters was completely erased. Seeing the beast's claw descending, the world seemed to slow down for Shangyuan Bingzu as death weighed down on her. But it did not help her, and a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Her pretty eyes did not glitter with fear or worry, nor did there seem to be sorrow for not having achieved something in her eyes. However, an incredibly bitter and unwilling sparkle shone in them. She was not willing. Unfortunately, she had no more energy to run at full speed, and all her mana had been consumed when she activated Charming Eye. Just then, an explosion of lightning echoed throughout the forest, and the beast's movement stopped as its golden eyes for the first time flashed with a small tinge of dread. The beast quickly halted its attack, and instead lashed backward with its right paw from the top down. BOOM. Chapter 185, Face-to-Face Clash Against the Second Order. The sound of lightning from the distance was approaching at breakneck speeds, even faster than the descent of the Second Order bear's claw. The bitter look in Shangyuan Bingzu's blue eyes disappeared, replaced by a look of pleasant surprise. This man is finally here. Such a thought flashed in her mind along with the appearance of what she thought was gone, hope for survival. The second order bears eyes that, until now, had only revealed emotions of anger and disdain. Towards its enemies widened slightly, and a hint of caution, and even a faint tinge of fear flickered in them. The beast did not dare to act in the same manner as it had been doing so far. It was not even hesitating for a moment before it turned around and swiped its claw from the top down with all its power to greet the incoming attack. Boom! An explosion that was even more terrifying than the 20 grenades exploding together earlier shook the battlefield. The survivors cried out in fright while covering their ears, and some of the gunmen who were closest to the explosion directly fainted on the spot with bleeding ears. Shangyuan Bingzhu had already lost most of her stamina, and the lack of mana in her body made her feel anemic, so being the closest to the center of the impact, she was sent flying almost 10 meters away along with Kai Jingyi in her arms. Shangyuan Bingzhu complained, and even on the ground raised her face to see the situation before her. Roar! A roar that was nothing like the roars it had made before came from the second-order monster's maw. The beast retreated 12 steps as its right arm with which it had attacked previously bled horribly. Spurt after spurt of blood poured out of the beast's arm, which seemed to be covered in bloody cracks. Its once perfect white fur had already been slightly stained by blood, but this time the wound it had received was on a completely different level. A blood-red spear reflected the sun's rays. The tip of the spear had pierced from side to side the second-order bear's arm, stopping right in the center of the palm, which now had a 10-centimeter thick hole through which blackish blood gushed out. The beast looked out into the forest with bloodshot eyes and roared ominously again. Bai Zemin slowly emerged from the shadows of the forest with an expression as cold as ice. He momentarily ignored the beast, and his eyes scanned the battlefield. Seeing the nearly 20 dead bodies as well as the absence of more than 30 survivors, the gaze in his eyes turned cold to the point where even he would be afraid of himself if he looked into a mirror. At the same time, an aura filled with murderous intent was released from his body as he looked at the second-order bear as if it were a dead corpse. This was the first time Bai Zemin had lost soldiers under his banner. What was worse was that the numbers of survivors who had died could not be counted as few, and even if it was already good enough that most of them were alive, considering that the enemy was a second-order existence, he felt the blood inside his body boil with fury. Previously, Bai Zemin had seen from a distance that Shangyuan Bingzhu and Kai Jingyi were about to be smashed to death by the second-order bear, and even with his agility boosted 70 points by lightning movement, it was impossible for him to save them. Therefore, he created a blood spear by directly spending 200 mana points, and taking advantage of the powerful speed boost he threw it with all his strength forward to force the beast to stop, or else it would be seriously injured. After all, a spear filled with so much mana was nothing to scoff at, and even less so when such a piercing weapon was propelled forward at such a terrifying speed. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin was unable to cast his most powerful attack skill, Crimson Blood Judgment. If he launched that skill, he was confident of defeating an almost dead second-order existence. However, everyone in the area would probably also be slaughtered, and such a loss was one that Bai Zemin could not afford. Still, the result was more than satisfactory. Due to burning anger, he couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the beast's right arm, now immobile on its side. As a blood berserker, Bai Zemin's overall attack power increased by 20% when using spears, another 20% when using blood attacks, and another 20% when facing beings more powerful than him. In other words, his job alone granted him a terrific 60% boost in general attack power. However, with blood will fully charged to the top, things were completely different. The current Bai Zemin had 110% more overall attack power than in normal times. Even a second-order beast would have to pay the price if it dared to take such an attack directly, as could be seen on the beast before his eyes. The blood vessels all over the second-order bear's right arm had popped out in a bloody mess. Pieces of flesh came off its practically destroyed hand, and the pain reflected in the creature's gaze was enough for anyone to understand how gruesome such an attack was. Suddenly, the second-order bear stomped the ground beneath its feet with vigor and lunged towards him like an unstoppable torpedo. Bai Zemin coldly snorted and pointed in front of him as he said indifferently, "Bang! Bang!" The blood spear that was filled and created with his own mana exploded with astonishing loudness. The second-order bear stopped abruptly and roared again in pain as the entirety of its already severely injured right hand was sent flying through the air, splattering flesh and blood everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Zemin shot forward at lightning speed and leapt into the air before punching downward with all his might. His fist seemed to want to crush the beast's head, and even the surrounding air could not withstand the pressure, creating a mighty bang. The second-order bear's eyes glowed ominously, and ignoring the pain after losing its right hand, it swung ferociously with its left claw in a mighty swing. Boom! Bai Zemin's fist and the beast's left foreleg collided, and a big shockwave burst out in the surroundings. The ground under the beast's feet cracked tremendously, and surprisingly, for the first time since his strength stat grew so high, Bai Zemin was directly sent flying 20 meters. His body slammed into several trees, knocking them down in the process, and only after destroying more than 5 did he manage to regain control of himself, driving both feet firmly into the ground and leaving 2 lines several meters long before finally coming to a halt. Strong, Bai Zemin's gaze grew even colder. He could feel the blood inside his body rushing, but before he was forced to cough up blood, he activated his blood manipulation skill and slowed down the blood flow immediately, thus returning it to normal. Chapter 186, Bai Zemin into a dangerous situation. Regardless of whether it was the gigantic armored elephants or any other first-order enemy Bai Zemin had faced so far, including the evolving level 50 armored elephant, none of these beasts managed to force him back when it came to pure strength. When his Chunyuan sword was not powerful enough, Bai Zemin would end the life of any of these enemies by bashing their skulls into a bloody mess and crushing their bones with his fists. Unfortunately, it seemed that this was not possible against the beast in front of him. Bai Zemin looked at his right hand for a moment and noticed how it trembled slightly due to the previous powerful impact. In addition, small dots of blood appeared on his skin that was even able to withstand gunfire. At least not with my current strength, Bai Zemin thought silently, and a glint of resolve and madness flashed in his gaze. His current strength stat was 229 points, which made Bai Zemin a horrific monster that was almost 23 times stronger than a human being in excellent physical condition. Of course, excellent physical condition before the apocalypse now was only average at best. One could imagine how terrifying the attack power behind his fists was. But even then, all that amount of attack power compressed into his body boosted by 20% from fighting with bare fists, another 20% from facing an enemy more powerful than him, and another 50% due to blood will, was not enough to fight the second-order bear. The lingering pain in his right hand, as well as the muscle pain his body felt after hitting huge trees to the point of shattering them into pieces, was just too great to be ignored. Bai Zemin, seeing that he had no other choice, decided to do something that, while it was a pity, was the best option since he had no other way to break through the monster's defenses in front of him. With a quick thought, the 62 status points he had been carefully saving and had gathered after leveling up so diligently were consumed in a jiffy. A strange stinging feeling, strange to describe, hit every cell of Bai Zemin's body, and the great increase in stats was such that even he could feel his soul growing stronger, just as when he absorbed a great amount of soul power from powerful enemies. Bang! The second-order bear stomped the ground with a bang and charged towards him like a cannonball. Its golden eyes seemed to have turned blood red as anger, and the desire to end his life overwhelmed its existence to the point that the beast's aura became chaotic. Bai Zemin advanced instead of retreating. He clenched his right fist with all his might and punched forward with all his strength as he raised his left arm to head height to block the incoming attack. Boom! Bai Zemin's fist connected with the beast's left claw again, and a powerful explosion shook the surroundings once more. The second-order bear retreated 5 steps, while Bai Zemin was forced to retreat more than 10 in total. The result had made it clear who had the advantage if it came down to pure strength alone. Even after adding all those points to strength, Bai Zemin was still inferior to the second-order bear. But he wasn't too surprised by this, as considering the way he had been sent flying before, forcing his enemy back and still being able to stand his ground was surprising in itself. You are more powerful than me as far as strength is concerned. Bai Zemin took a step forward as he looked at his enemy, and blue lightning flashed over his body at steady speeds. But I wonder if you are faster than me. He didn't just rely on his strength stat to fight. The sound of lightning spread everywhere as Bai Zemin's body became a blur for a moment before disappearing from the sight of the survivors, who were looking on from a distance with fear-filled eyes. The second-order bear was startled, and its gaze scanned the surroundings until it finally noticed the hated enemy that had wounded it in such a way. The beast also charged forward, and when it arrived before him, it furiously slashed once more. However, Bai Zemin quickly tilted his body at a strange angle, just barely successfully avoiding the beast's claw, and taking advantage of the speed boost, he fiercely punched the beast directly in the stomach. Boom! The second-order bear opened its mouth, seemingly about to roar in surprise or pain. However, Bai Zemin punched the exact same spot 2 more times in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom! With so little time between each attack, the beast's body was lifted slightly off the ground due to the gathered power. The second-order bear felt its internal organs shake violently, and at the same time as a spurt of blood escaped from its mouth, the runes on its chest glowed in a terrifying amber shade. What is this? Bai Zemin was startled and quickly backed away. However, the beast roared just then, and a powerful sound wave assaulted Bai Zemin. For a moment he felt his world spinning, but soon, the spiritual earring in his left ear let out a faint pale glow, and that strange feeling of dizziness disappeared, leaving behind only some headache. Spiritual attack. Bai Zemin was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of attack, so he didn't know how to react to the appearance of one. If not for the spiritual earring that he had obtained by chance after he killed the strongest leader Yi Qigang back then, Bai Zemin might have fallen into serious troubles. However, I can only ignore 2 more spiritual attacks. Bai Zemin quickly remembered that the spiritual earring only protected him from 3 spiritual attacks each day, of which one had already been used. The second-order bear's eyes glowed strangely as it saw that its enemy was fine even after receiving its attack. The beast charged and swiped out again. It seemed that the creature knew nothing else but to strike with its only healthy foreleg. Bai Zemin advanced once more, and after blocking the incoming attack, which almost forced him to his knees due to the power behind the blow, he countered with his own attack and shook the beast once more. However, just as Bai Zemin was about to put some distance, his expression changed tremendously as he realized that he couldn't actually move. When he looked down, Bai Zemin's face turned white as he saw that at some point, the beast before him had managed to step on one of his feet without him being aware of it. With the monster's superior strength, Bai Zemin could not even take a single step back. Seizing the opportunity, the second-order bear swung its left and right arm in one swift movement. Bai Zemin was caught off guard, and his body was tightly embraced by the monster before being lifted off the ground. There was nowhere for him to run, even his arms had been blocked. Chapter 187, Raged Bai Zemin. When the survivors saw Bai Zemin being caught by the powerful arms of the enemy beast, they all cried out in panic and unconsciously wanted to flee frantically, only to be hurriedly stopped by Chen He and Zhang De, who knew that splitting up at this moment would be the worst possible option. Even the leader was caught by that monster. It's the end. The survivors and even the 30-plus armed men turned pale and began to lose all hope. Shangyuan Bingzhu slowly stood up, and her heart squeezed before sinking when she saw Bai Zemin fall into the enemy's trap. This second-order bear was clearly smarter than a normal beast, or else it wouldn't know how to set simple traps or such fighting moves. From the very beginning of the battle, Shangyuan Bingzhu watched to her utter disbelief as somehow or other, Bai Zemin managed to wound the second-order beast and even fight against such a horrific creature. That alone was a pleasant surprise for her and everyone else, as it meant that hopes were not yet as completely dark as they thought. However, it was hard to say that now, considering the situation. The battle so far had barely lasted 1 minute at most, so Shangyuan Bingzhu had not yet recovered enough mana to be able to help and do anything meaningful in a battle of such magnitude. Although her physical stats were high, most of her power came from her main skill, Ice Maker. It was impossible for her current physical attributes to be enough to do anything worth mentioning. Ugh! Bai Zemin growled, and his eyes widened as the second-order bear began to tighten its grip on him with monstrous strength. The eyes of Lilith, who had now mingled with the survivors unnoticed, glittered with overwhelming worry as she looked at the scene from a distance helplessly. Her heart was beating 1,000 miles an hour, and her palms were covered in sweat. She knew how strong Bai Zemin was, but facing a second-order beast was a little too early for the current him. He needed to evolve his main skill before he could have a real chance of killing such a creature. You can't die here. You definitely can't. Your path definitely can't be broken here, she thought to herself with her heart squeezed to the point that it began to ache. Crag, crack. Bai Zemin cried out in pain as the bones in his body threatened to shatter into dust under the beast's cruel grip. A thin trickle of blood trickled from the corner of his lips, and little by little his weak internal organs began to suffer. His blood manipulation skill allowed him to control the blood inside his enemy's body to a certain extent. However, it was not as easy as it seemed. Bai Zemin had many limits. One of these limits was that, depending on the enemy's level and order, the effect of blood manipulation would be greatly affected, reducing the effectiveness of the skill greatly. Lilith had previously told him that for an existence to have a chance of evolving to second order they needed to be level 50. Simply put, the bear in front of him was at the very least level 50. Back then, Bai Zemin had made the first order blazing beetle suffer greatly when he made the blood boil inside its body after expending all of his mana. While it was true that the mana he had in the past was absolutely incomparable to the current one, the difference between the first order and the second order was simply too great, as an existence was capable of acquiring more skills and a new job or upgrading the old one. Still, Bai Zemin tried. He directly consumed 100 mana points with the intention of making his enemy squirm in pain in order to have a chance to escape from its hold. However, the beast's lips seemed to curve into a bloodthirsty smile, and the runes on its body glowed brightly. Soon, Bai Zemin noticed that all the mana he had used seemed to disappear as it entered the beast's body to activate his skill. His face turned pale at the horrifying realization that this beast even had an anti-magic skill. Powerful physical abilities, spiritual attacks, and magical immunity. The second-order bear was undoubtedly one of the worst enemies that could currently exist. The sound of his bones threatening to break spread throughout the battlefield, and Bai Zemin could barely contain his screams by biting his lips hard to the point of tearing them apart. His feet were off the ground, his hands and arms trapped, and his whole body firmly pressed against the monsters so he couldn't even move. It seemed like the end of the line. However, when Bai Zemin thought on his loved ones, on his promise with Lilith, and when he saw the mocking look in his enemy's golden eyes, something seemed to break inside him. Kill me? You want to kill me? I'll eat you alive. Bai Zemin was no longer thinking with any clarity, and the blood in his body began to rush uncontrollably, desiring nothing more than to fight and slaughter the enemy before him. Damn beast, fuck you. After a bellow filled with murderous intent that terrified all the surrounding creatures, Bai Zemin pushed forward the only part of his body he could move, his head. Under everyone's disbelieving and terrified eyes, Bai Zemin opened his mouth wide and viciously bit the bear's left eye. Roar! Bai Zemin's teeth were like indestructible metal pincers. When it clung firmly to that part of the body that was weak but strong enough to even resist the impact of bullets, the beast's left eye exploded in a bloody mess. The bear roared in pain and unconsciously released its grip on him as it backed up several steps with its mind in shock. Swoosh! The wind howled, and before the wounded beast could react, Bai Zemin's fist had viciously smashed its head. Boom! The bear was sent flying nearly 10 meters before falling noisily to the ground. However, before it could move with the pain obstructing its thoughts and instincts, the sound of lightning echoed all around as 3 Bai Zemin appeared and began to strike its already dizzy head. Bang, 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 bang. Although each clone only had 10% of his total power, 10% was enough to make the beast feel no better, considering it had just lost one eye and then received a hard blow to the head. The second-order bear, furious and with a face covered in its own blood, opened its single eye wide and roared ferociously as the runes on its chest glowed brightly. The sound wave struck the 3 clones, causing them to explode into tiny motes of light and lightning. However, just as the beast stood up, the wind behind it shook and a Bai Zemin with a bloodied face appeared. His body was covered in lightning and blood, while the look in his eyes seemed to be bloodshot. It looked like he had transformed into a beast just like the bear. Boom! His fist once again hit the beast, impacting hard against its back, causing the beast to cough up blood and stagger several steps forward. Chapter 188, Invisibility. Seeing Bai Zemin break free, Lilith's eyes sparkled and she unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. The tension on her shoulders largely disappeared, and as she looked at that face that was not especially handsome considering the large number of higher existences and other beings she had seen throughout her life, she felt that even covered in blood it was especially charming. Shangyuan Bingzhu also felt such relief that her slender legs grew weak from the constant up and down of contrary emotions, almost falling to the ground once again. She did not particularly care about the bloodthirsty way in which Bai Zemin broke free, To Shangyuan Bingzu, the method was not what mattered. What was really important was to win and survive no matter how gruesome what had to be done. As if he had gone mad, Bai Zemin charged again and punched the beast's back once more, before it turned around with a fierce backward swing of its claw. Bang! Bai Zemin popped out in a pile of lightning, startling the beast again. Boom! From the top, Bai Zemin seemed to fall from the sky, and with a powerful kick forced the second-order bear straight to the ground, making a crater of nearly 20 meters in the process. Kai Jingyi had the active skill stealth, just like Fu Zufeng. Precisely for that reason she was able to take advantage of this skill along with lightning movement to surprise everyone earlier. However, Bai Zemin's skill was even better than stealth. When the 11 first-order beasts were killed by him, a skill scroll had fallen and Bai Zemin had not seen it until nightfall. He was very surprised when he discovered that the scroll was the first-order active skill level 1 invisibility. Invisibility first-order active skill, level 1, consume 20 mana points to activate. For the next 10 seconds, erase your presence from the enemy's sight. The effect of the skill can be countered by visual skills, and when attacking the effect is automatically cancelled. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. After long consideration, Bai Zemin had decided to learn invisibility. Although he barely had one free slot left for active skills, he felt relieved at this moment as this skill together with the lightning movement cloning skill, he had an opportunity to come out victorious in this battle. Bai Zemin lunged forward and slammed into the beast again before retreating, barely dodging a fierce kick from the monster. While he was in midair, he checked his mana. I still have just over 70 points left, he thought silently as his mind was racing with what to do next. While he seemed to have gone mad, the only thing he had lost was all inhibition in battle. His sense of thought was as clear as ever. Since magic was ineffective unless it was cast at a surprisingly high speed or from a hidden spot, using his blood manipulation skill would not produce a great deal of results. This meant that Bai Zemin could only rely on pure physical power in this battle, and unfortunately, his human physique was inferior to that of a beast that was already more powerful by nature, but now even surpassed him in levels and order. Shangyuan Bingzu, the IFVs. Bai Zemin shouted as he gave her a gaze before dashing like lightning into the distance. The second-order bear, battered and wounded, roared before dashing forward at full speed. Its only healthy eye had nothing but Bai Zemin, who had wounded it to such an extent. It was the supreme lord of this area. Everyone who had dared to challenge it had been devoured with their soul power absorbed. It had even begun to develop a mind of its own with simple thoughts. Such humiliation was simply unacceptable. In just a second, the two disappeared from the sight of all the survivors. From a distance, they could hear the constant sound of explosions and the cracking of lightnings. Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes glittered as she remembered Bai Zemin's gaze and words before disappearing into the shadows of the forest. She ignored the dizziness she felt and appeared before one of the military soldiers. "Do you or any of your comrades know how to control the M3 IFVs?" she asked, her voice as cold as eternal ice. The soldier, startled, nodded and stammered, "I and Shun Yin have some knowledge of." Shangyuan Bingzu interrupted impatiently, "Who is this Shun Yan?" Unconsciously, the soldier looked at one of his comrades. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded, and before the two men knew it, they were lifted up by two huge ice hands. She was not comfortable with touching them in any way and preferred to spend mana to keep them from freezing rather than touch them directly, which, considering her intelligence and the current situation, showed how reluctant she was to do so. Soon, she disappeared like a whirlwind of icy air in the direction of the military camp, leaving behind a few words. "You guys wait here and don't move." Chen He, Zhangde, and a completely exhausted Kai Jingyi looked at each other in fright and quickly got to work. None of them had the power to do anything in such a battle. All they could do was to secure the lives of the rest, preventing the other beasts from getting too close. ////. The second-order bear was incredibly fast. There was no doubt about this. However, with lightning movement active, Bai Zemin's agility stat was 282. Even a second-order beast like the rune bear was slightly inferior, so no matter how much the beast chased, it failed to catch up. As two shadows, one white and one black with blue flashes occasionally glowing around, Bai Zemin and the second-order bear flashed through the forest at speeds that could only be described as frightening from the point of view of any human or creature that had not yet properly evolved. Trees were hacked to pieces by the furious bear without even bothering to dodge them. when a frightened creature appeared in the middle of the road. Bai Zemin unsheathed his sword and in one swift motion cut it in two, thus keeping blood will at its maximum and resetting the timer to 5 minutes again. In just a few seconds, both beings had covered several kilometers of distance, and before he knew it, Bai Zemin had reached the main road as he halted his footsteps in his tracks. The second order bear continued the charge, and when it arrived in front of its hated enemy, it didn't even hesitate as it slashed downward with all its might. Boom! The concrete floor cracked and the earth shook fiercely. A powerful shockwave rippled through the surroundings, and the air erupted in an uproar unable to withstand the pressure of the blow. However, to the dismay and to further fuel the fury of the beast, Bai Zemin had disappeared. The Bai Zemin before the beast once again burst into motes of light and tiny flashes of lightning. Although the second order bear had begun to gain intelligence, it still could not compare to an adult human being like Bai Zemin and could hardly be considered an infant. Therefore, the beast looked at the surroundings in confusion and anger. Let me see how you withstand this now. Bai Zemin thought viciously as his body flew several meters high into the air. ////. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 189, Combustion and Explosion. After creating a clone and leaving it right in his previous position while activating First Order invisibility, Bai Zemin moved like a shadow and jumped high into the sky. In just a second, he had left the ground behind and was more than 10 meters high, but even then he was still ascending. Seeing how the second order bear crushed his lightning clone, and the cracks spread all over the concrete, unable to withstand the impact and pressure of the attack, Bai Zemin's gaze flashed coldly as he turned his body so that the forest where the other survivors and the armed arsenal was at his back. With his right hand extended forward, the blazing ring glowed with a faint crimson radiance as Bai Zemin activated the rare grade treasure skill without hesitation. Bang! A powerful flare of red flames shot out towards the ground in a northwest direction, and the invisibility skill was immediately cancelled. Hearing the sound from above, the mighty beast looked up hurriedly, and under the bright glare of the sun, it could barely see the shadow of its hated enemy several meters away. Not caring about the crimson flames advancing in its direction or perhaps relying on its anti-magic skill, the second order bear put all the strength of its body into its feet, and with a mighty boom on the ground shot into the sky like a cannonball. Seeing this, Bai Zemin laughed out loud. His laughter contained both mockery and anger as the hurricane necklace on his chest lit up with a faint pale green glow, and before the beast could react, a whirlwind over 10 meters in diameter shot out towards the ground, reaching the crimson flames in a millisecond. Boom! The mighty hurricane of wind struck the crimson flames, increasing their power immeasurably. What could previously be considered a blaze had suddenly transformed into a flame monster over 200 meters in diameter at the same time as a powerful explosion shook the surroundings. Bai Zemin was sent flying straight backward due to the power of the explosion, and due to the fact that he was in mid-flight, he couldn't even properly control his body at the same time as the burning heat assaulted his face. However, the second order bear took a much worse part. The beast was directly engulfed by the blazing fire monster, and its seemingly unstoppable body was directly sent flying backward again, hitting the hard ground with such ferocity that cracks with more than 100 meters stretched along the concrete and even extended into the forest. Roar! A terrifying roar that resounded everywhere scared the surrounding beasts, and those who were in the outer areas of the forest could not help against that fear, which forced them to go deeper to get away from the place as fast as possible. Bai Zemin soon landed on the ground 200 meters away and quickly climbed a tree in the forest behind him while looking ahead with a cold expression. Although he could not activate Third Order Crimson Blood Judgment, because it was a skill that Bai Zemin had not mastered and needed a long time to form a weapon that could withstand the power of that skill, only the elemental union of wind and fire from the hurricane necklace and the blazing ring contained power that could not be ignored in any way. When a large amount of wind envelops a flare, it is natural for a powerful explosion to occur due to the sudden increase of oxygen which generates excess combustion. Bai Zemin sneered as he looked at the results of the explosion. The entire forest to the left or right 300 meters away with the road, as the center was practically destroyed beyond recognition. The green grass was gone, replaced by dirty earth. The trees were crushed to the point where they became nothing more than a pile of small wood chips or sticks scattered everywhere. Besides, He narrowed his eyes and gazed as a silhouette writhed amidst the flames that burned the opposite forest. Roar! Roar! The second order bear writhed in pain as it roared steadily. At the moment of the explosion, the beast had used its handless right arm to cover its head. As a result, its entire arm had been sent flying into the distance, which showed how terrifying the power of the explosion had been, which was completely normal considering the great destruction of the surroundings. The reason why such an explosion did not happen when Bai Zemin activated Crimson Blood Judgment was because Crimson Blood Judgment was a magical skill that united different magical skills perfectly by using blood manipulation as the main catalyst. However, without blood manipulation as the core, the two magical skills of the two treasures came into conflict due to their obvious differences, which caused such a horrifying explosion. All of this had already been calculated by Bai Zemin. But now he needed to see how much damage he could inflict on his enemy. The deep crimson flames resembled a raging sea that surrounded the second-order bear's body at the same time as it spread a little into the opposite forest. The beast roared not only in pain but also to shake the surrounding flames. Each roar charged with mana, and the beast's own magic sent out blasts that expelled the flames from its body. However, these flames were immediately replaced by other flames without giving it a single break. Even so, Bai Zemin noticed to his dismay that the sea of crimson flames seemed to be gradually being extinguished, as if a freezing winter storm suddenly swept through the world. At the end of the day, a second-order beast was a beast that possessed two magical skills or even more, especially the bear in front of him, who also possessed terrifying physical abilities such as outstanding agility and terrifying strength, as well as a large amount of stamina. Approximately 2 minutes later, the flames surrounding the beast were successfully expelled. The previously snow-white fur of the second-order bear was now 100% scorched to the point where the strange archaic runes on its body could no longer be seen anywhere, as its entire body was carbon black. Its only healthy eye glittered with pain, anger, shame, exhaustion, and many emotions that would normally be impossible to perceive in the eyes of an animal before the intervention of the soul record with the earth's mana. Its entire right arm was gone, and burnt-smelling blood was steadily pouring out of its body, as what appeared to be a cloud of fiery vapor surrounded it. "Not so brave now, big guy," Bai Zemin sneered, earning a roar from his enemy. Without waiting for more, Bai Zemin confirmed that he had just over 50 mana points remaining, which meant he could activate invisibility only 2 more times or any other skill a few times depending on his own control. Then, he lunged forward and clenched his fist tightly before fiercely striking the beast's chest with a powerful bang. Wounded in such a way, the beast had lost a large part of its power. Receiving Bai Zemin's punch directly in the chest, the huge bear was sent flying like a kite whose string had been cut while blood splattered everywhere. ////. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 190, Fierce Battle to the Death. The second-order bear reacted faster than Bai Zemin expected, as even before he could strike a second punch, the beast turned its body and roared while the runes that were on its scorched fur glowed brightly with a demonic amber color. The sound wave that represented the activation of a spirit-type attack skill flew towards Bai Zemin. However, he decided not to jump aside and instead continued charging forward. As the spiritual attack assaulted his mind and soul, the spiritual earring in his left ear let out a faint pale glow. Bai Zemin's mind cleared immediately, leaving only a small headache similar to a small prick. "I can only take one more attack head-on," Bai Zemin thought as his fist once again connected fiercely against the beast's chest. Bang! Apart from the bang sound, the sound of bones breaking echoed everywhere, and the second-order bear roared painfully at the same time as its chest caved inward slightly. Unconsciously or not, just as it was sent flying by Bai Zemin's attack, the beast forcefully swung its left fist, surprising him greatly. Not expecting such a reaction, Bai Zemin hurriedly raised both arms to cover himself, and when the beast's claw hit his body, he felt as if a truck had hit him. Bang! Still he held his ground, barely retreating half a step. Bai Zemin bit his tongue to fight the pain and lunged forward again while creating 2 lightning clones. The second-order bear was incredibly enraged, as that very skill had been one of the main reasons for its current miserable state. However, in the midst of all that fury, the fear of death began to spread through every fiber of its existence. First-order beasts, unlike unclassified beasts, hunted enemies for the purpose of evolution. In other words, they were aware of the evolutionary path before them and did not know what fear was. They generally did not retreat from any combat, with the first-order anti-magic zombie that the group killed at the university being a special rarity. The unclassified beasts only hunted wildly out of pure instinct. There was no fear, and even in the last moments of life, they only wanted to devour their enemies. On the other hand, the second-order beasts were beginning to develop intelligence and self-awareness. They hunted not only to evolve, but also to understand more about themselves and the world around them. At the same time, the feeling of fear began to be born as a consequence of that intelligence and conscience that was not present before but now was. With its right arm completely destroyed, with its body completely burned, and with wounds so serious that they hurt horribly, the second-order bear began to have thoughts of retreating from the battle. However, the scornful look that Bai Zemin was giving it, as well as his constant words filled with ridicule, hurt the pride of one of the forest kings so much that this thought of retreat was being forcibly suppressed by the bear. Bang! As if they had planned it in advance, both beings, one first-order and one second-order being, rushed forward. The ground beneath the feet of both exploded and concrete flew everywhere as they looked at each other with eyes filled with nothing but desire to fight, defeat their opponent, survive, absorb each other's soul power, and evolve into something higher. Bai Zemin was aware that if he managed to kill the enemy before him and absorb its soul power, he would become much stronger. However, the second-order bear was also aware of this fact. Although the human before it was one stage below it, his battle power was surprisingly frightening. With a roar in mid-motion, the spiritual earring once again glowed, fending off the attack. However, the two clones immediately exploded into a bunch of small flashes and motes of light. At the same time, the remaining claw of the beast clashed hard against Bai Zemin's two fists. Boom! The crater resulting from the previous explosion grew deeper as a cloud of dust and dirt flew everywhere. But no matter whether it was Bai Zemin or the second-order bear, both ignored this and began to fight fiercely. Boom! 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 Fists, kicks, elbows, knees. Bai Zemin used every part of his body to beat the giant beast before him, managing to increase its injuries more and more. However, because he had decided to ignore all defense to attack with more power and ferocity, he too was by no means unscathed. Bang! The left paw struck Bai Zemin in his right rib. The pain of the blow made his face contort horribly as the cracking sound echoed softly amidst his counterattack, forcing the beast to spit out even more blood. At least one rib had been cracked. Bang! The second-order bear managed to hit Bai Zemin with a kick, and his left arm was incapacitated, so he responded with a vicious left blow to the beast's skull, plunging it in a frightening and dangerous manner as several bones in the head were broken. The battle only got bloodier and bloodier as the seconds ticked away and turned into minutes. It had been 4 minutes in total since Bai Zemin and the second-order bear had started fighting, but both were in miserable states. No one would be able to recognize them if they saw them at this point. Bai Zemin was covered in his own blood and the blood of his enemy all over. His left arm hung gently at his side and his face had a horrible claw cut on it. However, his eyes sparkled brightly, and he seemed to have no intention of giving up until he was victorious. On the other hand, the bear was not much better. In fact, its condition was even more miserable. Its right arm was long gone. Its once white fur was now completely carbonized black and dried, burnt-smelling blood covered its body. Its head was tilted to one side as a strange cavity had appeared there, almost leaving the pulsating brain in plain sight. In addition, a large area of the chest was now so badly hollowed out that it was surprising how the beast could still stand upright. Both seemed to be at the end of the line, and a single error or oversight could cost the life of one of them. Completely focused on the battle and the enemy before them, both were unaware of the sound of engines rapidly approaching in this direction. It was only when an urgent voice reached him that Bai Zemin finally regained some clarity. "Move away quickly." Shangyuan Bingzu's unmistakable fairy-like voice startled Bai Zemin, but he didn't even linger for a moment, and quickly expended the little mana he had left to do something that caught the beast off guard. The blood of the beast itself suddenly hardened and like snakes with free will coiled around its body, stopping its movements momentarily. At the same time, Bai Zemin stomped the ground beneath his feet and with a mighty leap retreated several meters in less than a second. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several modern war vehicles speeding out of the forest. Backslash, backslash, backslash. Thanks a lot to all those who use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 191, Second Order Surprisingly Strong Archaic Bear. Two M3 type IFVs were approaching very fast in the middle of the dirt road. The two military vehicles looked like two metal beasts, crushing everything in their path. Regardless of whether it was large tree trunks or concrete parts, the M3 IFVs crushed everything in their path and continued their forward march steadily, demonstrating the great power of these machines to move in different types of environments and situations. Standing on a tree a little over 200 meters away, the beautiful and cold Shangyuan Bingzhu observed the battlefield for a moment, and her indifferent gaze could not help but shake slightly. The place was a mess to say the least, and although she had heard the explosion from before and had also seen the flames burn part of the opposing forest, she definitely did not expect to encounter such a hell. Blood stained the ground. A crater over 200 meters in diameter stretched with what used to be part of the main road. Part of both sections of the forest had disappeared, turning into nothing more than a pile of loose dirt and jumbled rocks. But what surprised not only her, but also the two military men driving the M3 IFVs, was undoubtedly the miserable condition of the Second Order Bear. The Second Order Bear had slaughtered nearly 20 people, and its overwhelming presence had caused 30 survivors to be unable to withstand the pressure, flee into the forest, and be slaughtered by other wild creatures. It did not matter if the weapon used was a pistol, light machine gun, heavy machine gun, or rifle. It did not matter if the ammunition used was normal or with high penetrating capability. The creature's defenses before them had reached the level where they could only despair. Even the explosion of about 20 grenades had only slightly wounded the beast. In fact, the wound had been so insignificant that it could almost be completely ignored. The only thing they had gotten in return had been the rage and unleashed power of the monster. However, now I don't know who the real monster is here. Shangyuan Bingzhu didn't know how to feel about it as she looked at the miserable condition of the Second Order Bear. The beast was so badly injured that it looked like it was about to collapse at any moment. But when she looked at Bai Zemin, she realized that the battle that had broken out here had been even fiercer than she thought. This was the first time since the apocalypse had begun that she had seen Bai Zemin in such a miserable condition. Even when she had practically saved his life in his first encounter, and battled to the death against the First Order Blazing Beetle, he was not in such an unfavorable condition as he was now, with the exception of the burns on his feet that almost prevented him from walking. Bai Zemin's entire body was a mess at this point. Not only did he have a broken arm hanging uncontrollably at his side, but he also had a large gash on the right side of his face which, had it been just a little deeper or a little lower, his head could have been severed from his body and cut to pieces. All of him looked as if he had come out of a battle against gods and demons. Shangyuan Bingzhu scanned and analyzed the situation for 2 seconds before quickly shouting somewhat anxiously, "Move away, quickly." Bai Zemin seemed to notice her as he quickly jumped back. Furthermore, Shangyuan Bingzhu was also sure that he had activated the skill that allowed him to control the blood, as the beast was trapped by its own blood, as if it were firm iron chains trapping a small puppy. But she was aware that this could only last 1 second at most, so she hurriedly ordered in a voice brimming with leadership, "Fire." The two soldiers driving the M3 infantry fighting vehicle did not even hesitate, and as if they were receiving the order from an immediate superior, they started firing the 14 cannons. Bang, 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 bang. A burst of fire fell on the area where the Second Order Bear was trapped, just as the runes on its scorched body glowed brightly after a fierce roar. As the runes glowed, the mana surrounding and shaping the blood chains disappeared, and the beast regained its freedom. However, that millisecond of time was enough to be engulfed in a burst of a dozen shots fired by the IFV's main cannons. Shangyuan Bingzhu did not stand idly by either. Taking advantage of the small amount of mana recovered during the time she was not fighting, she raised one hand to the sky, and with her other hand holding her wand, pointed to the spot where the beast was being bombarded. Ice spears. A dozen ice spears with a length of almost 3 meters shot out at full speed. After hitting the area, the freezing frost energy transformed the crater into an ice rink. Roar! A roar of fury, but mostly of fear and pain, shook everyone's eardrums. The two infantrymen did not dare to stop for a moment, and continued firing the main cannons manually, while the heavy machine guns started firing automatically at the indicated spot. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and saw the Second Order Bear running off in the direction of the forest. At a glance, he managed to see huge bloody wounds all over the creature's body, and now part of its only remaining arm had been torn off. "Don't let it break away," Bai Zemin shouted anxiously. He no longer had mana and his stamina had been greatly consumed, so there was no way he could continue fighting the same way he had been doing. Unfortunately, there was no way the soldiers, who were just normal unevolved humans, could follow the movements of such a terrifying beast as the second-order bear. Even being injured in such a way, and with its movement speed severely affected, the beast's agility was not something a normal existence could comprehend or follow. Swoosh! Shangyuan Bingzu gritted her teeth and activated one of her skills called Frozen Slide as she charged forward. The ground beneath her feet froze for every step she took, which increased her agility and thus her movement speed by several points. Thanks to the beast having been severely wounded by Bai Zemin, in addition to having its stamina dangerously low, and then receiving attacks from the 14 cannons of the IFVs, Shangyuan Bingzu's movement speed was enough to move deep into the forest and in no time catch up to the beast. The second-order bear's eyes flashed viciously in fear as it saw a human blocking its path. It wanted to run away. In its current condition, instinct and its low intelligence told it that if it stayed there, it would definitely be killed by the iron machines. Without even thinking about it, the beast continued to advance with somewhat staggering steps and slashed with its claw with the intention of crushing the obstacle. Shangyuan Bingzu turned pale. Even in such a miserable state, the beast was still so powerful that she did not dare to underestimate it in any way, so she directly spent her remaining 30 mana points to form a halberd before placing it in a defensive stance. Clang! The claw of the beast, which was practically out of stamina, didn't have as much power as before. Hitting the ice halberd, it could not destroy it immediately. Shangyuan Bingzu's beautiful and charming face was so pale that it was scary. Her sweet red lips had no trace of blood on them due to the loss of 100% of her mana. At the same time, the strength of the second-order bear caused her internal organs to shake, and a small trickle of red blood slid out from the corner of her mouth. Crack, crack. Cracks spread across the ice halberd, but she endured her condition and cried out, "Bai Zemin." The sound of lightning was the answer she was waiting for. Like a ghost out of hell itself, a bathed in blood Bai Zemin appeared just above the head of the terrifying beast, and with a full twist of his body, his right leg firmly and fiercely struck the practically destroyed head of the monster. Bang! With a horrific bang, the head of the beast that had given them so much trouble and pain exploded into thousands of pieces. After the loss of mana that constantly protected its body, its defenses had collapsed, so Bai Zemin's fierce kick that contained all his strength caused blood to splatter everywhere. At the same time, 3 orbs of soul power with different sizes came out of the beast's body. The smallest orb entered Shangyuan Bingzu's body. The second larger orb flew into the forest and disappeared into the trees. As for the larger and brighter orb, it naturally entered Bai Zemin's body. Shangyuan Bingzu, Bai Zemin, and Kai Jingyi received a similar message that flashed in their retinas. The only difference in the message was the additional stats obtained after absorbing the soul power acquired from a powerful enemy. But the 3 of them focused on one thing in particular. You have obtained the soul power of second order, surprisingly strong archaic bear level 58. After what had been the worst battle to date, the nerves of the 3 people finally relaxed, and a sigh of relief flew from their lungs. /////. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 192, Comfort and Trust. As the beast's red blood splattered all over the floor with small pieces of broken skull and intermingled brain matter, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu had never felt so relieved in all their lives. In fact, for the first time, they both felt that the messages magically flashing in their retina due to the existence of the soul record were not irritating. Even when they evolved to first order, they had never felt so joyful. Such was the terror that a single second-order beast had managed to inflict on their bodies and into their minds. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu were aware that if they both really wanted to, they could at least have a great chance of escaping when the second-order bear was entertaining unleashing a one-sided massacre on the other survivors. However, at the same time, neither of them could do such a thing. Although their motives were different, the result in the end was the same. Shangyuan Bingzu could not do such a thing not only because her 2 childhood friends were in the forest, but even though she was cold, She could not really just abandon to their fate people who had somehow or other entrusted their lives to her. Sometimes the coldest people were those with the warmest feelings. Maybe this was a vivid example of that proverb. As for Bai Zemin, he had two simple reasons why he had not retreated regardless of Lilith's warning. One, he did not wish to see all his effort crushed just like that. He had worked harder than anyone could imagine to get to where he was and gather people willing to work for him in the midst of all this hell. Two, if he fled, Bai Zemin felt indistinctly that he would lose something too important. As for what that was, he did not know. Besides, if he had to run away once, then he would definitely have to run away twice in the future. And if on one of those occasions he was not allowed to run away, what would he do then? Therefore, Bai Zemin preferred to become stronger at the cost of risking his life a little. After all, he didn't think he would die. That way, he could absorb some of the soul power of someone far stronger than him, and gradually prepare himself for those moments of real danger, when he didn't even know if he would get out of a situation alive or not. You have obtained the soul power of second order surprisingly strong archaic bear level 58. You have received strength plus 86, agility plus 75, stamina plus 62, health plus 41, mana plus 41, magic plus 59. You have leveled up and reached level 41. You gain 2 status points to distribute freely. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up and reached level 45. You gain 2 status points to distribute freely. Although Bai Zemin had not absorbed all of the second order surprisingly strong archaic bear's soul power, just a portion was enough to raise his overall stats to new heights. Even he was very surprised. You should know that the soul power of the second order surprisingly strong archaic bear that Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bing Zhu, and Kai Jingyi had absorbed was not all the soul power they could have obtained if they had not used modern weapons. In fact, the only reason Kai Jingyi was rewarded with a portion of the soul power available by the soul record was probably because, although she had used external weaponry, the strategy, the risk, the finding the perfect opportunity for attack, was all done by herself. Kai Jingyi's situation was completely different from those survivors who just raised a modern firearm and shot at a distant enemy. To say that she had earned the additional stat increase was by no means an exaggeration. Not only with his part, he managed to gain so many stats, but his level shot straight up to 45 in one step. According to Lilith, many people couldn't even level up after spending months or years. After all, 95% of living beings hunted enemies of the same level or lower, slowly accumulating soul power until the soul record pushed them to the next level. This was the safest and most popular evolutionary path. Therefore, the fact of going up so many levels or leveling up so fast constantly was not something normally seen, and only a privileged few were able to achieve such feats. Of course, a privileged few in comparison to the entire living existence. These privileged few actually numbered in the hundreds of millions. After all, the universe was simply too vast, and the number of existing worlds was simply uncountable. When the additional stats were absorbed into his soul, Bai Zemin felt himself becoming much stronger, and from the look of pleasant surprise in Shangyuan Bing Zhu's blue eyes, she was experiencing the same evolutionary process as him. What gave Bai Zemin the most satisfaction was when his health stat increased a few dozen points. This was due to his current condition. Bai Zemin slowly let the air in his lungs out as he slowly sat down on the floor. Without a care in the world, he simply laid down smoothly on the ground, and his blank stare looked up at the sky. His whole body hurt so much that no one would ever be able to understand it unless they experienced it for themselves. The bones in his left arm had broken into no less than 20 or 30 pieces, and now that he was more relaxed and calm, he realized that he had 3 broken ribs. As if this were not enough, his face itched and hurt badly. He unconsciously reached out his hand to touch his face, but Shangyuan Bing Zhu stopped him as she calmly looked at him. "Don't touch it." Seeing him looking at her, she explained, "You narrowly missed losing an eye. I guess your health statistic is very high since even to the naked eye I can see how the tissues are moving slowly. I assume it won't be long before the wound disappears completely." Well, I guess with almost 300 points of health, it's normal for my recovery to be monstrous. Bai Zemin thought silently before letting his hand fall to the ground again. Shangyuan Bing Zhu also sat down on the ground not far from where Bai Zemin was. The two of them remained silent. Neither of them had the energy to even care to see if they had gained anything from the death of the second order, surprisingly strong archaic bear. She didn't notice that even though there was barely half a meter of distance, she didn't feel particularly uncomfortable. Maybe it was fatigue, who knows. Bai Zemin did not realize that he was unconsciously beginning to trust Shangyu and Bingzu more, or else he would never allow himself to collapse in such a way, apparently unable to protect himself. Maybe it was fatigue, who knows. On the other side of the forest, Lilith in her human form sighed in relief, and a proud smile appeared on her face as she saw Bai Zemin and the Ice Princess sitting a short distance away from the lifeless corpse of the second order, surprisingly strong archaic bear. Not bad, she thought. Her heart was overflowing with indescribable joy, not only because of the hard-fought and previously seemingly impossible victory. ////. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 193, External Beauty and Internal Beauty. A total of about 20 minutes passed and both Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzu remained silent. Both rested quietly, trying to recover as much energy as possible as quickly as possible. Although both, he and she, had leveled up at least once after absorbing the soul power of the second order surprisingly strong archaic bear, recovering 100% of the stamina and mana consumed during the battle, the fatigue that seemed to come from deep within their souls was not something that the soul record could casually fix just by leveling up a couple of times. The strain that Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzu faced during the battle against their first second-order enemy had reached such a level that, while fighting, they consumed more stamina than they normally would. Can we win? Can we survive? What will happen to the rest? What about my near and dear ones? All these and many more were questions that both he and she faced constantly every second and every minute that passed. Bai Zemin was no different from Shangyu and Bingzu in that sense. After all, while he was confident of at least not dying even if he ended up seriously injured, the reality was that he had no confidence in coming out victorious either. Being completely honest with himself, Bai Zemin believed that he would be able to chase away the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear. As for killing it, such a thing never crossed his mind. However, adding the two M3 IFVs to the equation changed everything. Furthermore, if it weren't for the fact that Bai Zemin had saved up over 60 free status points to distribute to any of his overall stats, increasing his strength enough to threaten the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear, he definitely wouldn't have been able to fight for so long. Fortunately, lightning movement didn't run out in the middle of combat, or else it would have been a problem to tell if that damn bear's head exploded or mine would be the one that ended up exploding later. Bai Zemin couldn't help but rejoice out loud. The second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear's agility stat was undoubtedly high. High to the point where it could stand on equal footing against Bai Zemin with lightning movement activated. This meant that if he lost the great increase in agility and thus movement speed of lightning movement, Bai Zemin would definitely have died. Therefore, the battle was to be concluded in 5 minutes at the most. Shangyu and Bingzu slowly opened her eyes as she heard the man's muttering a short distance away. Without looking at him, she calmly asked, "Lightning movement is the name of that skill that allows you and Kai Jingyi to make clones and boost your agility abruptly." If it was in the past, Bai Zemin would definitely not answer anything that had to do with his skills to Shangyu and Bingzu. However, after the battle they had just faced, things were a bit different. Not only was it partly thanks to her existence that he managed to win and was not forced to despair, but even when he was in such a miserable condition, she did not seem to have any intention of betraying him either. That being said, Bai Zemin's overall power at this time was perhaps, at best, 40% of his maximum total. This was because not only had he lost mobility in one arm, but his entire body hurt so much that even the slightest movement brought him hellish suffering. After all, the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear had hit practically his entire body, and even if it hadn't broken all his bones, Bai Zemin was sure that if he took off his clothes, he would see his body covered in ugly contusions. Besides, the question she had asked was not particularly private, nor did it reveal crucial information. Therefore, Bai Zemin did not think too much about it and answered, "That's right, lightning movement is my strongest movement skill. It's the same skill that Kai Jingyi has." "I see," she nodded. Although she was curious as to how it was possible for two people to acquire such a powerful movement skill practically at the same time, she decided not to ask too much. After all, Everyone had their own secrets. After a moment of silence, Bai Zemin grunted softly and struggled to stand up. His face tightened slightly at the pain and itching he felt all over. Lilith had explained to him previously that this was the result of his body recovering from deep wounds at surprisingly high speeds, so he did his best to ignore that discomfort. It will probably take you about a week to heal that wound on your face. Shangyuan Bingzu seemed to have rested enough as she also stood up while looking him in the face. A weak Bai Zemin was surprised. Soon, however, he forced a smile and asked, "So bad is it?" She, having seen the speed at which he recovered in the past from his battle against the First Order Blazing Beetle, should be aware of how high his recovery speed was. But even then she said such words. Shangyuan Bingzu said nothing and instead extended her palm forward. A faint icy mist gathered around it, and soon a small ice sliver formed on her hand. "You look at it," she handed the ice mirror to him. "That skill is really convenient." Bai Zemin wanted to chuckle, but didn't dare for fear of making his wound worse. Seeing his reflection in the ice, Bai Zemin secretly sighed, and his heart filled with lingering fear. There was a long cut on his face. From the chin on the right side to the bottom of the eye, he saw a large bloody wound of not too pleasant appearance. Apart from the red flesh, Bai Zemin could also see in several parts the white bones of his own skull. "You really were lucky," Shangyuan Bingzu pointed out. She looked at him with the same indifferent expression as always, and her eyes did not seem particularly displeased by the sight. 1 or 2 more centimeters could have cost you your life." Bai Zemin was silent before nodding. Indeed, death had been closer than he thought. Even with his high health, it would take him at least 4 or 5 days to recover, and to avoid a scar, he would probably need Kang Lan to use lesser healing on the wound once or twice. "Forget it." Bai Zemin shook his head and looked at her before saying with a bit of surprise, "But I'm surprised that you can still keep your composure even seeing me like this." Forget that women were delicate and not too fond of ugly things. Even he himself was a bit scared when he saw his own reflection. However, the woman before him did not even have a visible reaction to the naked eye, which was surprising and made him curious. Shangyuan Bingzu shrugged and said something that surprised Bai Zemin even more. "At the end of the day, you and I are made of flesh and blood. You lost the layer that embellishes a little and covers the ugliness of our bodies. Besides, I stopped caring about things like external beauty when I was young. I'd rather worry more about whether a person has a trustworthy soul or whether under so much beauty he or she is actually hiding an evil being." Chapter 194, Green Orb, Epic Grade Treasure. Bai Zemin was silent, pondering over the words Shangyuan Bingzu had just spoken. To say he was not surprised would be a lie. Shangyuan Bingzu was about 1 or 2 years older than him. Her background was also not normal, or else she could not be childhood friends with people like Chen He and Wu Yijin, who were deeply connected with the Chinese army or government. However, the words she had just said seemed to come from deep in her heart, and not just nice words that were spoken to act mature. So what kind of life did a 22 or 23 years old girl have to live to say words that were usually spoken by middle-aged or even elderly people? Bai Zemin did not know, nor did he think it was polite to ask about other people's personal lives. Although the confidence between the two was gradually growing, it was just a step, and he did not believe that such a thing was something of direct interest to him anyway. Therefore, after staying silent for a couple of seconds, he simply nodded. "I see." "Won't you see what's over there?" Shangyuan Bingzu pointed at the limp, lifeless body of the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear. Bai Zemin, not feeling like lingering too long on the previous conversation, looked at the corpse of the second-order beast with shining eyes. His heart began to beat uncontrollably at the thought of the war spoils he might have obtained this time. Even if the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear was slightly injured by the grenades, and in the end was wounded quite a bit by the main cannons of the 2 M3 IFVs, there should at least be something good right. Bai Zemin thought silently. No matter how you put it, a second-order beast was a second-order beast. Moreover, one that had been miserably beaten and killed by an existence several levels lower and a completely lower order. Walking towards the body of the dead beast with slow steps due to the pain he felt in every part of his body, Bai Zemin soon noticed something that made him audibly swallow saliva. This is," he mumbled dumbfoundedly in surprise to Shangyuan Bingzu. She walked forward and stopped beside him. Her pretty sky-colored eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise, and she whispered to herself, "Green." A faint green glow shone and flashed faintly right next to the body of the second order, surprisingly strong archaic bear. The object was perfectly circular like a natural diamond sphere, something no man could replicate. According to Lilith, the treasure orbs naturally born from the enemy soul power that could not be absorbed were divided into a scale of 7 levels. As for the orb before Bai Zemin's eyes, it was actually a green orb. Ranked 4th among the 7 from the bottom up, the green-colored treasure orb represented an epic grade treasure. To say that Bai Zemin was incredibly excited and joyful would be an understatement of how he was feeling at this very moment. However, a doubt soon popped into his mind. Why, while it was amazing what he had just accomplished, defeating a being countless times more powerful than him, Bai Zemin did not believe that a treasure of such a grade should have appeared here. Don't overthink it. Lilith's enchanting voice rang in his head, clearing his doubts like a warm spring breeze clearing the autumn dew. The treasures of the soul record are generated according to the difference in actual enemy power. That is, the greater the enemy's soul power compared to yours, the greater the chances of obtaining a high-ranked treasure. A second-order existence is, as you may have already noticed, an existence that even you cannot face yet. But even then you killed one. Probably the soul record wanted to reward you for your achievement. Who knows? Bai Zemin finally understood everything. Simply put, the appearance of treasures coming from the soul record did not depend on whether an enemy was of high order or not. It depended on the difference in power. This meant that even a 4th-order being would not necessarily give even a normal grade red orb if they were killed by an enemy of their own order, and would definitely give nothing if they were killed by a higher-order one. Indeed, the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear should not have died here. Even Lilith still could not calm the astonishment that struck her heart as she stared at the bear's lifeless body from the distance. The difference in power between a first-order existence and a second-order existence was as great as the difference between a normal human being and a human being who had already become a first-order existence, and with several advanced levels within that order. It was like comparing the past Bai Zemin with him after advancing to first order and reaching level 30. That was how great and horrifying the difference between the first order and the second order was. "Come on, pick it up," Shangyuan Bingzu urged. He looked at her and hesitated a little. While it was true that almost all of the work had been handled by him, the reality was that Bai Zemin knew very well that if it weren't for her, the enemy could have killed him at worst or fled at best. As for killing it, Bai Zemin would not have been able to do it. At that point, not only had he lost over 90% of his mana, but he had also consumed approximately 70–80% of his stamina due to the constant activation of blood will and the intense battle. The wounds on his body did not help, and there were less than 60 seconds left before the effect of his lightning movement skill vanished, leaving him at the mercy of the beast's superior agility. Shangyuan Bingzu understood his thoughts and secretly couldn't help but have her impression of him greatly improved. "Just take it, we can talk about the loot and similar later." She simply waved her hand as if it was nothing. "All right then." Bai Zemin nodded and took a step forward before picking up the green orb the size of a baby's fist. Swoosh! With a firm squeeze, the crack spread across the orb, letting out a luminous white light that forced both of them to close their eyes momentarily. Bai Zemin felt a new object appear in his hand, and when he and she opened their eyes again, they finally saw with surprise the treasure that had emerged from the green orb. The object was surprisingly a strange-looking gun, a weapon in the shape of a gun that neither of the two of them had ever seen before. It looked like a sci-fi gun out of a movie or animation. The size of the gun was roughly similar to a 9 pistol but slightly larger. Its color was deep navy blue, and instead of a muzzle it had a thin 2mm wide line on the front whose color was milk white as was the trigger. What caught Bai Zemin's attention the most was that, on the part where the bottom of the magazine was supposed to be, there was actually a strange crystalline-colored sphere with mysterious moving particles of light. /////. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 195, Infinite Reduction, Epic Grade Treasure. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu unconsciously looked at each other. They both saw the complicated glance in each other's eyes. Never in their lives had they ever seen a kind of weapon similar to the one he held in his hands. Just based on its futuristic appearance alone, it was definitely many years ahead of mankind's current technology. Shangyuan Bingzu could not contain her curiosity about the weapon. She put her delicate hand on the top of the weapon and wished to know its description and details. Bai Zemin also did the same as her, and a series of green words flashed in both of their retinas. Infinite reduction, epic grade treasure. Shoot a beam capable of reducing non-moving objects or lifeless creatures. The power depends on the energy administered through soul stones. The higher the grade and purity of the soul stone, the more objects it can reduce and the higher its order or level. Consumes 1 soul megacyclone of energy per day to keep objects in a reduced size state. Generates 2 soul megacyclone of energy every 24 hours. Current soul megacyclone, 0.500000. Note: the weight of objects is reduced by half regardless of the total size reduction. A weapon capable of reducing objects. Bai Zemin's heart pounded against his chest so hard that it seemed to threaten to want to escape at any moment due to the excitement. Infinite reduction had several limitations despite its extremely powerful name. For example, it did not work against moving objects and was also useless against living beings. However, Bai Zemin was not worried about any of this in the least. After all, an epic grade treasure could not be all-powerful. But even with such limitations that practically put the use of infinite reduction in real combat out of the question, this treasure was so precious to Bai Zemin that it was priceless. That's right. Even if it was not a combat-useful treasure, and even if it did not even grant a mere statistic, this treasure was from a certain point of view even more valuable than all the treasures Bai Zemin had acquired so far. With infinite reduction, Bai Zemin would finally be able to reduce the size of his items and carry them much more easily. Although he didn't have a spatial storage treasure as Lilith did, with this treasure his entire life had suddenly become thousands of times lighter and easier. What an incredible treasure! It really is worthy of the word epic, Shangyuan Bingzu sighed. She was naturally aware of how precious such a weapon capable of reducing the size of objects was, especially for a faction in the midst of formation. Now it would no longer be necessary that every time monsters appeared they would have to move hundreds of survivors to take care of the corpses. They could simply reduce the size, load them into a vehicle, and take them to the beginning village where the survivors could work more comfortably and much safer. Events similar to today's, where an extremely powerful enemy existence massacred more than a dozen people directly or indirectly, would probably never happen again. At the very least, the probability of such a thing happening had been greatly reduced. Bai Zemin could no longer keep calm, and for a moment seemed to forget the pain in his body and his wounds. He circled around the body of the second order, surprisingly strong archaic bear, to see if it had dropped any other items. He was definitely not willing to leave anything behind regardless of how worthless it was. Besides, neither he nor Shangyuan Bingzu believed that treasures coming from a being as powerful as the second order, surprisingly strong archaic bear, were of little value. Infinite reduction was a clear example of this. Unfortunately, even after circling the body several times, neither Bai Zemin nor Shangyuan Bingzu managed to find a second item. I guess that's it. Bai Zemin looked resigned. Shangyuan Bingzu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She observed, "We just obtained a treasure of such magnitude. It would have seemed even stranger to me if there were more things of such a grade." Bai Zemin thought about it for a moment and finally his spirit lifted. Indeed, she was right. He shouldn't be so greedy. With his mood improved by what Shangyuan Bingzu said, Bai Zemin scrubbed his hands maniacally in his mind and said aloud, "Let's test how well this baby works." Shangyuan Bingzu said nothing and advanced towards the almost completely crushed head of the monster. An ice dagger appeared in her hand, and after a light search, her eyes sparkled with joy and surprise as she touched something hard between the middle of the destroyed brain. "There really is one," she exclaimed happily, losing her coolness momentarily. In his fist, to Bai Zemin's delight, was a second-order soul stone. This was the first time he or she had ever seen a second-order soul stone, and its value was undoubtedly immeasurable. Who knew how long it might be before he or she would see a second one again? To avoid breaking precious items, Bai Zemin had left his backpack hidden in the forest, so he didn't even have a single soul stone with him at the moment. But even then, he was unwilling to use this soul stone as an experiment. "Wait a moment, let's see how these work first." Shangyuan Bingzu clearly didn't want to waste such a precious soul stone just like that either. Without saying a word more, she rummaged through her bag for a moment and soon pulled out a few dozen unclassified soul stones from inside. Bai Zemin picked up one unclassified soul stone, and while he didn't quite know how infinite reduction worked, one didn't have to be a genius to figure it out. He brought the soul stone close to the bottom, where the strange crystal sphere was located, and soon the white light particles inside began to glow brightly. The unclassified soul stone soon seemed to respond, as it too began to glow with a faint pale white glow that quickly became brighter and brighter. After 2 or 3 seconds, the soul stone in Bai Zemin's hand had disappeared as if it had vanished into thin air. Infinite reduction, epic grade treasure. Current soul megacyclone, 10500000. 10 soul megacyclone, huh? Bai Zemin muttered under his breath. He didn't know how the soul megacyclone thing worked. He also didn't know how much energy a soul stone could give depending on the level or order the monster or creature it belonged to before it was killed. As for this, both Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu were helpless and could only continue to test. Bai Zemin consumed a total of 40 unclassified soul stones to do some testing. Although he could not get much information out of it, what he obtained was enough to make him happy. The unclassified soul stones that he and Shangyuan Bingzu were using were naturally the soul stones that belonged to the wolf spiders that were slaughtered inside the forest. Those wolf spiders were not the exact same level even though they were the same type of monster, which was completely normal. With levels hovering around level 5 and level 10, the soul stones could be of higher quality or lower quality. However, to the surprise and relief of both of them, it didn't matter which soul stone they used. All 40 soul stones gave exactly 10 soul megacyclone each. Infinite reduction now has a total of 500 soul megacyclone. Shangyuan Bingzu pointed as she looked at her bag. I don't have any more soul stones left here. I think we should check how much energy it takes to reduce the second order bear's body to manageable levels for us. Bai Zemin nodded in agreement. If 500 soul megacyclone wasn't enough to reduce the beast's size to something manageable, then this treasure was trash. No matter how valuable the infinite reduction skill was, if the consumption was too high then there was no point in using it. After all, soul stones were extremely precious and valuable. Bai Zemin was not willing to waste too many since in the future these items would be the main source of energy in the world. The more he obtained in the early stages, the better it would be for him and his faction's development in the future when things became more grim. Bai Zemin pointed the gun at the second order bear, but before he had a chance to press the trigger, a tiny glass window appeared at the back of the gun. Because it had previously been turned off, Bai Zemin had thought it was just some sort of decoration, but now he realized how naive his thinking had been. How could such a technologically advanced and magically operated weapon have unnecessary parts? Target, second order surprisingly strong archaic bear, size reduction to 10 cm, 50 soul megacyclone. Seeing the message on the small crystal screen, Bai Zemin let out a small sigh of relief. Fortunately, the consumption had not reached a scary level. If all the unclassified soul stones, regardless of the level of the killed beast, gave a total of 10 soul megacyclone each, then this meant that to reduce the size of a second-order beast, a total of 5 unclassified soul stones would be needed. A lot of testing still needed to be done, but temporarily, that was all Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin could do about it. ////. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 196 Special Formula, Magic Gunpowder. After confirming the power consumption required to reduce the 4-meter-tall second-order, surprisingly strong archaic bear to 10 centimeters, Bai Zemin decided to test the power of the treasure he had acquired. Swoosh! As he pulled the trigger of infinite reduction lightly, while aiming at the lifeless beast, a violet-colored beam shot out from the tip of the weapon. Rather than a beam, Bai Zemin thought it looked more like a kind of scanner like the eye scanners seen in movies, where the retina was analyzed by a softly moving light. After the violet beam of light seemed to scan the entire body of the second order, surprisingly strong archaic bear, it simply disappeared. At the same time as the beam of light slowly faded away, the creature's body began to become smaller and smaller. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Under Shangyuan Bingzu's bright eyes and Bai Zemin's excited glance, the giant body began to get smaller and smaller at surprisingly high speeds. In just 5 seconds, the body the size of a large house had now become a small toy 10 centimeters tall. What is this? Bai Zemin soon noticed something strange. Right where one of the beast's legs had been, an object lay on the ground. It was probably being blocked by the second-order bear's body. Shangyuan Bingzu analyzed and stepped forward to pick up the object. The object appeared to be something similar to a sheepskin, But the most surprising thing was that there were several runes engraved on all over the sheepskin. In Shangyuan, Bingzu's retina flashed the description and details of the object. Magic gunpowder formula, black fire sulfur blood with poisonous properties, carbon soul stone. Shangyuan Bingzu had a confused look on her face. She said nothing and simply passed the sheepskin to Bai Zemin for him to see with his own eyes. After reading the contents of the small sheepskin scroll, Bai Zemin did not know what to say about it. Gunpowder was a well-known substance long before the soul record appeared on Earth, but this was the first time he or she had come across a formula for creating magic powder. The gunpowder was extremely frightening. Its destructive power was absolutely unquestionable. So, the so-called magic powder should definitely be countless times more powerful and special, even more so considering its ingredients. Black fire sulfur. Neither Bai Zemin nor Shangyuan Bingzu knew where on earth they could obtain such a thing. Sulfur, sure. But black fire sulfur. Such a thing definitely did not exist on Earth before the arrival of the soul record on this planet. As for the rest of the ingredients, they were much simpler ingredients. Blood with poisonous properties was quite easy to acquire. In fact, Bai Zemin had killed several mutated and evolved snakes before leaving the university grounds back then. He just needed to keep the blood as it was without purifying it, and he could easily obtain several liters. Carbon could be found in many factories. There was no need to worry too much about it. He just had to find the right city and clean the monsters inside. As long as they were not unlucky, the group would not encounter monsters that were too powerful. As for soul stones, these could only be obtained by killing enemies. There was no other way. Let's just keep this for now. Bai Zemin shook his head and put the sheepskin scroll away carefully. It will probably be extremely useful to us in the future. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded silently and did not comment on the matter. Today it had been proven that mankind's weapons would gradually become ineffective against the evolved monsters. It took a concentrated bombardment of 2 M3 IFVs, more than 20 shots, to force an already severely wounded second-order beast to retreat. You should know that such weapons had enough power to crush entire iron fortresses. Although Shangyuan Bingzu did not believe that there were many beings with the terrifying power that the bear had used, it had only been a little over 20 days since the eruption of the apocalypse. She was fairly certain that as time passed, second-order existences would no longer be a rarity as zombies were at the moment, and when such a thing happened, mankind should have the power to deal with them. If humans failed to evolve not only their individual power, but also their weaponry and technology, then the entire human race would probably disappear from existence in the not necessarily distant future. /////. Although the second-order, surprisingly strong archaic bear's size had been reduced to just 10 cm from its original 4 meters, thanks to the power of infinite reduction, its weight had actually only been reduced by half. With Bai Zemin injured and his left arm out, he could barely use 30–40% of his total strength, and if he pushed himself too hard, he could open up the wounds that had already begun to heal thanks to his high health stat. Therefore, with great care, he and Shangyuan Bingzu moved the beast's body onto an ice cart that she laboriously crafted. Although Shangyuan Bingzu's ice maker skill allowed her to make practically anything, in reality it was more focused on simple things. Therefore, to make an ice cart, she consumed practically 90% of her total mana in a very short time. By the time he and she emerged from the opposite forest, the two soldiers driving the 2 M3 IFVs were waiting for them outside with anxious hearts. It had been almost an hour since the two had entered the forest on the other side of the main road without coming out. The soldiers did not dare to go into those unexplored lands by any means. Even with two machines as powerful as the M3 IFVs, they did not feel safe. When they saw them leave, they both relaxed, and soon the group of 4 moved back to the central part of the forest opposite the forest where the bear had been killed. Kai Jingyi and Zhang practically dashed toward Bai Zemin when they saw him. The duo was shocked to see his horrible condition. This was the second time they had seen Bai Zemin receive such gruesome injuries. Another proof of how horrendously strong was the enemy which they had managed to survive thanks to him. While his 2 trusted subordinates supported him, Shangyuan Bingzu was immediately assaulted by Chen He and Wu Yijun, who began asking questions and checking her condition. "I'm fine, don't worry about me. The only injured person is Bai Zemin. He was the one who fought hand-to-hand against the second-order bear." Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head and looked at the man who was now resting with Lily beside him, who, to her surprise, was completely unconcerned about the terrifying bloody wound on his face. This made her impression of Lily unconsciously improve. Shangyuan Bingzu could be indifferent and unconcerned about Bai Zemin's current appearance, but this was because she had a special passive skill due to past events that marked her current personality. Therefore, she was surprised to see how another woman, and a weak and powerless one at that, could still look at him with the same look as always even when his face was at very least 40% disfigured. Chapter 197, Post-Battle. Because of what had happened, Bai Zemin gave the order to rest. The sun had already begun to set on the distant horizon, and staying in the forest without any protection during the night was no different from suicide for normal survivors. The survivors were still persistently frightened because of what had happened about an hour ago. None of them felt safe, and their fear-filled eyes scanned the surroundings cautiously as no one knew when a second terrifying bear like the previous one might jump out of the shadows. Most of them had never seen the real power of Bai Zemin, and very few had seen him eliminate first-order beasts or other powerful creatures. However, there were a few who had seen him at his peak, and seeing his current injuries only made the despair in their hearts grow even greater. This was probably going to continue this way since they had not yet seen the body of the second-order bear. But when they could see the even more miserable condition in which the beast's corpse ended up, they would probably feel some relief and comfort. In the heart of the forest military base, those in charge of the kitchen began to prepare dinner immediately. Although the previous commander of this base took many kitchen utensils with him for obvious reasons, there were still many that were left behind. Therefore, Bai Zemin had ordered the messenger who returned to the beginning village to tell Kai Jingyi and Zhang De that there was no need to bring pots and pans or anything like that. When dinner was served, the hardworking survivors began to devour with fervor. None of them knew if they could survive another day considering where they were. At least they wanted to die with their stomachs feeling satisfied and not roaring with hunger. While these people's dinner was simply rice and meat with a steamed bun, without too much luxury and without too much variety, none of the survivors had the slightest complaint in their minds. They all ate with joy shining in their eyes, because these people were aware of how cruel and painful it was to experience hunger. That feeling of helplessness that devours the bones little by little, the awareness that there was nothing they could do about it, the feeling of the strength of their bodies leaving them little by little, all this was something that could not be understood by those who never suffered or experienced great hardships in their lives. Moreover, although the dinner was simple, the meat they were eating was actually mutated beast meat. The mutated beast meat was filled with nutrients capable of improving the human body. It gave a few permanent stats to those who were weaker, and its blood was able to quickly replenish the energy they had lost after a day of hard work and filled with heavy and dark emotions. At one of the tables in the military dining room, the main leaders of the group as well as the armed soldiers were having their own dinner. First-order snake soup, small pies stuffed with first-order wild boar meat, noodles with different kinds of sauces, and so on. It was certainly a much more varied dinner than that of the normal survivors. However, everyone was aware of the rules of the group. Those who fought had the highest priority. The armed men were devouring their bowls voraciously. Even they could not enjoy this kind of treatment very often. Only the leaders could eat this kind of thing whenever they felt like it. Bai Zemin had already showered and currently had his left arm resting on a bandage that went around his neck. Although it wasn't much, it was better than having his arm hanging carelessly. Even with his current health, he would need 2 or 3 more days to recover from such injuries unless he received magical medical treatment. The wound on his face had not bled for a long time. Tissues moved slowly and steadily, repairing those that were damaged while cells worked overtime to shape new tissues to replace those that had been completely destroyed. Are you okay?" Chen asked as he looked at him with complicated eyes. He had noticed a strange closeness between Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu after they returned from the forest victorious. It was not a romantic closeness by any means, but he noticed a kind of harmony and calmness between the two. Something like this was hard to expect, since considering the similar personalities that Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin had, the most normal thing would be to expect a big disagreement between the two. This puzzled and worried Chen a little. However, he was also genuinely worried about Bai Zemin's health. After all, Bai Zemin was a battle colleague with whom he had been through a lot over the past few weeks, and while he secretly saw him as a kind of rival, he felt no hatred of any kind towards him. "I'm fine." Bai Zemin nodded as he took a piece of roast meat with his chopsticks and savored it slowly to prevent the wound on his face from worsening again. When we return to the village tomorrow, I will have Kang Lan use her skill on me. I assume that in 3 days, maximum 4, I'll be back to my best condition. It's really a pity that Kang Lan didn't come, otherwise she could start treating you now. Wu Yijin lamented as she imagined the pain Bai Zemin must have been enduring silently. She didn't think such wounds didn't hurt at all. That's why we should finish everything here and return tomorrow at dawn. Shang Yuan, Bing Zhu calmly interjected. Chen He hesitated for a moment before asking, doesn't it hurt? He simply could not understand how Bai Zemin was not even blinking. Just imagining the pain of suffering such injuries made Chen He shudder slightly. Bai Zemin was about to take another piece of first-order beast meat into his mouth, but upon hearing Chen He's question, his movements automatically stopped. He looked at the talented young marksman as if he was looking at an idiot. What do you think? He asked rhetorically and then rolled his eyes. Stop being a sissy and eat. Isn't it just some pain? No need to make a big deal out of it. How could he not feel pain? It was just that Bai Zemin had been injured on more than one occasion during his constant fights, and sometimes they were tremendously painful injuries. It had gotten to the point where even the pain was no longer as horrendous as it was in the past. Chen He shook his head and did not ask any more questions. He simply could not understand because he had only received superficial injuries so far, and the worst wound he had suffered had been a gunshot on the arm when he had confronted the armed men of the village that now belonged to them. The group dined calmly, some of them worried about the future, others worried about the present, others missing the past. But they all knew that the only choice they had was to keep moving forward without rest. The appearance of the second-order bear had been a harsh wake-up call for all of them. It was a warning that told them to not forget something important. The era of peace and tranquility, where the laws of society protected them, had long since ended. /////. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 198, Return to the Village. In the middle of the main road on the way to the north of Yanking District, a convoy of about 30 vehicles was moving at a steady speed. This convoy was quite unique in that there were not only jeeps, buses, vans, tractors, trucks, and some other normal vehicles. At the front of the motorcade was a giant metal machine that looked like a monster roaring viciously every time the engine sounded. At the back of the motorcade was a beast exactly like the first one. These two were the M3s that were previously in the military camp. The two metal beasts pointed their two thick cannons in different directions, while the armed men inside were concerned with controlling the machine guns in the best possible way under the guidance of the experienced operators. Although they still needed practice, temporarily it was the best they could do until they received proper training. Even if in the future mankind changed its weapons, not everything would necessarily have to be changed. For example, they could continue to use the technology of the M3 but make modifications to the armored shell and replace the main cannons with magical weaponry in line with the appearance of the soul record and evolution. Apart from the two M3s, there were also a dozen vehicles mounted with heavy machine guns guarding the buses and the rest of the vehicles in which the survivors were traveling. In the central part, apart from the vehicles in which the survivors were traveling, there were also trucks carrying seemingly nothing. However, if one were to look carefully, one would notice that there were many tiny-sized bodies. If a person were to see this, they would probably laugh, wondering why they were using such large cargo trucks to move something so small. Of course, these small bodies were actually the bodies of the creatures killed by Bai Zemin and the rest before. Although the size had greatly reduced, the weight of each beast had only been halved. After a night of refreshing rest, Bai Zemin awoke and immediately noticed that his injuries had recovered to approximately 20%. This pleasantly surprised him, and once again he realized how terrifying his health stat was as the desire to become more powerful grew within him. After a leisurely breakfast, Bai Zemin gave the direct order to start moving to leave the forest. Although he did not believe there was a second beast similar to the second order, it was better to be safe than sorry. In his current condition, if another such beast appeared, he would be forced to flee for his life, leaving everything behind if he wanted to survive. While Shang Yuan Bing Zhu was in charge of reducing the size of the monsters with the weapon infinite reduction, Wu Yijin had informed Bai Zemin that the task of collecting the unclassified soul stones had been successfully completed, but that they still needed some time to make a full count. After this, while the survivors carried the bodies of the unclassified beasts to the trucks, the stronger and more evolved ones like Bai Zemin himself, Shang Yuan Bing Zhu, Chen He, Kai Jingyi, Zhang De, etc., worked as a team with the tractors to drag the giant first-order beasts now reduced in size and weighing half of the original. It was only then that they finally left the forest. Although the military base was large and its facilities were good, staying in the middle of a forest was by no means a good idea. Bai Zemin did not even think of something so stupid as to move his base to a place as dangerous as that, so without hesitation, he ordered to leave immediately when everything was done. Several hundred weapons such as machine guns, pistols, rifles, grenades, shotguns, and so on, with boxes and boxes of orange, green, yellow, blue color, were carried by the heavy trucks and filled to the brim with ammunition. Because the noise that more than 30 vehicles made while moving was too great, it was simply impossible not to attract the attention of some wild beast or creature roaming around. Therefore, in the middle of the road, they encountered some enemies that assaulted the convoy with the intention of feasting on flesh and blood. Unfortunately for these creatures, even before they could do anything interesting about it, a rain of bullets rained down on them and filled their bodies with holes, leaving them in a miserable and unrecognizable state. The men armed to the teeth on the different vehicles did not even let the drivers press the brakes, and, taking advantage of the volume of bullets, took it upon themselves to liquidate any nearby enemy. Even if many of them missed, under such a torrent of bullets it was simply impossible to 100% not hit. Although a large amount of ammunition could have been saved if Bai Zemin simply ordered the vehicles to stop and let Kai Jingyi or someone else take over the task, this would in turn consume more time than simply firing wildly without slowing down the vehicles. At this point, Bai Zemin and the other leaders had already fully accepted that human weaponry would eventually become ineffective. Therefore, expending ammunition no longer became too painful for any of them. In turn, what they lacked was precisely time. Therefore, no one said anything about it. Of course, this did not mean that Bai Zemin would allow bullets to be senselessly wasted. It was just that, at this moment, he wanted more than anyone else to get to the village to receive magical medical treatment and start working on important things that concerned his personal strength and even that of all those under his flag. Due to the increase in vehicles, the time needed to reach the beginning village was a total of 12 solid hours, in which the drivers had to be replaced once midway to avoid any kind of incidents. When the motorcade crossed the main entrance of the village, it was already a little after 5 p.m., but the sun was still burning high in the sky. "What is that?" "Tank." "You idiot, that's not a tank, that's a M3. "Amazing, so many powerful guns." "Long live the leader." "Long live the leaders." When the armed convoy arrived at the central square of the village, where all the survivors under the command of Bai Zemin were gathered, the people there were surprised beyond words. Many of them failed to recognize what kind of vehicles the M3 IFVs were, thinking they were tanks, but others who had a little more military knowledge recognized this type of vehicle that was sold to the whole world as one of the best of its kind. The eyes of the survivors shone with relief when they saw the soldiers armed to the teeth descending from the vehicles, looking powerful and intimidating. None of them feared being abused anymore. As long as they followed the rules, everything would be fine. The more power Bai Zemin gained, the safer the survivors felt, and the more relieved they felt leaving their lives in his hands. While the soldiers were unloading the boxes with guns and ammunition into what had now become a forbidden zone that unauthorized personnel was not allowed to enter, and if they broke this rule they could even be executed immediately, Bai Zemin looked for Kang Lan immediately. ////. Inside the main villa. My God, the young mage covered her mouth in shock when she saw Bai Zemin's miserable condition. Since she had started following Bai Zemin's footsteps, this was the first time she had seen him in such a bad condition. His wounds might not be life-threatening, but they were undoubtedly far from minor injuries. She was even amazed at the willpower he must have had to keep his face from showing the pain he was probably suffering inside. Seeing Kang Lan's frightened and worried expression, Bai Zemin did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Kang Lan, hurry up and heal him at once." Kai Jingyi sounded a little upset to see her just standing still without moving her hands. This was strange considering she was usually shy and quiet, which showed how much Bai Zemin's health was important to her. This was also normal considering that Kai Jingyi was his loyal follower. The trust between the two had reached an extremely high level, and her dependence on him had also increased a notch. ///. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 199, Monstrous Recovery. Hearing Kai Jingyi's voice and the urgent tone in which she spoke, Kang Lan finally came back to her senses. She looked at Bai Zemin and asked a little worriedly, are you all right? Do you have a particularly serious injury that you want me to treat for you? Kang Lan simply didn't know how to react. To her, Bai Zemin was a supreme and invincible existence. In the past, no matter what kind of enemy it was or how strong it was, he always emerged victorious with overwhelming strength. However, seeing him with such wounds made her realize that he, like her, was a human being. This thought unconsciously made Kang Lan also realize that, as a human, Bai Zemin must be feeling a great deal of weight on his shoulders. With the lives of nearly 2,000 people weighing on his back, as well as the constant concern for food and safety, could definitely cause him to collapse one day if he was not helped. Unaware of the thoughts of the woman in front of him, Bai Zemin shook his head and sat down on the couch as he slowly said, "Just heal my left arm. Use your lesser healing skill both times on my arm." "On your arm," Kang Lan repeated while looking at the wound on his face. She wanted to say something but soon understood the thoughts of the man in front of her and couldn't help but bite her lips as a complicated glint flashed in her dark eyes. The reason why Bai Zemin chose his arm over any other part of his body, even ignoring the pain he felt due to his broken ribs, was most likely because he wanted to be able to use as much of his strength as quickly as possible again. If a powerful enemy appeared, even if he had 2 or 3 broken ribs, Bai Zemin could face them as long as he had his 2 arms and 2 legs in perfect condition. However, with his left arm out of action, his total strength was naturally much less than normal. At this realization, Kang Lan exchanged glances with Kai Jingyi before starting to move the mana in her body by pushing it with all her magic. Her hands glowed with a faint white radiance as she carefully activated her first-order lesser healing skill. Kang Lan's lesser healing skill was originally a first-order active skill level 1. But little by little, she was fulfilling the requirements to evolve this skill, and together with the acquisition of some soul stones, the level of her skill had been raised from 1 to 4 in a short time. Now, first-order lesser healing level 4 was 15% more effective than in the past. This coupled with Bai Zemin's high health stat as well as the passive bonus of his superhuman health skill, which increased the healing he received by 20%, the results were astonishing. After the first activation, when the first orb of white light went into his left arm, Bai Zemin felt all the broken bones seem to twist at speeds that were simply too dazzling. He felt as if a drill was constantly piercing his skin, and the pain alone was enough to make 90% of the people howl like ghosts. 10 minutes later, when the effect of the first magic healing orb ended, Kang Lan once again cast lesser healing on the same spot as before. Crack, drag, drag. The cracking sound spread through the silent room, causing Kai Jingyi and Kang Lan's hair to stand on end. The only person who maintained a composed expression, other than Bai Zemin himself, was Lilith in her human form. Lilith observed everything, every detail in Bai Zemin's expression, and noticed that occasionally his resolute eyes hesitated. That was when she realized that he was in a lot of pain, but by pure willpower he was barely enduring it. But how could he not be in pain? Almost a month ago, he was just a normal human being. It was just that Lilith had unconsciously not treated Bai Zemin as a human equal to the rest. At times, she even forgot that he was just a lower existence of the First Order. 10 minutes after the second magic orb began to work inside his body, the white glow that illuminated Bai Zemin's left arm slowly dimmed until it disappeared completely. Feeling the arm still somewhat stiff, Bai Zemin stood up, and to the surprise of his 2 loyal followers, he began to move his left arm back and forth casually. He even punched the void in front of him several times naturally. "You, leader, your arm healed completely," Kang Lan exclaimed in shock as she looked at him in disbelief. She had previously touched Bai Zemin's left arm. Naturally, she felt how his bones had broken into several pieces each. She estimated that it would take at least 3 or 4 more sessions to heal it in its entirety. Little did she expect that after a single shot, with the 2 activations of her lesser healing skill, all of his bones came back together again. Seeing how he moved like this, it seemed as if his previous fractures were nothing more than illusions. Kai Jingyi's eyes lit up brightly as she looked at him with adoration, recovering from more than 20 fractures in such a short time. Who else besides him could do something like that? Kai Jingyi was sure that even the second most powerful person in the entire group, Shang Yuan Bing Zhu, was not capable of such a thing. The only one who did not seem surprised was Lilith. She knew Bai Zemin's current stats as well as all of his skills after all. Bai Zemin chuckled and revealed with a hint of pride in his voice. My health stat is close to 300 points, so my recovery rate is almost 30 times faster than a particularly healthy person before the arrival of the soul record on Earth. I also have a passive skill that boosts all the healing I receive by 20%. Kang Lan and Kai Jingyi gasped as they heard that their health had almost reached 300 points. Kang Lan's health stat was barely 57 points, and although Kai Jingyi was a little better at 87 points, she still couldn't compare to him. It was only then that the two realized that they were simply too far behind him, and that if they wanted to be of any use to him and not hinder him in the future, they would have to work much harder. Both women looked at each other and saw the same glint of resolve in each other's eyes. This was the first time Bai Zemin told another living being about his stats other than Lilith, and the only reason he did this was because he knew that the two women in front of him would not reveal anything to anyone. After all, for better or worse, they were under the passive effect of the skill attached to his lower leader subclass. I suppose with another 3 more sessions, you'll be able to return to your max condition. Lily stood up and approached him with a happy smile. I think so. Bai Zemin nodded as he looked at her with shining eyes. Kang Lan Kai Jingyi listened carefully. He looked at them with a serious expression and revealed his plans for the next few days. Hearing what he said, both women's eyes shone with intense fervor. ////. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 200, Factions, Lower Existences and Higher Existences. It was past 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and little by little the sun was beginning to lose its power. Although it still shone high in the sky, the temperatures were beginning to drop at speeds that would be noticeable to anyone, and that bright golden yellow that characterized it so much was slowly becoming faint, until it took on a slight orange tinge. The beginning village consisted of a secure perimeter of at least 10 kilometers around with the village itself as the center. In this perimeter, the probability of a survivor encountering any kind of mutated creature or zombie was especially low since Fu Zufeng and the rest had worked hard to wipe out any kind of latent danger. Still, it was simply impossible to prevent the occasional wild animal or zombie from sneaking in. After all, to prevent such a thing from happening would require a large armed manpower guarding the perimeter day and night. Such a thing was simply impossible at present. To avoid unnecessary deaths, the survivors, who now numbered almost 2,000 in total, only lived in the houses near the middle perimeter, although they were still on the outside, since they were only normal citizens. The normal citizens, those who did not want to do any kind of risky work or use their strength to earn their meals, were the minority inside the village. The majority were noble citizens willing to work, so they occupied the middle perimeter. Under such a protective regime, unless someone ignored the established rules and wandered too far, casualties were practically zero. To further secure the surroundings, Chen He, Shang Yuan Bingzhu, and Kang Lan took over 100 noble citizens with construction experience or strong bodies to do heavy work before heading to the outer perimeter of the settlement. Under the care of 3 powerful fighters and more than 70 armed soldiers, some survivors began to dig 2 or 3 meter deep holes, while others carried large tree trunks or sturdy wooden planks. Little by little, a rustic but firm wooden wall with a height of 6 to 7 meters was erected. ////. Meanwhile, Bai Zemin was currently inside a building at the back of his villa. The beds and furniture that had previously occupied it had been removed in their entirety. Several walls had been knocked down, leaving only a huge living room with over 100 square meters of space that was now filled with many strange objects that had replaced the previous furniture and appliances. Tongs, a fireplace, hammers of all kinds, different-sized anvils, large work tables, etc. All kinds of tools hung on the walls or rested on neatly arranged shelves on the sides. In a corner, one could see all kinds of large pelts hung up and stretched by various ropes. In addition, in another corner were several mountains of objects of different sizes that seemed to shimmer with a metallic touch in the glare of sunlight coming through the large solar window in the ceiling. Not bad, they did a good job here. Bai Zemin walked over to the pelts and touched them to check that they were dry as he commented casually. "Will you start working now?" Lilith asked. She was in her natural form as she rested comfortably on one of the work tables and looked at Bai Zemin's back with a small smile on her lips. Bai Zemin waved his left arm several times before nodding. "That's right. I need to urgently start working on the pelts or they will start to go bad as time goes by. Even the world's mana can't beat decay, can it?" "MMH," Lilith agreed. The power of time still reigns supreme, and only when one reaches the fifth order can one become immune to the decay of the river of life that flows endlessly. Fifth order, Bai Zemin paused for a moment. After considering for a moment, he asked tentatively, after you reach the fifth order is when you become what you call higher existence. Lilith did not hide it and nodded calmly. She explained in an indifferent voice, putting aside unclassified existences from first order to fourth order, no matter how strong an existence is, it will eventually die. This is an absolute fact. While the life expectancy between a first-order existence and a fourth-order existence is completely different, at the end of the day, they all end up turning to ashes. These existences that fail to defeat the passage of time are called lower existences by the higher existences. Bai Zemin remained silent. He finally understood many things. The term lower existence was not meant to offend anyone. It was just that from the point of view of those who managed to defeat the time, they were special beings, different from the rest. That was why they differentiated between lower and higher. Bai Zemin wanted to ask what level he needed to reach the fifth order, but in the end he decided not to ask that question. He was just a miserable first-order level 40 existence. What was the use of asking a question that would probably only end up depressing him when he knew the answer? Bai Zemin believed it was better to focus on what was ahead of him rather than looking so far ahead. Of course, this didn't mean that he was neglecting the future. It was just that there were things beyond his reach that he didn't need to worry about. Regardless of whether it was a powerful higher existence or whether it was a mere level 100 lower existence, all of them could crush Bai Zemin with one hand. This was an undeniable fact. Therefore, there was no difference between one or the other for him. Still, he decided to ask one more question. A question that would not make him feel overwhelmed, but would at least give him some clues about the general situation of the universe as a whole. Can you tell me how many factions of higher existences exist? Bai Zemin was not an enemy of any of these factions, at least not yet. Therefore, he was not concerned about them. Whether one existed or thousands existed, such things had nothing to do with him figuratively. Lilith thought about it for a moment, tilting her head to the ceiling and gazing up at the sky through the light breaker. She looked like a celestial goddess illuminated by the rays of the sunset. Just when Bai Zemin thought she wasn't going to respond, she answered somewhat unsure of herself. I'm not too sure. There are probably more hidden beings, but to my knowledge and probably to most, the number of factions of higher existences that currently exist are 8. Lilith then listed them one by one. The army of heaven, led by the God of the Bible. The demonic army, led by Lucifer or Satan. Dragon God kingdom, led by the dragon monarch. Immortal bloodlust, led by the vampire king. Endless crimson flame, led by the eternal phoenix. The heavenly moon army, led by the wolf emperor. The army of evolution, led by the zombie ancestor. Devourers and destroyers, led by a beast who calls itself Star Devourer. Chapter 201, Blood of Second Order. Bai Zemin was a bit surprised to hear the list of higher factions Lilith knew. Somehow there were more of them than he expected. However, soon his attention was directed to the 7th and 8th faction she named. The army of evolution, led by the zombie ancestor. Devourers and destroyers, led by a beast who calls himself Star Devourer. Lilith, could it be that zombies and beasts can also become strong to such an extent? Bai Zemin secretly felt a little worried. I mean, from the beasts it was something I expected to a certain point, but zombies too. Zombies, so far, were the least dangerous creatures to mankind. If you put aside their terrifying appearances and overwhelming numbers, they were so slow that even a 4-year-old child could run from them if they wanted to. But apparently things were not so simple, to mankind's misfortune. Of course it is. Lilith didn't even think about it and answered in a matter-of-fact voice. Zombies are a bit of a special species among all evolutionary species. As you well know, the mana inside the zombie's body is mana that they couldn't control when the soul record awakened the mana of the world. But if any zombie manages to acquire enough intelligence to stop being just a mindless savage beast, and manages to control that mana, then they will naturally start to become strong at astonishingly high speeds. So far, zombies have been leveling up very slowly as they only absorb mana from the surroundings and only occasionally gain some soul power when they kill an enemy. But this won't stay this way forever, and there will come a time when zombies will have intelligence in no way inferior to humans. Generally, and unless some kind of anomaly impossible to explain happens, A world has 10 years of time before the second phase of evolution begins. Many things will change when that happens. Lilith pointed out in a serious voice. Bai Zemin felt that the more he listened, the more headache he got. He already had his hands filled with everything that was going on. He just couldn't imagine a world even more chaotic than the world he was currently living in. Facing intelligent zombies was by no means a joke. Zombies could be considered the weakest of the weak, but at the same time they were the most terrifying. Their ability to infect was something that even Bai Zemin himself did not dare to face. This was because the mana inside the zombie's body was evil mana, and if he was attacked by that evil mana, there was an extremely high probability that all the mana inside his body would start to spiral out of control and mutate. The mere thought of imagining fast, intelligent zombies with such a capacity to infect was something that Bai Zemin could not tolerate. Forget it, Bai Zemin refused to pursue the matter further. At this point, he agreed with Lilith's statement earlier, when I am strong enough, everything will come naturally. Knowing more at this point will not only not help, but will give me more worries than I already have. It's good that you know that, she nodded with a smile. Well, let's get started then. You're going to start hammering. No, I haven't evolved blood manipulation yet. Lilith was speechless. Hurry up, my demon god, what have you even been doing all this time? Just leave it, he replied somewhat embarrassed. Did you forget it? With everything that had happened, Bai Zemin didn't even remember about the evolving skill requirements. It was only 1 or 2 hours ago that he remembered that he could now fulfill all the requirements. Bai Zemin walked over to a huge bookshelf that took up almost an entire wall, which was filled with neatly stacked bottles of blood arranged in order. Small black and white signs described the type of blood each bottle contained. This had been arranged by his housekeeper Qin Ming and a few other maids. Bai Zemin had to admit that Qin Ming was really excellent. She had carried out his orders to the letter while he was away. Unclassified blood was the most abundant. There were hundreds of liters, if not thousands. First-order blood was relatively more scarce, but even then there were at least 20 or 30 bottles filled to the brim with this precious blood. This blood had the capacity to strengthen the body of an evolved human to a great extent if consumed in the right way. A normal human could not drink such a thing. If a normal human drank first-order blood, their body would definitely explode into thousands of pieces. Normal humans could only drink unclassified blood and in small quantities. As for second-order blood, there was none of that here. Now, Bai Zemin took out a bottle filled with blood from his backpack and looked at it with intense eyes. Somehow I feel that you appreciate that blood more than me. It's just your imagination. The reddish blood looked more like a divine potion than blood. Unlike the unclassified blood and the first-order blood, the second-order blood not only didn't smell bad at all, but it gave off a strange, very faint glow as if it was a precious gem. You're thinking of drinking it, aren't you? Stop reading my mind, you naughty little succubus. I knew it, I swear I knew it. Bai Zemin said nothing more, and instead opened the bottle cover slowly. A fragrance similar to fruit juice assaulted his senses immediately, and just breathing in that smell, he felt his whole body relax tremendously. Just a single order of difference, but such is the change, Bai Zemin marveled. Each order is a world apart, I told you, Lilith rolled her eyes. Bai Zemin nodded and brought the spout of the bottle to his mouth. Soon, he began to drink the liquid inside the bottle in large gulps. Fortunately, there was no one else present, or they might be frightened. Putting aside the fact that he was drinking blood, he was drinking the blood of a second-order beast while he was just a first-order existence. This was no different than suicide. With your health stat barely comparable to a second-order, and with your stamina comparable to a third-order existence, probably only you could do such a crazy thing on this planet. Lilith sighed as she looked at him. After drinking about half of the bottle, Bai Zemin stopped. He even licked his lips and nodded with a smile. Soon, his smile froze as an embracing warmth filled his veins, and his head began to pulse as if it were his heart. This was the first time Bai Zemin directly drank blood from a beast, let alone a second-order one. In the past, he had also drank first-order blood, but only cooked. The problem was that he at that time did not manage to receive basically any benefit since when he evolved to First Order and eliminated a good number of First Order beasts during the battle at the university. His soul power was much more powerful. But things were different now. ////. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 202, Requirements Met, Evolving Blood Manipulation. The lower the level and the lower the order of the existence, the more benefits one would receive if by chance of destiny, luck, or by real skill, succeeded in defeating and killing a higher level existence of a higher order. The clearest example was the effect and the amount of soul power absorbed. Back then, when Bai Zemin faced a first-order existence for the first time, he went directly from level 15 to level 20 with a single step. The same thing happened recently when he killed the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear. Just one kill sent him from level 40 to level 45, apart from acquiring a lot of additional stats as a reward. Bai Zemin had made a wild and rough estimate just based on his experience so far and deduced that to rise from level 40 to 45, he would have to have killed hundreds of thousands or even millions of enemies, or at least 100 to 200 first-order creatures. That's how hard it was to accumulate soul power and level up by defeating weaker beings. But after defeating someone of a higher level and of a higher order, the amount of soul power and its purity was not the only reward one could obtain. The enemy's entire body was a treasure in itself. Their furs could become tough armor, and their bones could become powerful weapons. Bai Zemin's group of survivors used bones as knives. These bones were even sharper than a real knife burning at high temperatures. In addition to furs, bones, tendons, and more, flesh and blood were another treasure. As a first-order existence level 45, Bai Zemin would naturally obtain good benefits from drinking the blood of an existence not only 13 levels higher than him, but also a higher order. You have received health plus 29. Your first-order level 1 superhuman health skill has leveled up. First-order superhuman health level 5 increases the effects of healing skills on you by 20%. Plus 200 health points permanently. The strange feeling of pain and pressure he felt soon disappeared, and 3 messages flashed in Bai Zemin's eyes almost at the same time as everything calmed down. "Whoa, that's a lot of health," he exclaimed in shock. He was definitely expecting benefits, but he wasn't expecting that much. "That's natural," Lilith smiled sweetly as she waved her little feet dangling in the air. "A second-order existence has a great deal of health. Why do you think that bear didn't die even after all the blows you gave it, and even survived a heavy bombardment from those machines?" Bai Zemin was silent, and soon realized that Lilith's words were true. The higher an existence was, the longer its life expectancy was. Therefore, the health naturally was higher, and the higher the health, the harder it was to kill this existence. Each statistic played an important purpose. Even the most seemingly useless statistic, health, was incredibly important, and it had saved Bai Zemin from many problems. "I can feel the speed at which my wounds are recovering increase." "Well, you just gained 109 health points in total if we add the 80 points you received when your skill leveled up. Before you ask me, the skill leveled up because of the second-order beast blood. That kind of blood is a treasure for the current you." "I see." Lilith had told him before, but in the world there were many treasure and plants like the one he obtained in the university when he killed the first-order anti-magic zombie was not the only type of treasure. This second-order blood, for example, was a treasure for him. "I'll give some of this blood to Shangyuan Bingzu as well," Bai Zemin reasoned carefully. "She's probably the only one capable of withstanding the effect of second-order blood right now. I should also give her a lightning fruit after Zhangdu and Fu Zufeng obtain a fruit first." "That's good," Lilith nodded. It was undeniable that Shangyuan Bingzu was powerful and important. Lightning fruit was the name Bai Zemin had given to the fruits of the mutated plant, a plant that he had conveniently named Thousand Lightning Plant. At this time, the Thousand Lightning Plant had 5 fruits. Too bad, these fruits had barely begun to ripen, and Bai Zemin estimated that it would take at least 7 to 15 days for them to fully ripen. If it were a normal plant, it would probably take more time, but with the evolution of the world, things had changed considerably. Now, Bai Zemin looked at the remaining half-bottle of blood and scrolled through his records for a while before finally stopping when he found what he was looking for. Blood manipulation, first-order active skill, level 5. This skill can evolve to the next order if the following requirements are met. Collect 100 liters of blood from 50 enemies level 5 or higher, 100-100. Collect 10 liters of blood from 5 first-order enemies, 10-10. Collect 1 liter of blood from 1 second-order enemy, 1-1. You wish to evolve the skill to the next order. Seeing this window, Bai Zemin could not help but secretly sigh. Other than joy, his current emotions were really hard to describe. Back then, barely a day had passed since the unknown entity called Soul Record arrived on Earth when he, along with Lilith, saw the evolution requirements of his only skill at that time: blood manipulation. The first time Bai Zemin saw these requirements, he didn't have much of a reaction. After all, he had no idea how terrifyingly powerful first-order existences were, let alone second-order existences. However, he could remember how Lilith smiled bitterly. This alone was enough for him to know that it would not be easy to evolve his main skill. When he had his battle to the death against the first-order blazing beetle, the first-order existence he had met, Bai Zemin finally came to understand the difficulty of such a task. Only a first-order beast with remarkable weaknesses had put him in a miserable condition. How could he get the blood of 5 such enemies, and even worse, the blood of one infinitely more powerful? At that time, for him, evolving blood manipulation to second order was nothing more than a distant and remote dream, as unreachable as the distant stars were to the humans who were locked inside this world. For him in those days, it was not even worth thinking about such things. But now, almost a month later, he had managed to overcome all the obstacles that the new world had put in his path. No matter how hard or how cruel the trials that fate imposed on him, he gritted his teeth and endured. He never complained to anyone. He just endured and fought hard every day, barely having even some time to get a proper night's sleep. Almost a month ago, he believed that evolving his main skill was an impossibility. Almost a month later, he had managed to fulfill all the requirements that the Soul Record had set for him to evolve blood manipulation. One moment we might be desperate, but who knows? The next instant we might be at the absolute peak. Bai Zemin was far from the absolute pinnacle. He wasn't particularly aiming for the peak either. He just wanted to be stronger in order to control his own destiny. He just wanted to be stronger enough so that tomorrow another mysterious entity wouldn't appear and bring down his day-to-day life as it happened with the Soul Record. Maybe, sensing the complicated emotions he felt, Lilith said softly, "Only by experiencing hardship can human beings appreciate the moments of calm. Only by experiencing pain can one appreciate joy. For a star to shine, darkness has to exist. You experienced a lot, but isn't this a good way to be rewarded for your efforts? In your own hands and with your own body, you are experiencing how little by little, that which you thought was impossible, in reality was not as far away as you believed." Hearing her words, a smile unconsciously appeared on Bai Zemin's face. Indeed, with all that had happened in his life, he had changed. He had changed so much that his past self would probably be shocked beyond words if he saw him. But this was natural. It would be impossible for him not to change. Life pushed him and forced him to change. Fortunately, those pushes and those changes also came with rewards. Evolve. With a single thought, his first and main skill started the evolution phase. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 203, Second Order Blood Manipulation and Second Activation. With Bai Zemin's words as command, the soul record immediately began to work, demonstrating its might once again. The bottles of blood that were neatly stacked on top of the rack began to move until the corks that sealed off the inside from the outside began to slowly rotate until they opened as if an invisible hand was controlling them. Now losing the obstructing object, the blood inside of approximately 20 bottles slowly rose and began to fly into midair. No matter how many times I see it, I don't get bored of this. Bai Zemin commented as he watched in wonder as the liter of blood inside the bottle he held in his hands magically levitated and joined the rest of the blood to form what appeared to be a huge spiral. With the united sight of the unclassified blood, the First Order blood, and the Second Order blood, even someone who didn't know what was going on here would definitely know which blood was better due to the clear difference in quality. The blood of exactly 66 enemies that were slaughtered by Bai Zemin began to rotate slowly at first, but in a matter of seconds the rotation speed was gaining speed until it was no longer possible to differentiate what was what. The only thing in sight was a huge orb of blood spinning surprisingly fast. Just as Bai Zemin wondered what was next, the mana of the world around him shook violently. He could clearly sense the immediate change. The mana is flowing into the blood, Bai Zemin pointed out in amazement. The soul record can control the mana at will and can do whatever it wants with this energy. Lilith added calmly as she observed the changes in the blood with sparkling eyes. The bloody sphere began to slowly light up from the center. At first, it was just a small luminous dot, but before long that small dot spread like the waves of the sea to the entire sphere, and in a matter of seconds the entire orb began to glow with an intense light ruby color. The glow of the bloody sphere was so bright that Bai Zemin and Lilith unconsciously closed their eyes to avoid being blinded. Tinka! A tinkling sound echoed softly in the middle of the silent room, and when Lilith and Bai Zemin opened their eyelids again, they were surprised to find that the blood sphere, along with the miraculous glow, was nowhere to be seen anymore. It failed. Such a thought flickered in Bai Zemin's mind, and for a moment he was startled. However, he soon shook off that thought forcibly. Such a thing cannot happen, he said to himself. Indeed, a moment later, both he and she looked down to the floor to see what the previous sound had been, and there they saw a small blood-red pearl giving off a faint, miraculous shimmer. This is. Bai Zemin bent down and picked up the object in his hand, marveling at how soft it felt to the touch. Just eat it, Lilith urged as she looked at the red pearl in his hands. That small pearl is probably the trigger to evolve your blood manipulation. That's unusual. Bai Zemin frowned as he received no description of the object in his hands. Although he found it strange that his skill did not directly evolve as his past skills did, he ate the pearl without hesitation. As the pearl went down his throat and into his body, Bai Zemin felt all his blood heat up for a split second before returning to normal. All the energy from the blood pearl seemed to flow into his soul, more specifically, into the red rune that represented his blood manipulation skill. The rune of the skill glowed, and its reddish color deepened a bit at the same time as a strange, additional engraving appeared on the rune. You have evolved blood manipulation to the next order. Blood manipulation, second order active skill, level 1. First order blood manipulation level 5 power multiplied by 2. Your blood weapons have a 10% chance to inflict critical hit when hitting an enemy. Second activation, consume 20 mana points to activate and 1 stamina point every 5 seconds. Envelop your weapon or a part of your body with a crimson blood flame, increasing your physical attack power and magical attack power by 20%. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed at the sight of the blood manipulation evolution, and his heart pounded against his chest fiercely. Only one thought was in his head at this moment: strong. Bai Zemin felt that all the efforts he put in, and all the trials he had to overcome to get this far, were really worth it. The power of the skill had been multiplied x2. This in itself was amazing considering all that he could do with this skill. Already terrifying with its previous power, one could imagine how terrifying blood manipulation was with its doubled power. In addition, as a bonus, blood manipulation gave Bai Zemin a 10% chance of inflicting a critical hit when using blood weapons against his enemies. This meant that the current him had a 40% chance of critical hit as long as he met the requirements. 10% came from his one-hit-to-kill title. 20% came from his passive skill, throwing. And the last 10% from second-order blood manipulation. Just imagining the power of Crimson Blood Judgment, a third-order skill with a critical hit, made Bai Zemin's hair stand on end. Moreover, the second activation was something Bai Zemin did not expect to receive. A second-order skill did not always possess a second activation, and most of the time, even in the third order or fourth order, skills only received general boosts but not a skill attached to the main one. The case of lightning movement was a rarity. Not for nothing did one of the archangels of the army of heaven, Gabriel, a seventh-order existence, possess this skill as his main skill. Second activation of blood manipulation was actually a crimson blood flame that increased both his physical attack power and his magical attack power by 20%. If Bai Zemin used his skills well along with his blood berserker job and blood will, the overall power increase he would receive could reach up to 110% against beings of his own order and up to 130% against beings more powerful than him. A 130% increase in his overall attack power was no joke. This was an amount that could scare any being if they found out about. At this point, Bai Zemin was confident that if he encountered that second-order bear again, he would definitely not end up in such a miserable state as he ended up in after the battle. I knew you would definitely receive a second activation, but I didn't expect one that would increase your already terrifying battle power even more. Lilith sighed, seemingly exasperated, although she said that Bai Zemin could notice a small smile on the corner of her lips that revealed her true feelings. Bai Zemin felt like hugging her or squeezing her cheeks, but in the end restrained himself. What needed to be done has already been done. Now let's start working on my next equipment. ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 204, Selecting a Weapon. The first thing Bai Zemin did was to take out a sheet of paper and a pencil. Then, he simply stood silently with a strange look on his face. Lilith stood silently at a short distance, looking at him. However, after more than 5 minutes passed and he still showed no signs of movement, the beautiful sixth-order higher existence finally became a little impatient and asked in a puzzled voice, "What are you doing? If you continue to be lazy, you won't get your paycheck at the end of the month." Wasn't he supposed to get to work? All she could see was a person standing around doing nothing. "Are you my employer?" Bai Zemin chuckled. "Actually, I'm thinking about what kind of weapon I should use." "I thought you were happy with swords." Lilith tilted her head prettily. "That's not the point." Bai Zemin seemed to have trouble describing his thoughts. After a while of silence, he finally seemed to find the right words and continued. "To be honest, while I'm more used to swords due to the fact that I've been wielding the Chunyuan sword back and forth since the beginning of the apocalypse, my blood berserker job grants me some knowledge and mastery over multiple types of weapons. Actually, the problem is something different." The corner of Lilith's mouth twitched a couple of times when she heard what the man in front of her said. So, his blood berserker job gave him the knowledge to control various types of weapons. Wasn't this cheating? "You have a unique job this cheating, but you still complain about problems. Apologize to all those who spend tens of years and even centuries studying and training endlessly in order to master their weapons." Bai Zemin ignored the complaints of the beautiful succubus and pointed out his concerns. "Let's leave aside the daggers. Normal swords are weapons that allow me to cut quickly. Its uses are numerous, and no matter the situation they can prove great utility depending on how they are used. But at the same time, swords are not good at anything specific. Basically, swords are weapons that don't specialize in anything and are instead more balanced." "Oh, so you don't want to use a sword?" Lilith asked with apparent surprise. "It's not about that. It's more like, I'm looking for what kind of weapon would suit me best. An axe. I don't think so. Even though my job is blood berserker, axes seem to be more for a barbarian with pure physical strength while I'm a mage and a fighter at the same time." "How about a spear?" Spears are good. They have a long attack range. Their piercings are undoubtedly terrifying. They can swing around the body to ward off enemies, and can even be used to perform long-range attacks by throwing them. Bai Zemin muttered as he gently tapped the tip of the pencil on the white sheet. "Then I guess a spear it is," Lilith asked as she secretly wondered what kind of weapon he had in mind. "I don't think so. Well, if it was before evolving blood manipulation to second order, it might be. But with a second fire-type activation available and considering how high my strength stat is, I feel like a spear isn't the right weapon of choice either." Bai Zemin was puzzled himself. Before, he was going to forge a spear. Although he was not used to this type of weapon, and it was 100% opposite to swords, a weapon he was used to using, spears were very much suited to his skills. But now, he began to hesitate and was no longer as confident as before. A weapon that suits the second activation of blood manipulation, and at the same time gets the most out of your strength stat. Lilith frowned slightly and considered this matter seriously for a long time. "How about a giant hammer like the one that human named Liang Peng used? It could also be a mace." She looked at him and asked somewhat uncertainly. "Definitely not." Bai Zemin shook his head without hesitation. He said without a care in the world, "Hammers and maces are weapons I don't like." Besides, hammers and maces were weapons that did not suit his fighting style. On the other hand, it would also be missing the magic part of the equation. Lilith fell silent. The two were silent for what seemed like an eternity, thinking carefully. This was a matter of utmost importance. After all, depending on the weapon and its uses, Bai Zemin's overall strength could reach new heights and could even save his life in a battle to the death. For example, if he had a better or more suitable weapon for the situation, Bai Zemin could have fought better against the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear. While he wouldn't necessarily have one, at least he wouldn't have suffered a loss. Right, loss. For him, that was a battle he was defeated even though the soul record considered him the winner. It was true that Bai Zemin had exploded the head of the second-order, surprisingly strong archaic bear with a kick, and it was true that he had seriously wounded it before that. But he was aware that had it not been for the quick arrival of the IFV M3, the one who would have died would not necessarily have been the bear. The M3 IFVs made the already wounded beast suffer greatly, and it was thanks to Shangyuan Bingzu that Bai Zemin was able to kill the enemy. If it wasn't for her intervening just in time, he could not have stopped the beast's footsteps, nor could he have prevented it from fleeing deep into the forest. Seconds turned into minutes, and before Bai Zemin or Lilith realized it, more than 30 minutes had already passed in silent thought. There were simply too many weapons, and too many possibilities. Suddenly, Lilith's eyes glittered and she looked up to look at him. How about a two-handed greatsword? A two-handed greatsword. Bai Zemin's eyes lit up like stars in the night sky when he heard Lilith's words. A greatsword was a rather special and rare weapon. Greatswords not only had the edge of a normal sword, but also possessed the power of a heavy great hammer, and at the same time possessed a range similar to that of a spear. As if that wasn't enough, with the second activation of blood manipulation, the weapon's power would increase explosively. Moreover, Bai Zemin could already imagine a powerful attack by using the unstoppable frontal charge magic skill that he obtained after defeating the reinforced iron boar back then. That's it, a great sword. He jumped up excitedly and unconsciously took a big step forward, closing the distance between him and Lilith. Under Lilith's surprised and slightly incredulous eyes, he clung to her face and planted a big kiss on her forehead. It could be said that this was the first time he initiated contact between the two of them on his own initiative. Lilith, you really are awesome. Bai Zemin seemed especially excited and didn't seem to realize what he had just done as he immediately began to draw on the sheet of paper with a smile. Lilith touched the spot he kissed just now with her fingertips, and a strange glint flashed through her ruby-colored eyes as she looked at his back. Only she knew what she was thinking. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 205, Blazing Scale Greatsword Part 1. When constructing a building, the first thing needed to avoid problems in the future were the plans of that future site, the dimensions, the partitions, where each support beam would go, and so on. With blacksmithing, the process was much less cumbersome. It was not imperative to draw a draft plan of the general idea that was to be built. But even then, Bai Zemin preferred to sketch out the shape and type of object he wanted to create. This made the process of creating the object much easier for him. After about 10 minutes, the sketch of a sword had appeared on the previously pure white sheet. The drawing was only in black and white, without any color. However, although Bai Zemin was not a genius-level draftsman, he still considered himself quite decent. "Now I can start," he declared as he walked towards the pile of metals. Rather than metals, these items were actually mutated and evolved monster material. The noble citizens had worked hard to dismantle the armor of various high-defense monsters, such as the iron-reinforced boar. While they still had a lot of work to do, the amount of materials Bai Zemin had received was considerably large. At the very least, he would have no problem creating several dozen pieces of equipment. There were materials with metallic properties of black, red, silver, blue, and various other colors, all of them from different monsters. Bai Zemin need to first understand the material before starting to work. "Let's start with this one." First, he took a pair of tongs, which he used to pick up a large scale with metallic properties that was more than 30 centimeters long and belonged to a first-order snake. With a wave of his hand followed by a thought, the blazing ring glowed softly, and a crimson-red flame flew out into the smithing furnace. Just as the flame seemed to want to devour everything, Bai Zemin hurriedly threw 5 unclassified soul stones into the furnace. Surprisingly, the flames seemed to calm down a bit, and instead of going wild, they made an effort to devour the soul stones. Fortunately, this actually worked. Bai Zemin sighed in relief as he saw that his temporary workroom was not turned into a raging hell. Normal flames would definitely have trouble melting metal that was enveloped by mana. Therefore, he had no choice but to look for a more powerful flame. The crimson flame of the blazing ring was quite strong, but Bai Zemin could not control it. Fortunately, Lilith had come up with the idea to entertain the flames with the soul stones, and this idea was working to perfection. The soul stones contain a mixture of pure soul power and wild mana. Lilith calmly said, "If you eat a soul stone, you will undoubtedly get a boost of power depending on the degree of purity and order of the stone. However, this is only temporary, as your body will definitely suffer a backlash that could even cost you your life. Unless it is a case of life and death where all hope is lost, you should never eat a soul stone." Bai Zemin nodded silently. His current strength was enough to resolve almost every dangerous situation he encountered, and temporarily, unless he met a high-level second-order enemy, he believed that no one could force him into a corner. Like a small child finding a new toy, the crimson flame engulfed the 5 soul stones inside the furnace in an effort to eat away at the energy inside. Although little by little the soul power and wild mana from within the soul stone was being consumed, the crimson flame would need a long time before it succeeded. And while by the time such a thing happened the flame would become more powerful, Bai Zemin planned to mitigate it long before such a thing happened. Bai Zemin pulled the tongs towards the furnace while surrounding them with his own mana to protect them from the fire. On the other hand, the mana that remained in the red-colored metal should fight against the crimson flames. After a total of 30 minutes, the mana in the scale finally surrendered to the relentless attack of the crimson flame, allowing the fire to slowly begin to surround the material. So far, the flame of the blazing ring had demonstrated great power. This was an undeniable fact. However, against enemies with heavy armor or shells with metallic properties, it was not especially useful. Its power could mainly show up against enemies with fur skins and the like. Even after 30 minutes, the red scale showed no signs of overheating. Bai Zemin could only sigh secretly and wait patiently. This is a magic flame, but it's already so hard. I don't even want to imagine how long it would take me to be able to red-hot this scale with a normal flame. Bai Zemin rejoiced. You'd probably have to spend days. Even then you wouldn't necessarily make it, Lilith said from beside him. Time passed as the two chatted with each other. Before they knew it, 2 hours had slipped by. The sky was practically completely red at this point, proof that the sun was at its final point for this day. The only thing that made Bai Zemin happy was that his mana consumption to protect the crimson flame metal tongs was not high at all. At most, he consumed 1 mana point every 10 minutes, and considering his high mana reserve, he would have no problem doing this practically all day without feeling the slightest setback. It had been an hour and a half since Bai Zemin had put the reddish scale from a first-order beast called Flaming Snake, which had been defeated some time ago by Shangyuan Bingzu. It was only then that the material began to overheat. Finally, Bai Zemin could not help but cheer. Bai Zemin was not an expert in blacksmithing, but at least he knew how to defend himself in this matter. When he saw the blood-red color of the material turn fiery red, he removed the tongs from the fire, and while still holding the scale firmly between the tongs' teeth, he held it on the anvil without letting go. Hammer. When I called you master, I expected other kinds of orders from you. In any case, here you go. Please put another scale in the fire. Yes, sir. With the large scale of the flaming snake now reaching an exponentially higher temperature, Bai Zemin covered the hammer with his mana to make it even harder and more powerful before beginning to swing it with a serious expression. It was a bit challenging at first. After all, Bai Zemin didn't know how hard the scale was at its melting point. He swung the hammer with some softness at first, but as time went on, the strength he used for hammering increased more and more until it came to a point where he found himself hammering with all his strength. I think I can do it. Such a thought flashed in his mind, relieving him greatly as he noticed how little by little the scale with metallic properties of the flaming serpent began to change its shape under his will. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 206, Blazing Scale Greatsword Part 2 last. The sun had set, and the moonlight was the only source of light reaching the world on a starless night. Although this season should be especially hot considering that summer was approaching, the reality could not be more different. With the intervention of the mana on planet Earth, the world as a whole was changing little by little, as well as the laws and rules that governed it. Not only the humans and the other beings that inhabited this small blue planet of the Milky Way had to adapt to the changes, the world in which they lived also had to adapt and evolve little by little. Although it was not as bad as the last years where the weather was completely unpredictable, even with the control of the Soul Record, it was still difficult to prevent a sudden storm, even if the previous day had been extremely hot. In the center of the main square of the beginning village, the normal citizens, composed of that minority who didn't want to work or were simply no good at anything, gathered. In a corner, a large stall could be seen where a small number of people were preparing grains of rice, before dipping them into a huge pot, with a large amount of water, before starting to prepare the food without much enthusiasm on their faces. "Line up," a man armed with a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle bellowed. His eyes filled with disdain looked at the people in front of him as if he was looking at drones instead of humans. The normal citizens, the lowest caste of survivors, lined up obediently under the gaze of a dozen armed men. None of them dared raise the slightest word of complaint or show the slightest dissatisfaction on their faces. These people knew that they were not looked upon favorably by anyone in the camp, but how could they be looked upon favorably? After all, while everyone was doing their part to make life better for everyone else, they were doing nothing but eating and sleeping. They knew that if they caused the slightest disturbance, they would be discarded to the side. Even if someone bullied them, the leaders turned a blind eye as long as there were no serious injuries, rapes, or deaths involved. Therefore, these survivors behaved obediently like lambs as they waited for their rations for the night. Although it was after midnight, they were probably the last to eat because they had to wait until the soldiers and other personnel were free before receiving their meals. These were the consequences of being nothing but leeches. Luo Cheng had been living well recently. His younger sister Luo Ning had been leveling up under the care of the group's core evolvers, and he also managed to slowly rise through the ranks of power and was now the leader of this small group of people. Although he knew that he could not become a core member under the banner of the main leader, as long as he could bring food to the table, it was enough for him. Luo Cheng, I leave you in charge of the rest. As Luo Cheng sighed internally and felt extremely grateful to Bai Zemin for making everyone's life simpler and better, a melodious but icy cold voice sounded a short distance away from him, snapping him out of his thoughts. Oh, of course, you can leave the rest to me. Thanks for your hard work as always. Luo Cheng couldn't help but bite his tongue when he saw Shangyu and Bing Zhu at such close distance. He was 3 or 4 years older than her, but he never ceased to be amazed by her beauty every time he saw her. Shangyu and Bing Zhu gave him a glance before nodding slightly, and then looked towards the main villa that was shining like a sun in the middle of the night. After hesitating for a moment, she walked towards it. As he looked at her slender back disappearing into the distance and appreciating her bright hair dancing in the wind, Luo Cheng couldn't help but let his heart race. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. She and I are two people from two different worlds. Let's focus on the reality before my eyes instead of such a distant fantasy world. He muttered before putting on a serious expression and starting to give some minor orders. Backslash, backslash, backslash. Clang, 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 clang. Inside a large, well-lit room, the constant sound of metal clanging metal rang out constantly, and except for the breathing of the only 2 people in the place, the other sound that could be heard was the constant crackling of fire. The crimson flames danced softly within the furnace, still struggling to devour the soul power and wild mana contained inside the 5 soul stones, but even after several hours it had not succeeded. Pass me the next scale, please. Bai Zemin spoke loudly as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The constant heat released by the magic crimson flame of a rare grade treasure inside a locked room was nothing to scoff at. Here you go. Lilith, now in her lily form, approached him with a red scale that burned at high temperatures, but she held it in her bare hands as if she were holding a normal rock. This should be the last one. A few more details to touch up and that should be it. Bai Zemin took the tongs and carefully grabbed the red-hot scale. Then, he placed the scale right on the open part that had been purposely left open by him before he started hammering with all his strength. Clang, 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 clang. Little by little, the scale changed its shape, and thanks to the burning heat it began to melt and join the other scales that had now joined together to form a huge red sword. If it was in the past, Bai Zemin's strength probably wouldn't have been enough to mold these first-order scales at will. But after boosting his strength with the 60-plus status points he had saved up as well as the strength boost he received after absorbing the second-order bear's soul power, he could barely handle the work. While Bai Zemin was immersed in the smithy, the closed door leading to the outside opened softly, and a small head covered in silver hair peeked around the corner at the same time as 2 beautiful blue eyes observed the situation inside. Lily looked in that direction, and upon seeing Shangyu and Bing Zhu, waved her hand indicating that it was okay to approach. Shangyu and Bing Zhu nodded and entered before carefully closing the door behind her again so as not to disturb Bai Zemin's work. She approached, and the closer she got to the furnace, the more surprised she became and the deeper her frown deepened. She really hated the fire and the heat. Her favorite season of the year had always been winter since she was a little child. Seeing Lily sweating so much that her clothes had stuck to her curvaceous body, Shangyu and Bing Zhu secretly sighed. This woman endured all this heat for so many hours just to accompany him. She thought at the same time as she spent a small point of her mana to cool the surrounding air. She was especially careful not to cool the area where Bai Zemin was, as the hotter the area he worked in the better the results would be. Lily looked at Shangyuan Bingzu with funny eyes before smiling sweetly and thanking her softly, to which she responded with a simple nod. The reason Lilith was sweating so much was to pretend. If she was perfectly fine while Bai Zemin was sweating, it would have been unusual, and that was why she tricked Shangyuan Bingzu. What she did not expect was that the usually cold and indifferent ice princess would actually make such a kind gesture towards a stranger. As the sound of metal clanging metal rang out, the two women silently watched the man working. Bai Zemin was so focused on the work he was doing that he didn't even notice anyone else in the room. This was the first time he had worked in the forge for a long time, and he was also working with materials precious to him. His first weapon depended on it. Therefore, he focused his 200% on the hammer in his hands and the evolved monster material. After hitting the same scale for 20 minutes, Bai Zemin started to ask for some more materials without looking back. Sometimes it was Lilith who passed them to him, and sometimes it was Shangyuan Bingzu since she was closer. But Bai Zemin didn't seem to mind any of this, as he only hammered when he had to pound metal or tied knots when working on long strips of leather. After about another 2 hours or so, Bai Zemin's movement stopped completely. He again wiped the accumulated sweat from his forehead with his forearm and sighed. A smile formed at the corner of his mouth, and he unconsciously nodded, seemingly satisfied as he looked at his creation. Not knowing that there was an additional person inside the room, Bai Zemin put down the hammer and touched the hilt of his new companion. Blazing Scale Greatsword. Two-handed weapon. Rank 1. Physical attack power, 750. When attacking, increases attack power by 10% as fire-type damage. Durability, 2000. Description: a heavy sword created primarily from first-order flaming snake scales. It has a faint amount of fire-type power along the blade. ///////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////